Hold on, I'm almost done with this house clip. 1 minute and 30 seconds left, okay?
She's incredible.
Thank you.
Head.
Why? I don't understand why there are times in the show where people are like, oh, I approved it just because it was house, even though there was no medical reason. But they're like, but there was. Like, how does that make sense? Are you here for GTA 6? Maybe. The record docs released at like 10 p.m. last night. Yeah, I saw. Now that we got all that out of the way, now we just wait for the judge to start ruling on stuff. Is it 9mm? That is, right? Or was that 40? What is this? Is this a new gun? Or is it just like a huge modification of like a Glock or something? That's 9mm? Okay. Why is the black one? Yeah, I don't know why it is that color. What the fuck? It's a chassis for either a Glock or a SIG. Gotcha. Okay, where's the long-haired physics guy? He's in YouTube chat all the time. Is he here right now? Okay, he'll show up later. I'm trying to read up on random shit that gets brought up in random debates all the time so that I feel like I actually have a better understanding of them instead of not understanding it at all. I feel like I've used these words before. I don't know if I've ever referenced this or talked about it with more specificity. Yo, this shit, you ever heard of this thing called you ever heard of this crazy dude called the double slit experiment? Yo, that's some wild shit. What's going on there? What's going on with that? What's going on with that? That's... When people say the wave-particle duality, what does the particle part mean? I feel like I understand the wave part. Is the particle is it because you could measure like individual electrons, or what does that mean? What is the particle part of that? Ask Reason Riffs? Yeah, I asked for him earlier, but he's not in fucking chat right now. It's severely misunderstood. Watch a video on it. So I have watched videos on it in the past. And then I tried to watch like a... Professor Dave Explains video.
Welcome to Professor...
I think he has one. And it has 1 million views.
Professor Dave here. Let's talk about the double slit experiment.
He knows a lot about the science stuff. Professor Dave explains.
In learning about the first few discoveries that led to the development of quantum mechanics, we discussed wave-particle duality. So we understand that both light and matter behave as both particles and waves. But we glossed over some of the technical details, so let's zoom in for a moment. In 1801, Thomas Young performed experiments where light was passed through a plane with 2 slits in it, striking a screen beyond. The diffraction and interference patterns that resulted clearly supported the wave model of light, with the brighter bands representing constructive interference and the darker bands representing destructive interference, with the width of the bands being a function of the frequency of the light. Later in the century, Maxwell showed that light is a wave of oscillating electric and magnetic fields. So it seemed as though the case was closed on the declaration of light as waves. But as we said, in 1905, Einstein solved the problem of the photoelectric effect by assigning particle nature to light. Thus, wave-particle duality was born. Later, de Broglie proposed that particles must therefore also display wave-like behavior, and this was shown to be true in an experiment, just like Young's more than 100 years prior. This modern version is what we are typically referring to when we talk about the double-slit experiment. From this, it was shown that a beam of electrons exhibits diffraction and interference patterns, just like light does. This demonstrates the wave-like properties of electrons, and by extension, matter in general. Later, low-intensity experiments showed that even an individual electron, when passing through biprisms or slits, will interfere with itself, making the wave-like nature of the
I love how this is the worst possible visual that you could use to explain this.
Electron undeniable. So it was shown that electrons act as both particles and waves. But
Okay, I listened to these videos and I never really, I don't know, I just, okay, I guess. I don't know, I don't know, I don't care much, okay? So, but for whatever reason, I was bored last time. I was like, it's time to read some Wikipedia. But it actually seems like very crazy or weird. And then I think I feel like I have like a slightly, when I say slightly better, I mean like a 1 to 1.5% better understanding of maybe what is implied by like the many worlds or infinite worlds interpretation. Okay, all right, hold on. Okay, check this out. Okay, this is actually this is wacky, wild stuff. All right. Okay, first thing is, where's that physics guy? He's gonna show up later. I just have I have one question, and I'm sure there's a ton of questions. There's just one thing I want to know. Okay, we'll get there. Okay, all right. When you have I don't remember what this is called. It's like linear equations, 1 dimension, 2 dimension, some bullshit. You have these things, okay? You got okay. When you have 2 waves and you play these waves on top of each other, it always results in, it's called interference, and you can have constructive interference and destructive interference, I believe, right? So constructive is when, I don't know if you would say the peaks of the waves or whatever mesh in such a way that the amplitude is greater when you've combined them. Destructive interference, I think, is when the amplitude is reduced, having to do with like the phasing. So like in a perfect world, I think, let's say that you have like one wave that does this, and then let's say that you have the exact same wave, but it's like out of phase. So you flip it. How do I flip this? Blue? Wait. When you would play these over each other, this would be like a perfectly destructive pattern. It would average out to 0, right? this would be destructive interference. So ideally, this is how noise canceling headphones would ideally work with like ordinary sound, right? Okay, so you have these interference patterns, right? And anytime that you shoot waves at each other, they always have some kind of, there's always some interference pattern that's created, okay? Okay, so if you shoot, anytime light comes from an area, there's always, light always moves in waves, right? You know this, we all know this, that if I were to shoot a beam of light at this hole, the light doesn't come out like this. The light comes out like this. It comes out, it emits from the hole like in a wave kind of, right? Now, because this hole is not like a single point in space, because the hole has a range, right? Technically, I believe what's happening is there's many different waves that are all coming out from this thing, and all of these waves will create a diffraction pattern on a screen back here, such that you'll have like it's really bright like here, and then you move, and I don't know if there's a name for this, but you kind of move off, and there's like another pattern kind of like here, because these waves are kind of having interference with each other, basically, right? Which that makes sense to me, okay? I think, right? Okay, cool, because it's all waves and oscillations in, what is it, magnet and electricity or some bullshit, however electrons work, whatever. It's like, okay, right? This makes sense so far, right? That you get this little pattern. Wait, where is the single slit? Single slit experiment. What does it look like? This. You get like this diffraction pattern that's caused here, right? Okay, makes sense. Probabilistically, you can, think of like where the electrons end up. No, you don't think about that probabilistic, sorry, because you're just looking at it as a wave, okay? All right. However, okay, so then there's one more thing, which I feel like is weird. Okay. If you do this same experiment, but you do it with 2 slits, so now you're emitting like this, okay? Not only do you get a diffraction pattern here, my physics, like sound understanding would be diffraction patterns happen as a result of waves like messing with each other. However, so my guess would be that if you were to shoot a single electron into this, that a single electron would go through, and then a single electron would just build up right here. That would be my assumption, right? On an experiment like this. Like if you shoot like 1 electron here, then you shoot 1 electron here, and then you shoot 1 electron here, and then you shoot 1 electron here, it's just gonna build up like this. You're just gonna have 2 dots on the thing. But that's not true. Even if you're firing single electrons, they still arrange themselves back here in a diffraction pattern. Why? That's wild. How does that happen? What are they diffracting with? What is interfering with it? I don't understand. That's wild. This video goes over all your questions. I've watched videos on this before, and I've never even come remotely close to having any kind of understanding of this. Ironically, it was reading the Wikipedia last night that I started reading this. I was like, oh shit. I was like, that's some crazy shit, actually. It's actually some crazy shit. And so I think, I'm stretching a bit here because obviously this is way outside of but so like I think the many worlds interpretation, the idea is that the interference is happening with itself through all universes at all time, but when you measure, or when a measurement happens, then that's just one possible outcome of every other possible outcome that's also occurring simultaneously, and that's why it's able to cause an interference with itself, I guess, is one possible interpretation. But right, maybe, but I just don't understand why. I just need the physics guy to explain that to me. Why, when you shoot a single electron, why does it cause a diffraction pattern? Destiny, to be clear, sending in electrons one by one gives that interference pattern in aggregate. It's not one electron making the whole interference pattern. I understand that, but my assumption would be that if you shoot a single electron in here, it would just be here every time. Or if you shoot a single electron in here, then a single electron would spread out like in a normal distribution, I guess. So it would look something like this. However, a single electron over and over again doesn't cause this. It causes a diffraction pattern, like there are waves that are interacting with each other. I thought we can't measure a single electron. We didn't be able to measure a single electron since like 1987, okay? What debate does this possibly come up in? I don't think it does. I feel like sometimes people mention random things like, oh, the double slit, and I would just like to.
As a 40.
Okay, let me see if I'll watch this. I feel like I've watched so many videos on this. I've never really had any understanding of this at all before. Like, I understand you guys keep saying that particles behave as waves too. That's a statement that I've probably even said on stream before, but that doesn't really make. That's like a super loaded statement. I've never understood like, oh, particles behave as waves, LOL. But to think that like a single particle could behave as a wave that could cause a diffraction pattern with just itself, that's like a really, I feel like there's a lot of very crazy things going on there for that to be possible, right? Like with a pen and paper, well, I would say, I mean, I would never be able to figure, I would never guess that would happen, but I guess a lot of these guys did figure this would happen before they could even experiment with it. Like that's wild. Feynman has a lecture on this.
Experimental observation or any other kind of observation on scientific things. It's intuition.
Particles are manifestations of waves. I think the current understanding of quantum... Well, yeah, so technically everything can exhibit... I believe all matter exhibits wave-particle duality is what we believe now, right? What do you think a single particle is? I think that's the issue. Sure. So I guess like the classical understanding is a particle is an actual thing. But I think in quantum field theory, the idea is that everything is just excitations of fields that are represented with wave functions that is a superposition of whatever the underlying functions are that we can't know until we measure it, I guess. Or maybe don't exist until a measurement is forced, not a conscious observer, but some type of interaction with another particle happens.
Which is really based on just experience with everyday objects that suggest reasonable explanations for things. But as we try to widen and make more consistent our description of what we see, as it gets wider and wider.
No, it's not causing a diffraction pattern with just itself. Oh, wait.
We want to actually do this experiment because we're so
Fuck. We're opening too many videos. We would never get through this today.
awesome at Hitachi Research Labs. Let's do it. So here's what they did.
Hold on.
I'm going to turn off the lights. Great. Okay, and I set this to some music because I like it. Okay, here's what's happening. One at a time, individual photons. Ooh.
Oh, look at how excited this guy is to teach physics. Look at how cute that is.
So they look pretty localized. There's not a whole lot of structure. And now they're going to start speeding it up. This is 100 times the actual speed.
Yeah. Do you know the fact that if you turn on a detector at the slit, the interference goes away? Yes, but I think the explanation for that is that some of the information is picked up by whatever matter measured the photon going through. And so both of those things contain the information. And then if there's another way that you can measure again, you can eliminate that information and then the interference pattern comes back. But I don't fully understand that. That's the best explanation I can go for that.
Eh? Yeah. So those guys who know.
Oh, okay. So you're just confused on the single electron diffraction. I guess, yeah. I don't know why it happens. Who's it interacting with? Why is it diffracting on its own? It's kind of wild.
Eh? Yeah.
That's crazy. Collapsing the wave function, I guess, is the term there. Yeah, but what does it mean? I can say that. What does it mean, collapsing the wave function?
So those guys who know what they're doing. Let's see. There we go. So I don't know of a more vivid example of electron interference in that one. It's totally obvious. You see individual electrons. They run through the apparatus. You wait. They run through the apparatus. You wait. One at a time, single electron, like a baseball being pitched through two slits.
Yep.
And what you see is an interference effect. But you
How? What's it interfering with?
don't see the interference effect like you do from light, from waves on the sea. You see the interference effect by looking at the cumulative stacking up of all the electrons as they hit. Look at where all the electrons hit one at a time.
What the fuck?
So is an electron behaving like a wave in a pond? No. No. Does a wave in a pond hit at a spot? No, it's a distributed beast. Okay, yes, it interferes, but it's not localized. Well, is it behaving like a baseball? Well, it's localized. But when I look at a whole bunch of electrons, they do that. They seem to interfere, but there's only one electron going through at a time. So in some sense, it's interfering with itself. How does that work? Is an electron a wave? Does an electron hit at many spots at once?
No.
No. So is an electron a wave? No. Is an electron a baseball?
No.
It's an electron.
Wow.
Okay? So this is something you're going to have to deal with, that every once in a while we have these wonderful moments where it's useful to think about an electron as behaving in a wave-like sense. Sometimes it's useful to think about it as behaving in a particle-like sense. But it is not a particle like you normally conceive of a baseball. And it is not a wave like you normally conceive of a wave on the surface of a pond. It's an electron. Let's see if we get,
Dustin, you're not explaining your problem correct. In your mind, the slit is electron size, but what people are trying to tell you is that the electron wave is bigger than the slit? What? In order for this to work, I think the slit has to be larger than the, I think it's just the, is it the frequency? No, it's the amplitude, right, of the wave. So for the double slit experiment, it's arbitrary. It's easy to create one big enough. But like for matter, obviously, it's very, very difficult. What's the largest thing they've shot through? Was it a buckyball? Is that like 60 carbon atoms or something? I think it's the largest thing they've done a double slit experiment on. Is C60, is that what that is? Buckminster fullerene. I feel like it's been referred to as buckyballs before, right? Or am I making that up?
Yeah, so I like to think about this like an elephant. If you're closing your eyes and you walk up to an elephant, you might think like, I've got a snake and I've got a tree trunk and there's a fan over here. And you wouldn't know, like maybe it's a wave, maybe it's a particle, I can't really tell. But if you could just see the thing the way it is, not through the preconceived sort of notions you have.
The wave function spreads out. When a single photon approaches the double slits, it's a wave function, which represents all of the possible paths and states it could take. It spreads out and it goes through both slits simultaneously. This isn't just a classical wave splitting, it's a quantum superposition where the photon exists in a combination of went through left slit and went through right slit states. Easy. Oh, obviously. Wait, actually, hold on, wait. Maybe that actually makes so much sense. I'm reading that like an asshole. But, wait. Is that why, hold on, wait, I think you just made something click. Is that why if you do the double slit experiment, but you measure here or block here or something, that you create only a single slit diffraction pattern because the wave function collapses at a measurement here, and then the only superposition that can emit comes from here. Okay, that kind of makes more sense. I say makes more sense as much as, okay. When a single proton approaches double slits, it's a wave function, which represents all the possible paths it could take. It spreads out and goes through both slits simultaneously because it hasn't collapsed yet. And then whenever it hits something or measures, and then so what? So like when people talk about, obviously again, this is like way above, but when people talk about like many worlds interpretation, the many worlds thing is basically just saying that that superposition, all of the underlying, like when a measurement happens, every single measurement is correct. It's just happening in different like universes basically. Which is why it interferes with itself, because all of them are happening simultaneously as the waveform propagates. I guess I just have a hard time intuitively understanding why it causes an interference pattern with itself. Because like, what I'm trying to figure out is what's actually happening under there, right? So because what's actually happening under there in the wave function. But I guess this is like one of the underlying questions, I guess, in quantum mechanics, huh? Is like, is anything real? Or is the wave function actually like reality? Because in my imagination would be that if the wave function is just a probabilistic way of trying to estimate what is like deterministically true underneath, you wouldn't get an interference pattern. Because while we can probabilistically represent where the electron is, in real life it's only in one place. But the measurements that we're taking seem to make it seem like it actually is in all places until it's measured, and then it... That's kind of wild though, no? The wave function is real. Do you know what the dot is? Isn't the dot just a single measurement of a probabilistic place? Yes, but like, so here's the unintuitive part, I think. Okay, don't write these answers on any physics tests, okay? This is the unintuitive part, okay? Is if we were to shoot something here, if we were to shoot a beam of light here, and it were to emit out here, right? In either way, right? All these electrons, I can't draw for shit. I don't even know why the fuck I'm trying, right? And then we get these like interference patterns, right? Let's say that we shoot a single electron, okay? If we were to shoot a single electron through here, we would represent it with, we'd call it, I guess, a wave function, right? Well, probabilistic, it could be anywhere, right? But in our minds, we would think, in reality, it's only in one place, right? It's only in one place. It must be, right? It has to exist somewhere. However, it seems to interact with itself in a way that would imply that it actually is in all places, because when it finally hits this board back here, it's causing an interference pattern such that it seems to be interacting with itself, even if you just fire a single electron, which makes it seem like it doesn't exist until it's actually measured. And prior to that, the wave function is reality, I guess. That's like it seems to be the weird thing. So like, imagine if it's like bumper cars. Like if you were to send a whole stream of bumper cars into here, imagine that by the end, all of the bumper cars are fucked up. And it's obvious why they're fucked up. It's because they're all hitting each other, right? So all the bumper cars are going through here, and the bumper cars are smashing into each other, and they all come out with very predictable, bumper fuck-ups and scuffs and everything. And you're like, okay. And let's say you want to know at any one point in time, like, well, where the fuck is a particular bumper car? And you'd look in here, and you could freeze and stop, and then look. It's like, okay, I see where all the bumper cars are. I see how they're hitting each other. I see, like, the type of, where we say there's, like, collisions. We might call this, like, destructive interference. We can see where the bumper cars are hitting each other. And then you play it again, and they all go, and they come out here with all these, like, fuck-ups. And you're like, okay, well, hold on. I'm curious. I want to send my friend. This is the mindfucky part. I'm going to send my friend through with one bumper car on his own. Now, where is my friend at any point in time? Well, I don't know. All the bumper cars could hit each other. Now, so I represent this probabilistically. Like, he could be anywhere here, right? And then let's say we measure at the end, and we're like, okay, well, where's my friend actually? Okay, well, here he is. And then your friend comes out, but your friend's car is fucked up. And you're like, how the fuck is your car fucked up? You came through on your own. You were a single electron. You're just one bumper car. And it's like, well, I mean, I wasn't just here. I was actually in all the spots probabilistically that you would expect me and all the other bumper cars to be. It's like, no, you can't possibly be that. You're just yourself. You're just your own bumper car. How are you colliding with yourself such that you're causing a diffraction pattern? You're interfering with yourself. And that's like the weird thing. I don't understand. That's just wild. That just seems kind of crazy. I'm not sure this analogy works at all with a single electron. I think it does. Because that's why it's weird. Do waves in a pond appear weird when they interfere with themselves? No, I don't think we... But the problem is that waves in a pond, like that wave thing, that's just a wave. I don't think that we see that as like a single piece of matter, like they propagate as waves, right? Because the concept of a single electron doesn't exist. Okay, you say that, but if we shoot a single electron through, one electron, when we measure back here, we don't measure a wave function. We measure a discrete singular electron hitting the sheet. Okay. Stop. Okay, we'll watch this guy talk about it, and then we'll move on from this. Sorry. I thought it was kind of crazy when I wikied this late at night in my dreams.
As a 42-year-old who's spent most of my life studying physics, I must admit that I had a big misconception. I believed that every object has one single trajectory through space, one single path. But in this video, I will prove to you that this is not the case. Everything is actually exploring all possible paths all at once. So let's start with a simple thought experiment. Say you're at a beach when all of a sudden you see your friends struggle.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. I just want to say this because I think this is wrong, but I understand why you're saying it. But I used to think this up until yesterday, okay? But I might be incorrect, okay? But because I've heard like some of these like shortcuts for understanding. So somebody says, measuring causes the collapse. In order to see something, you have to touch it. We just don't think about it like that. Even turning a light on bounces photons off of something. So that's what I thought, okay? I thought, now I'm not going to give a high degree of confidence to this because obviously I don't know much, but I'm like, oh, well, wave functions and wondering about whether or not things actually exist or if there's a discrete reality, this seems kind of retarded. Like obviously the electron is somewhere and the wave function is just approximating that. And then when you see something, you figure out where the thing actually is. But it's not that simple. The issue is that it's not that when you see something, you cause it to take a finite position. It's that prior to that, like it truly does act like it's in all positions such that it is causing an interference pattern with itself, with a singular electron. A single particle will interfere with itself in a way that you would only imagine a whole group of things could, like a wave could. And a single particle can't be a wave, right? You would imagine. So I understand what you're saying there, but it's not just like when you see something, you force some kind of like wave function to collapse. It's that prior to the collapse of that wave function, it almost seems like the wave function, the approximation of reality is real, that the wave function is a real thing, that the probabilistic distribution of a thing in space that's real. That's like as real as it gets, that there is no underlying discrete reality about where a thing is. But that seems like that seems kind of, I don't know, that seems like kind of weird, but okay.
Experiment. Say you're at a beach when all of a sudden you see your friend struggling out in the water. You want to go help him as quickly as possible, so which path should you take to get there? The shortest path is a straight line, so you could head directly towards him, but you can run faster than you can swim, and this path requires more swimming. So alternatively, you could run down the beach to minimize the distance through the water. But now the total distance is longer than it needs to be. So the optimal path, it turns out, is somewhere in between. To be precise, it depends on the speeds at which you can run and swim. Now, you might recognize this mathematical relationship because it is the exact same law that governs light passing from one medium into another.
Cringe.
So light...
Try to solve this before he says the answer? Wait, were we already supposed to guess? Wait, let me listen again. I'm sorry, I have to start reading chat for this. Sorry, one sec.
This is not the case. Everything is actually exploring all possible paths all at once. So let's start with a simple thought experiment. Say you're at a beach when all of a sudden you see your friend struggling out in the water. You want to go help him as quickly as possible.
There was nothing to solve? Oh, well.
Which path should you take to get there? The shortest path is a straight line, so you could head directly towards him, but you can run faster than you can swim, and this path requires more swimming. So alternatively, you could run down the beach to minimize the distance through the water. But now the total distance is longer than it needs to be.
Oh, how do you balance this out? Oh, I don't know the equation or whatever it is. Sorry.
So the optimal path, it turns out, is somewhere in between. To be precise, it depends on the speeds at which you can run and swim. Now, you might recognize this mathematical relationship because it is the exact same law that governs light passing from one medium...
That one. I would just do that. I would think sine... I don't remember what the symbol is. Over that, but I would... Theta. Yeah, I would calculate all that in my head instantaneously.
...into another. So light also takes the fastest path from point A to point B. What's weird about this is that as humans, we can see where we want to go and then figure out the fastest route. But light? I mean, how does light know how to travel to minimize its journey time? Now, here is where my misconception comes in. I shine a laser beam. The light just goes in one direction. I throw a ball. The ball just goes in one direction. You know, I would have answered, there is nothing strange about this. Light sets off from point A in some direction, and then a little while later, it encounters a new medium. And due to local interactions with that medium, it changes direction, ending up at point B. If you later find that of all the possible paths, light took the shortest time to get from A to B, I wouldn't think it was optimizing for anything. I would just think that's what happens when light obeys local rules. But now I will prove to you that light doesn't set out in only one direction. Instead, it really does explore all possible paths. And the same is true for electrons and protons, all quantum particles. So the fact that we see things on single, well-defined trajectories is, in a way, the most convincing illusion nature has ever devised. And the way it works all comes down to a quantity known as the action.
Whoa!
In a previous video,
Is this going to have anything to do with what we were just talking about, or...?
we showed how an obscure scientist, Maupertuis, made an ad hoc proposal that there should be a quantity called action, which he defined as mass times velocity times distance. And he claimed that everything always follows the path that minimizes the action. Hamilton later showed that this action is equivalent to the integral over time of kinetic
Back when we had smart presidents.
energy minus potential energy. Action was useful and an alternative way of solving physics problems, especially when Newton's laws get too cumbersome. But then, around the turn of the 20th century, action showed up at the heart of a scientific revolution.
Whoa!
The birth of quantum mechanics.
Oppenheimer!
It all started with electric lighting in Germany.
Think about what it's like in the 1890s, right? Electricity being more widely available, at least in urban centers, and things like, light bulbs. They were new. They were literally the hot new thing.
Germany wanted to replace all their gas streetlights with electric light bulbs. So an important question was, how do you maximize the visible light given off by a hot filament? Scientists at a German research institute, the PTR, studied how much light different materials emitted as a function of temperature. At low temperatures, each material gave off its own characteristic spectrum, mostly in the infrared. But above about 500 degrees Celsius, all materials started to glow in the same way, with an almost identical distribution of light. The hotter the object, the more energy was emitted at every wavelength.
This is why your mom emits all the light, because she's so fucking hot.
And the peak of the distribution shifted to the left.
But they still didn't understand.
200 years ago, you could literally know everything. Yeah, that's why it's so annoying. You go to like the 1700s and there's all these people who are like polymaths, right? This guy knows so much about everything. And it's like this guy figured out 2 + 2 = 4, and now he can contribute to like 17 different fields of science. Like, motherfucker, give me a break, okay? Like, your math class goes up to like math 2. You learn like algebra, like the basics, like I know what a variable is, and now if I like draw 3 more letters on my piece of paper, I've furthered mathematics and basically through parallel exploration like 20 other fields. Okay, fuck you, all right? Fuck those people.
And the peak of the distribution shifted to the left.
But they still didn't understand how it
More like algebra.
worked theoretically. So that was sort of the next step, right? Because if you can understand how it works theoretically, then you can use that theory to potentially design new products.
They started by imagining the simplest object possible, one that would absorb all light that falls onto it and perfectly emit radiation based on its temperature. They came up with a hole in a metal cube. This hole is a perfect black body because any light that shines onto it will go straight in.
One potential answer is to just assume there's a hidden RNG seed and code it into the universe from the beginning, and that everything in the universe that computes uses this seed, hidden variable. So everything is essentially pre-correlated. It's fundamentally untestable as far as I know, but it's a nice loophole. But that still wouldn't explain single electron diffraction patterns. The thing that is just, it seems kind of wacky is that, like, let's say that I know, okay, let's say that I'm spying on my downstairs neighbor, okay? I've got hidden audio camera machine, I can see exactly, and through the course of the day, I know that they spend 50% of their time in the kitchen, and I know they spend 50% of their time in their bedroom. Okay. Now let's say that somebody were to ask me, hey, where is the person? Now I would say, let's say that I'm not currently looking at my equipment, and let's say the time is random. Now I can say, well, there's a 50% chance that they're in the kitchen, there's a 50% chance in their bedroom, right? Now, in reality, we know that they are in one place or the other. But it seems like when it comes to like wave function stuff, this is as real as it gets. Somebody says, where? Oh shit, this is what I just understood this is what the Schrodinger's cat thing is, isn't it? The answer though isn't that, see, now when I'm thinking of the Schrodinger's cat thing, my thought, I guess, was that when you measure if the cat is alive or dead, then you figure out if it was alive or dead. But that's not actually what you're figuring out. You're forcing a discrete measurement, but prior to that, I don't even know why they call it a superposition, because I feel like a superposition implies, doesn't superposition mean like two other like linear discrete waves that are being added or whatever, and the superposition is like the superposition was the realest thing there was. Like it's called a superposition, but it's not like there's an underlying reality that gives way to some probability and then we can only measure the probability. It's that the probability is the realest thing there is. So when somebody asks like, where's the person? And it's like, well, do you want to look? And they're like, I don't want to look. And it's like, they're 50% in the kitchen and 50% in the bedroom. It's like, well, yeah, but it must be one or the other. Let's guess. No. The correct guess is this. They don't exist in one place or another. The superposition is the realest form of existence. This is the realest actual measurement of reality that exists. It's not until we do some kind of discrete observation that they will be forced to take, I guess, a particle posture and be in one spot, which seems kind of weird.
Bounce around inside and eventually be absorbed. But this also makes it...
When I think of the Schrodinger's cat thing, my assumption was just that, well, we can't know. My assumption for Schrodinger's cat was like, you give a cat a pill and it's either a 50% poison pill, 50% water, and then you put it in a box and it's like, well, we don't know. It's in a superposition of alive or dead until we open the box and see. But that's not the case. What the case is that it is both alive and dead until you open the box and then you force it to assume a discrete thing. I don't know. That's just really weird to me. That's just kind of crazy. Okay.
Light that shines onto it will go straight in.
No, wait. Yeah, so with this person, but they're actually somewhere. No. That's the thing. I don't think they're anywhere. They're just the wave function. They exist in a probabilistic scattering of things, but there's not like an underlying reality that we're trying to probabilistically explain with a wave function. It is what it is. It seems to be the case.
Bounce around inside and eventually be absorbed. But this also makes it a perfect emitter. Any radiation inside the cube can escape through...
Einstein didn't believe that, by the way. Well, Einstein was a loser who didn't like quantum mechanics, so we don't care what he thinks.
The perfect black body, because any light that shines onto it will go straight in, bounce around inside, and eventually be absorbed. But this also makes it a perfect emitter. Any radiation inside the cube can escape through the hole unimpeded. Theorists reasoned that electrons in the walls of the cube would wiggle around emitting electromagnetic waves. These waves would then bounce off the other walls. When you have two waves of the same frequency, where one travels to the right and the other to the left, they can interfere in such a way that they create places where there's no wave amplitude, those are nodes, and places where there's maximum wave amplitude, the antinodes. Waves like this are called standing waves because they don't really move left or right. And inside a cavity, given enough time and reflections, it is only these standing waves that survive. All the other ones just cancel out. So a sort of order emerges from the chaos. In 2 dimensions, standing waves look something like this. For shorter wavelengths or higher frequencies, you can fit more and more different vibrational modes.
Wait, fuck, did he explain that more? And I was reading chat. I feel like the understanding of like how waves interact with each other and what does coherence mean? If something is coherent, does that mean that it increases the amplitude, or if they're constructive or destructive? The interference or whatever, like having them like average out to be like nothing or having them increase each other. I feel like it's an important concept. I didn't realize how that, I guess, related to the cringe stuff here, but
this. For shorter wavelengths or higher frequencies, you can fit more and more different vibrational modes inside this cube. So that in 3 dimensions, the total number of modes is proportional to frequency cubed, or 1 over lambda cubed. The expectation was there would be more and more waves inside the cube the shorter the wavelength.
remember a while ago I said that I don't know if I was talking about camera stuff or whatever, but like all the because I said signal theory seems very interesting. I feel like the little graph things with all the waves, this shit is like everywhere. That's like there's like a lot of parts of reality I feel that are governed by by signals on graph. There's a lot. It's like a lot of shit. There's a lot. It like impacts like fucking everything. But
This led directly to the Rayleigh-Jeans law. At longer wavelengths, it matched the experimental data pretty well. But at shorter wavelengths, the theory diverged from experiment. In fact, it predicted that at the shortest wavelengths, an infinite amount of energy would be emitted. This, for obvious reasons, became known as the ultraviolet catastrophe. The person to solve this problem was Max Planck.
But Planck almost didn't make it into studying physics. Because when he was 16 years old, he went up to his professor and asked him, well, maybe I could do a career in physics. To which his professor responded that he'd better find another field to do research in, because physics was essentially a complete science. You know,
a physics professor I had told me that most of the math done in higher levels of physics is a derivation of basic spring and wave mechanics. Fuck, I read this quote yesterday. Well, I don't even know the math or the physics involved, so I can't even remember the quote. But it was something that, like, I'm not even going to know it. Spring and harmony and something, and like all of things are basically this. Does anyone know this quote? Is it a physics quote? Oh, I found it. I don't know what this means though. I'm such a good Googler. Any kind of attractive interaction potential is approximately simple harmonic near its equilibrium point. There you go. I don't actually know what basically any part of that means. Attractive interaction potential. I don't know what that means. Simple harmonic. I know what harmonics from music are. I don't know if that relates there. Near its equilibrium point. I know what an equilibrium is. That's when I have just enough cum and dick in your mom that if I pull my dick out, there'll be an empty space. And if I push my dick in, cum will come splurging out of her.
there was just a few tiny little problems that they had to clean up. But besides that, it was over.
But Planck didn't listen. By 1897, he was a professor himself, and for the next 3 years, he struggled to find a theoretical explanation for blackbody radiation. He tried approach after approach, but no matter what he tried, nothing worked. He said, "I was ready to sacrifice every one of my previous convictions about physical laws." Then, in a, quote, act of desperation, he
Heisenberg.
did something no one had thought to try. According to classical physics, the energy of an electromagnetic wave depends only on its amplitude, not its wavelength or frequency. And it could take any arbitrary value. So any atom could emit any wavelength of light with an arbitrarily small amount of energy. But Planck tried restricting the energy so that it could only come in multiples of a smallest amount.
Wait, I don't want to spam, but I just want to clarify this. There are empirically indistinguishable theories of QM that have classical particles traveling along well-defined trajectories. The quantum physical effects come from the fact that the guidance equation that gives the dynamics of the particles is derived from the wave function. At least in non-relativistic QM, this works very nicely. It is not a Lorentz invariant, though, and struggles with generalizations to QFT. Oh, of course. I mean, obviously. Obviously we knew that, right? I learned that when I was learning how to write. What is it called? There's a single equation, I think, that's supposed to represent like the classical model of physics. Is that called the Lorentz, your Lorentz variant? Or what is it called? What is the name of this equation? It's retardedly. Oh, Lagrangian, I think is what I'm thinking of. Is it what I'm thinking of? Oh. This is the standard model Lagrangian. It's an equation that encapsulates everything that we currently know about particle physics. There it is. In its most simplified form. Easy. How much of this could someone understand if they only had a bachelor's in physics? I have a bachelor's in particle physics. How do you get a bachelor's in particle physics? So I understand is that it's just demonstrating the state of the standard model, and I know most of the symbols and can figure out some of the interactions that are occurring between the particles, but honestly, looking at it shows how little I understand about particle physics. Yes, now I understand. Based, okay.
Quantum. And he made the energy of one quantum directly proportional to its frequency, E equals hf, where h is just a constant. Think about what this does to the...
Sorry, hold on. I just want to destroy this. I'm sorry, because there's a couple things when people talk about quantum mechanics that's super retarded. One has to do with like quantum entanglement doing faster than light travel, which is, we've done that. But another one is, I believe that when you talk about an observation in physics, I'm responding to this question. If we extrapolate to existence as a whole, does this mean that we're only what we are because of what people perceive us to be? Do we even have any sort of agency if we exist in all aspects of reality at all times? We only materialize and people perceive. When people talk about measurements in physics, you're talking about some sort of like particle interaction or some sort of measurement. It's not like a conscious being observing things. Like sometimes people use measurement or they'll reference the double slit experiment. They're like, oh, well, when a human being observes something, that's when reality materializes. It has nothing to do with a human being observing a thing, and it just has to do with like particle interactions that force things to take like a discrete like measurement or whatever. It's not okay, just saying that. Because some people think that it's like conscious beings force wave state classes. It's not true.
And he made the energy of one quantum directly proportional to its frequency.
Somebody said, I don't know what is happening in this video. This is easy. Some dude was trying to get stuff to show the same color light, and then this guy went to school when he was 16, and his professor tried to molest him, and he was like, in an act of desperation, I need to save myself by reinventing all of physics, and then he looked at quantum excitations of particles. Dipshit.
E equals hf, where h is just a constant. Think about what this does to the radiation coming from the black body. At a given temperature, the atoms in the cavity have a range of energies. Some have a little bit, a few have a lot, and most have their energy somewhere in between. For long wavelength, low frequency radiation, the energy hf of one quantum is small, so all of the atoms have enough energy to emit this wavelength, and the spectrum matches the Rayleigh-Jeans prediction very well. But at shorter wavelengths, higher frequencies, the energy of a quantum increases. And now, not all of the atoms have enough energy to emit that wavelength. This is why experiment diverges from the classical prediction. The spectrum peaks and then starts to fall, because fewer and fewer atoms have enough energy to emit one quantum of that radiation.
Wow.
And there comes a point when none of the atoms have enough energy to emit one quantum. So here, the spectrum must drop to zero. With this approach, Planck got a new formula for the radiation spectrum. Now, all that was left for him to do was to tune the parameter h, and when he did this just right, he got his formula to match up perfectly with experiment.
But he was sort of troubled by his own formula, because to him it was just a mathematical trick. He had no clue why it worked. It was purely formal. And most importantly, he had no clue what this h represented. I mean, he had introduced a new physical constant without any reason.
He wrote, a theoretical interpretation had to be found at any cost, no matter how high. So from
The cost is just him sitting inside all day like a fucking loser, scribbling on a piece of paper.
that moment on, he dedicated himself to finding one. He later reflected that after some weeks of the most strenuous work of my life, light came into the darkness, and a new, undreamed-of perspective opened up before me.
He introduces what we now call Planck's constant,
Holy shit, Prof G used to do physics? Oh, applied mathematics, never mind.
and it has the units of action. Planck's constant h is a quantum of action.
Planck later proposed that anytime any change happened in nature, it would be some whole multiple of this quantum of action.
So it's kind of spooky, this breakthrough that starts the ball rolling toward quantum theory brings action in, not...
Wait. I think Destiny is mixing waves and quantum mechanics with waves in a lake. Waves are math, that's the thing in common. But I think that's the whole thing that a single electron double split experiment shows, is that a single electron will act like waves in a lake. That's the mindfucky thing. I think that's why it's so fucking weird.
Not energy and not force, action. Gives you a hint.
At first, the quantum of action got little attention. That is,
Time guesser. Sorry.
until a 26-year-old patent clerk came on the scene. In 1905, Albert Einstein claimed that Planck's theory wasn't just a mathematical trick. It was telling us that light actually comes in discrete packets, or photons, each with an energy hf.
Whoa.
Einstein used this insight to explain the photoelectric effect, how light can eject electrons from metal.
Wave functions are in configuration space, not in physical space. Yeah, I think that's true, but that is for mathematical reasons that are beyond me. Something like you only want to work with linear and not nonlinear equations, so you can have Hilbert space or something. But I don't understand any of that. That's too much for me. Don't know, don't care.
But only when the frequency is high enough. If the frequency is too low, no electrons will be emitted, regardless of the intensity. The idea of quantization spread. 8 years later, Niels Bohr was trying to understand how an atom is stable if it has a positive charge in the center and negative electrons whizzing around it. Why don't they just spiral into the nucleus, radiating their energy as they go?
And what he wants to do is, he says there's something fishy about something being discrete. That seems to be the new, ambiguous, weirdo lesson of the new quantum of action.
Bohr realizes that as the electron goes around the nucleus, it has an angular momentum. Mass times velocity times radius. So angular momentum has the same units as action.
And so what he decides to do is discretize the orbital angular momentum for no good reason. He says, let me slap that on and say angular momentum of the electron can only be in 1 unit, 2 units, 3 units of the same quantity h. And because it's talking about motion in a circle, the factors 2 pi come in, so it's really nh over 2 pi, what we now call nh bar.
Wow.
This comes out of nowhere. There seems like absolutely no good reason why angular momentum should be quantized. But by doing it, Bohr finds the correct energy levels of the hydrogen atom. When an electron jumps from a higher orbit to a lower one, the energy difference is given off as a photon of a particular color of light, exactly reproducing the hydrogen spectrum.
That's
and that
crazy,
was a pretty
Chad.
startling thing to have fall out. I think that really was compelling. It takes some quantity with units of action and apply some, again, kind of ad hoc discretization or quantization to it.
Now, although it worked spectacularly well, no one could make sense of it. That is, until 11 years later. For his PhD, Louis de Broglie was contemplating the recent discoveries in physics, and his big insight was that if light could be both a wave and a particle, then maybe matter particles could also be waves. He proposed that everything, electrons, basketballs, people, absolutely everything has a wavelength. And he defined this wavelength analogously to light, as Planck's constant divided by the particle's momentum, or mass times velocity. Now, if an electron is a wave, the only way it could stay bound to a nucleus in an atom...
Yeah, I feel like there's a dumb... There's a thing that people that are very good at a thing do that I think is misleading to people that aren't good at a thing. Like when he said here, he took this, idea for no reason and did this thing. I don't understand all the underlying math here, but it probably wasn't for no good reason. I'm sure the guy has a ton of mathematical and physics intuitions built up. It's like when somebody's really good at like a game or like music or whatever, like, oh, I don't know, I thought these two things would sound good together and I just randomly tried them together and it actually sounds really good. But when they say randomly try together, you're thinking like random, so I could like make that thing. Well, my random stuff doesn't sound good. Why not? And it's like, well, when I say random, I mean, I'm in a functional harmony space doing some modal alignment with blah, 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 blah. And then I try, and it's like, okay, you're so much more structured. When you say random, you mean something that's so much different than when I heard random, Yeah.
Now, if an electron is a wave, the only way it could stay bound to a nucleus in an atom is if it exists as a standing wave. That requires that a whole number of wavelengths fit around the circumference of the orbit. You could have 1 wavelength, or 2 wavelengths, or 3, and so on. So the circumference 2 pi r must be equal to some multiple n times the wavelength. We can sub in de Broglie's expression for the wavelength to get that 2 pi r equals nh over mv. But we can rearrange this to get that mvr, the angular momentum, is equal to nh over 2 pi. That is precisely Bohr's quantized angular momentum condition. But now we have a good physical reason why it's quantized, because electrons are waves, and they must exist as standing waves to be bound in atoms.
Because they want to have constructive interference of a stable orbit back. That's pretty good. You get a dissertation out of that. That's pretty good.
It is this wave nature of quantum objects that means they no longer have a single path through space. Instead, they must explore all possible paths. Now, I have thought about and taught the double slit experiment hundreds of times without fully realizing this implication. In the double slit experiment, I feel like the mental thing that I'm doing in my head is like, okay, well, the beam is not perfectly straight, and of course it's going to intersect both of those slits, because they're really close together, But then I heard this story about a professor teaching the double slit experiment, and it makes everything so clear.
Oh my God.
So the professor
I heard a story about a professor teaching. Okay.
starts by explaining the setup. Electrons are fired one at a time through two slits to be detected at a screen. Now, because you can't say for certain which slit the particle went through, quantum mechanics tells us it must go through both at the same time. So to get the probability of finding a particle somewhere on the screen, you simply add up the amplitude of the wave going through one slit with the amplitude of the wave going through the other slit and square it. But that's when a student raised his hand. What if you add a third slit?
What?
Well, you just add up the amplitudes.
Okay, wait. So this was the thing that I thought was mind-blowing. I feel like everybody skips over this. Or maybe everybody understands this but me. I don't know.
Going through the other slit.
That's my assumption prior to yesterday. My assumption was that it exists for real somewhere, right? So it's going to act like a single thing going through somewhere. But it doesn't. It truly is in all places such that this interference pattern, right? This is an interference pattern, meaning that as it propagates as a wave and then it interacts with the other wave, there are different points in space where it's going to cause constructive and destructive interference, right? But this interference pattern exists even with a single electron. Even when you fire that's when they say fire the electron through one at a time, that interference pattern exists in space up until you take a measurement. So when you start measuring these single electrons, they spread out, creating this diffraction pattern, even though you're just firing them one at a time. That's crazy. That's kind of weird. Well, not kind of, it can't be kind of weird and crazy. It's very weird and crazy.
Slit and square it.
What does a third slit do? Wait, why does that even matter? What about a fourth slit? Can I be really smart if I say, what about a fourth slit?
But that's when a student raised his hand. What if you add a third slit? Well, you just add up the amplitude.
He drops his chalk. He starts shaking.
Of the waves going through each of the three slits, and you can work out the probability. The professor wanted to continue, but then the student interjected again.
What about a fourth one? And then his brain exploded.
What if you add a fourth slit and a fifth? The professor, who is now clearly losing his patience, replies, I think it's clear to the whole class that you just add up the amplitudes from all the slits. It's the same for 6, 7, etc. But
oh, shit! I don't know, actually. He's going to say then the whole universe is like this?
Now the bold student pressed his advantage.
What about the ninth slit?
What if I make it infinite slits? So that the screen disappears. And then I add a second screen with infinite slits, and a third, and a fourth. The student's point was clear.
He's shaking.
Even when we're not doing a double slit experiment, when it's just light or particles traveling through empty space, they must be exploring all possible paths. Because this is exactly how the math would work if you had infinite screens, each with infinite slits. You have to add up the amplitude from each slit. That's just the way it works. According to the story, the student was Richard Feynman. And
then the professor killed himself after that class.
While the story is made up, the logic is flawless.
Oh, never mind.
Because if you believe in a double slit experiment, that you can't tell which of the two slits the particle went through, then you have to consider the possibility that it goes through both. By that same logic, anytime any particle goes from place 1 to place 2, you have to consider all the possible paths it could take to get there, including ones that go faster than the speed of light, including ones that go back in time, and including ones that go to the sun and back.
I feel like it can't go to the sun and back. You have to restrict it to be local, right?
So the math doesn't do that. I mean, you could see that just in the double slit experiment, right? And we'll do light, because then there's no funky business with the speed. If you're going to
Are we seriously deciphering the building blocks of the physical universe while there's an ongoing genocide in Gaza? Well, the whole point about going over this means that there's some universes where maybe there's not an ongoing genocide. And that's why we're watching this, okay?
say like this path interferes with this path, then these distances are different.
Right.
And so clearly they can't have the same speed. So you need to consider paths that have different speeds.
Feynman's way of doing quantum mechanics suggests that anything going from one place to another is connected in every possible way. And the internet is kind of like that too, connecting us to anything anywhere at any time. At least in theory. There are still artificial barriers like geo-blocks and country restrictions that block off parts of the internet. But fortunately, there's today's sponsor, NordVPN, which can help knock down those barriers.
NordVPN?
Just connect to one of their thousands of servers, for example, this one in the US, and it looks as if you're accessing the internet from there. The team and I travel a lot to make these videos, and using a VPN is a game changer. It allows us to access the news sites and articles we need no matter where in the world we are. And personally, I also love that NordVPN allows me to stay up to date with how the Canucks are doing back in Canada. Not very well at the moment. Canucks have a real shot.
Fuck! Hassan just said genocide is happening in every universe. I didn't know that. God damn it.
This year.
The goddamn Mossad has penetrated all of them.
But to try NordVPN for yourself, sign up at nordvpn.com/Veritasium. Click that link in the description or scan this QR code. And when you do, you get a huge discount on a 2-year plan and an additional 4 bonus months for free.
Does this end with the Everett interpretation and Sean Carroll's advocacy? When you get into like actual like QFT and you get into actual interpretations of quantum mechanics, you have to have a very, very, very good understanding and a very high level mathematical understanding. There's no way I would ever even be able to give you anywhere remotely close to an opinion about what is more correct or whatever, because I don't even have close to the intuitive understanding of the underlying fundamental aspects of these theories. So I would never even begin to to estimate. The only thing I would ever say is I would always trust anything Sean Carroll says over any of the Weinstein fuckers. That's it.
It's the best deal, and it also comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So head to nordvpn.com/Veritasium to try it out risk-free. I want to thank NordVPN for sponsoring this part of the video, and now let's get back to Feynman's crazy way of doing quantum mechanics. So, according to Feynman, anytime a particle, a photon, or even a macroscopic object moves from point 1 to point 2, it has some chance to take any path. And as preposterous as it might sound, he found that we need to include all these paths in our calculation, where each path is weighted the same. So why then do we not see all those crazy paths? Well, that's because we still need to add up their amplitudes.
Learn math only through Wikipedia. I've heard that the math sections on Wikipedia are actually all really good. I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe because it's not like as controversial. It's easier for people to just step in and add stuff, but...
For simplicity, imagine we only have 3 paths. Then here's what we're going to do.
Okay.
First, let's take this one. When the particle wave starts following it, we start a stopwatch. It goes around and around.
Wait, Sean Carroll is a bit wacky, to be honest. He is much into that string theory thing. Is he? I thought Sean Carroll says that string theory is kind of wacky and he doesn't give it much credence, but I could be wrong.
Very fast, and when it gets to the end point, we hit stop. We'll do the same for the other 2 paths. And then we add up the arrows.
Wait, fuck. I need to pay attention. Sorry. It's too dumb.
Stop.
Okay.
Here's what we're going to do.
Okay.
First,
What are we gonna do?
let's take this one.
Okay.
When the particle wave starts following it, we start a stopwatch.
Okay.
It goes around and around very fast.
Okay.
And when it gets to the end point, we hit stop.
Okay.
We'll do the same for the other 2 paths.
Okay.
And then we add up the arrows, square the result, and that is then proportional to the probability the particle took those paths to get there.
Whoa! Wait. Have Yudkowsky on to teach us why many worlds is right. He literally wrote more about it than AI when he first started the rationalist community. Does he have a background in physics, or is this just like a pop sci layman's approach to many worlds? You can link me a thing on it. Link me an essay of his or whatever, but...
In this case, the arrow and square
Oh, Reason Riffs! You're here, what's up? We generally use the Maths Wiki in my research group when looking up basic concepts. Cute.
are pretty small, so the probability of the particle going from 1 to 2 using these paths is small. Compare that with these 3 paths, for example. Well, now the arrow is much larger. And this is important. The larger the resulting arrow, the higher the probability of that event happening. Now, in these examples, the stopwatch is not actually measuring time.
Okay, hold on.
The arrow is much...
Okay, I'm not pausing for 5 minutes. Sorry, I have to pay attention to this, or I'm not going to sound this long.
First, let's take this one. When the particle wave starts following it, we start a stopwatch. It goes around and around very fast, and when it gets to the end point, we hit stop. We'll do the same for the other 2 paths. And then we add up the arrows, square the result, and that is then proportional to the probability the particle took those paths to get there. In this case, the arrow and square are pretty small, so the probability of the particle going from 1 to 2 using these paths is small. Compare that with these 3 paths, for example. Well, now the arrow is much larger. And this is important. The larger the resulting arrow, the higher the probability of that event happening.
Am I retarded? How does he get the arrows again?
This path and around very one. Imagine we...
Okay,
well,
sorry,
that's because
hold on.
we still need to add up their amplitudes. For simplicity, imagine we only have 3 paths.
Okay.
Then here's what we're going to do.
Okay.
First, let's take this one.
Okay.
When the particle wave starts following it, we start a stopwatch. It goes around and around very fast, and when it gets to the end point, we hit stop.
Okay.
We'll do the same for the other 2 paths. And then we add up the arrows, square the result, and that is then proportional to the probability the particle took those paths to get there. In this case, the arrow and square are pretty small, so the probability of the particle going from 1 to 2 using these paths is small. Compare that with these 3 paths, for example. Well, now the arrow is much larger.
Oh.
And
Oh, because they're adding them as vectors or whatever, and that's... Okay, and that's why we're... Okay.
this is important. The larger the resulting arrow, the higher the probability of that event happening.
Wow!
Now, in these examples, the stopwatch is not actually measuring time. Instead, it measures something called the phase.
Whoa!
Just as in the double slit experiment, when a wave takes a different path from point 1 to 2, it will end up there with a different phase. And this phase is what determines the amplitude of the wave at that point. Mathematically, we can write the amplitude, our stopwatch, as e to the I phi, where phi is the phase. As the particle wave follows a path, its phase increases, winding the vector around. So now the big question is, how much does the phase change for each path? Well, to answer that, imagine we split up the path into many tiny sections, each one so small that it's effectively straight.
Okay.
Then, in
Like you.
each section, the particle wave goes
Or
a
never mind,
distance
fuck.
delta x in a time delta t. And the increase in phase is easy to compute. It just depends on the wavelength and frequency of the wave. To find the total increase in phase for the whole path, we just add up all the little phase increases of all the individual sections. But we can sub in lambda equals h over mv from de Broglie, and using E equals hf, we can sub in for frequency. We can also simplify by writing h over 2 pi as h bar to get this expression.
Oh.
Then we can take delta t to the
Oh, okay.
right? And if we make delta t infinitesimally small, then we
Oh. Of course.
can replace this sum with an integral. But now dx by dt is just velocity, so we can write this as mv squared.
Oh, of course,
Now,
yeah.
we know that in the simplest case, the total energy E is just kinetic plus potential energy. And subbing that in, we're left with the integral over time of kinetic energy minus potential energy.
Of course.
But wait a second, that is just the classical action. So it's action that determines how fast the stopwatch turns. As the particle moves along a trajectory, its action increases, and that is what increases the phase. And what's important to note is that h bar is tiny. It's about 10 to the minus 34 joule seconds, which is way smaller than the action of any everyday object. That means the phase of ordinary objects on ordinary paths spins around zillions of times, eventually pointing in some random direction. If you consider a slightly different path, the action may be slightly different, say 0.01 joule seconds different. That doesn't seem like much, but divide it by h bar, and the arrow will spin around 10 to the 32 more times. So again, it will just point in some random direction. This is what happens to almost all of the possible paths. So when you add up the phases, they just cancel out. They destructively interfere.
The only exception is for the paths closest to the path of least action, because these paths are at a minimum. So if you make tiny changes to the path to first order, the action doesn't change.
And so for other paths that are very close to the path of least action, their arrows point in basically the same direction. They constructively interfere, and that is why those are the paths we see.
This explains how light knows where to go. I mean, it doesn't. It just explores all possible paths. But the paths we end up seeing are the ones that interfere constructively. And those are the paths of least action.
Oh, of course.
So really, this is how classical mechanics emerges from quantum mechanics. It's why a ball follows the trajectory it does, and how planets orbit the sun. They don't really have a precise trajectory. Instead, everything explores all possible paths. It's just that massive particles have large actions compared to h-bar, so that only paths extremely close to the true path of least action survive, which is why they're much more particle-like. If you go to much smaller particles like electrons or photons, the actions are much smaller, and so there's more of a spread in which trajectories they actually end up taking. Now, you might say, I still don't believe you, but Casper has this incredible demo. Now,
I think he said something I almost kind of understood there. Hold on.
Explores all possible paths. It's just that massive particles have large actions compared to h-bar, so that only paths extremely close to the true path of least action survive, which is why they're much more particle-like. If you go to much smaller particles like electrons or photons, the actions are much smaller, and so there's more of a spread in which trajectories they actually end up taking. Now,
Of course.
you might say, I still don't believe you, but Casper has this incredible demo that should convince you 100% that this is really how the world works.
Finally, a demo.
To do it, I've got a light, a mirror, and a camera. Now, there are infinitely many paths that the light could take. And according to Feynman, we have to add up the contributions of each of them, including paths that go like this. Now, you might say he's crazy.
I'm not crazy. That's what happened.
He's not
Another
crazy.
possibility is it could come here and go. Or it could come here and go. Or it could come where you'd like it to come and go. And it can go over here and go, and so on, and so on. And these are all possibilities.
Why does he talk like this? Why not talk normal? Loser.
Every single one of these paths has their own little arrows. So what we can do is we can look at all those arrows and see where they line up. And so if I turn on this light, that's exactly where you see it reflect, so that the angle of incidence is equal to the angle of reflection. But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to cover up that spot so that we no longer see the light reflect. And then I'm going to prove that Feynman is right, that really light also goes like this. It's just that most of the time, those effects are canceled out. Now, that sounds impossible, right? But it's just that, but now what I'm going to do is where you see it reflects all those arrows and see where they line up. And so if I turn on this light, that's exactly where you see it reflect, so that the angle of incidence is equal to the angle of reflection.
Sorry, let me just one more time. Hold on.
And go, and so on, and so on. And these are all possibilities.
And every single one of these paths has their own little arrows. So what we can do is we can look at all those arrows and see where they line up.
Okay.
And so if I turn on this light, that's exactly where you see it reflect, so that the angle of incidence is equal to the angle of reflection. But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to cover up that spot so that we no longer see the light reflect. And then I'm going to prove that Feynman is right, that really light also goes like this. It's just that most of the time, those effects are canceled out. Now, that sounds impossible, right? But let's zoom into this tiny piece right here. Then we see all these different paths and all the arrows just go around and around in circles. So when you add them up, they all just cancel out. But what if I cover up about half of them like so? Well, now when I add up those arrows, you suddenly do see a large resulting arrow. And so if I can somehow cover up this mirror in many, many tiny strips, then I should be able to get the light to reflect like this. And I can do that with this piece of foil right here. On this piece of foil, there are about 1,000 lines per millimeter, and that should be enough to get this effect. So,
holy fuck. Wait, hold on. I had a big brain blast moment, or is this completely and totally fucking unrelated? Is this how polarizers work on lenses? Is that it causes destructive interference on just some parts of the... Just say yes, it makes me feel good. Okay.
Oh, let me turn off the lights. So let's see. I'm gonna turn it on in 3, 2, 1. We see it! We see it! Ah! That is so cool. It actually looks a lot weirder than I was expecting it to. I was expecting more like one spot, but there's many, many spots where it's reflecting. Ooh, okay. Okay, and just to show I haven't been cheating you.
Okay, and then where's my physics guy in YouTube chat? Because you mentioned that harmonics here work similarly as they would like in music for sound waves. So like this light that's being created here, is this kind of like blocking the fundamental frequency, and then this is your first harmonic? Those are the words we would use in music. So this would be the fundamental is your strongest point, but if you block the fundamental, then the next point of coherence would be your first harmonic. Is that what this would be here? Where's the guy?
Right underneath is my finger. And even with the light on, you know, we see the light reflect. And if we remove the cover, then what do we see? Yeah, we see exactly the normal reflection where it's always supposed to go, which is right there. And then we've got now all these extra reflections, all these extra bits where the pattern just lines up. So
wait, I didn't get that at all.
On you.
Wait, am I
right
retarded?
Underneath is my finger. And even with the light on, I've been cheating you.
Hold on.
Right underneath is my finger. Okay. Okay, and just to show I haven't been cheating you, right underneath is my finger. And even with the light on, you know, we see the light reflect. And if we remove the cover, then what do we see? Yeah, we see exactly the normal reflection where it's always supposed to go, which is right there. And then we've got now all these extra reflections, all these extra bits where the pattern just lines up. So
wait, I'm retarded. I don't understand what the... Wait, why do we have to block this light in the first place then?
Very, very cool. When I was talking about this with a friend, actually, he said, yeah, but you're using a diffraction grating. That's kind of like cheating because you get all these other reflections right now. And this light is just going in all directions. And so...
Top right, you can see the reflections of the red light. Yeah, I guess I see it up here. Wait, why do we have to block the middle one though? Did that matter?
There's one other thing I've been super, super curious to try. I also want to do this with a laser, where I shine the laser right next to it, and then if light does take every possible path, we should also see it come off here. It probably shouldn't work. I actually have a laser right over here, and we can see when I shine it,
Oh my God! Hold on. I'm sorry. I feel like there's just a bunch of random facts I've had in my head that I feel like make more sense now, because I've heard like, well, why do lasers work? And in my mind, I'm thinking a laser somehow you just are shooting single electrons or whatever. But then I've read words like, oh, well, they use coherence patterns or bullshit or whatever. But somehow I'm guessing the slit at the end of a laser and the frequency of the light is just that it causes some kind of destructive interference around everything except for that central point. Is a laser basically just some light frequency that is utilizing destructive interference in such a way that you only see the single point of? Is that Wikipedia? Lasers. Why do they shine in one only direction? If you shine a laser into a screen or while you see a red dot and nothing else, I'm sure a laser can be very hard to... Most lasers are a narrow beam, but all have some divergence. The only research emitted are ones which are traveling nearly parallel to the cavity. Laser diodes have short cavities and have up to 30 degrees divergence, and they must be collimated with a lens. The fuck does that mean? Made accurately parallel. But how can they be made parallel? Wouldn't they all come out as waves at the end? Isn't that the... Well, first of all, if it isn't a straight line, light is a wave and all waves diffract, so it does spread out. There's a theoretical limit to how little a wave can spread out, and that's called the Gaussian beam. Gaussian beam? In an ideal beam, which is a good size or a good quality laser, we'll get very close to it, the angle it spreads out is given by wavelength divided by pi times aperture size. This is the size of the spot, but there is a small amount that radiates in every direction as well. Notice that as the aperture size decreases, the angle increases. So as a point source, it really would spread in all directions equally, but it isn't a point source, it's an aperture of finite size, and the front of point sources produces interfere constructively and destructively. I'm gonna assume what I said is kind of correct, but it's just a little more complicated. Close enough, okay?
It really does just go to one spot, and you can see where that spot is. It's right over there, which is about the same place where we had our reflection.
Okay.
And you can also see right now, if we look at this view, that you cannot see the laser light at all, right? Like I could see the laser, but I have to bring it down all the way over here. And then I'm able to sort of see the light. But if I just put it up here, you can see the reflection. Now, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to put this foil, this magic foil, and I'm gonna put it over here.
Okay.
Oh, and we can turn off this. And now let's see what happens when I turn on the laser. Wait. No way. No way. It works! It works! Wait, what? Look where the laser is going. Oh my God. It actually works.
I don't understand what we're excited about, but...
What? What? This is definitely the coolest demo I've ever done. So what I was doing is I was holding the laser.
Okay.
And I can show you right now. I was shining it down like this.
I see that.
Way off, and you could still see it reflect. But if I take this away, it disappears. And if I put this back, it appears.
So that shows really that we
It's proof that the laser light is taking all paths possible.
cannot get rid of the area which gives zero, that it really...
It disappears. And if I put this back, it appears. But if I take this away, it disappears. And if I put this back...
Oh, because he's aiming the laser here. But if he puts this like this polarizer film here, it looks like the laser beam is only here. However, it is existing in some form or other paths, and then this helps us see it here like that, right? So this is somehow fucking with the ordinary interference pattern or whatever, that's something like that. Okay, close
it appears.
So that shows really that we cannot get rid of the area which gives zero, that it really is canceling out.
Wow.
And if we do clever things to it, we can demonstrate the reality of the reflections from this part of the mirror.
Thanks, dude.
So light, and by extension...
Damn, how did you do that? Was that a different polarizer thing, or...?
So light, and by extension everything, really does explore all possible paths. It's just that most of the time, the crazy paths destructively interfere. That's because the actions of nearby paths change rapidly. Now, I've studied physics for most of my life, and I feel like I never really appreciated how important action and the principle of least action are. But now I think I finally get it. And I finally get why if you ask theoretical physicists what they're working on, they'll rarely talk about energy or forces. Most of the time, they'll talk about action.
Nobody in particle physics approaches particle physics from a viewpoint other than least action. But we teach physics historically, and least action is almost like the new kid on the block for understanding physics. And so yeah, we build up to it. But in reality, I think life's a lot easier once you realize there's this underlying principle.
Absolutely.
Because when you do, then all you have to do is write down the correct Lagrangian, so you get the right action, and out come the laws of physics. So you've got a separate Lagrangian for classical mechanics, for special relativity, for electrodynamics, and so on.
It's a single mathematical framework. Like once you've learned it, then you can apply it in different places in exactly the same way. The hunt for the theory of everything, right? The thing that will encompass all of physics. In reality, what people are asking is, what is this Lagrangian that can spit out all of the laws of physics in this universe? That's really what they're asking. At the moment, we haven't really found that, right? Because we can sticky tape things together, but we don't know if that's the proper mathematical structure. So that's what.
Okay. Okay, I feel like this guy's videos are very dense sometimes. Jesus.
To make a laser, all you need to do is give a big collection of atoms enough energy so they're excited and ready to emit light.
Okay.
Once one of them spontaneously emits a photon, it'll stimulate some of the others to do so, and you get a nice cascade of illumination. But instead of letting all the light escape, it's more powerful to trap it between two mirrors and let it bounce back and forth through the atoms. All that passing light will stimulate them to emit even more light, and as long as you keep on re-exciting the atoms, they're happy to go on emitting light forever. But why do the atoms emit light just because another photon passes by? It's actually pretty simple. Imagine flipping two coins. They can either be in the same state or in different states. But photons aren't like coins. No matter how hard you try, you can't tell one apart from another. So in a photon flipping experiment, that means there's only one way for them to be in different states, but two ways for them to be in the same state. So they're more likely to be in the same state. And in general, this implies that photons always want to be like other photons, to have the same phase, polarization, and go in the same direction. And what's more amazing is that if a solitary photon passes by an excited atom that could emit another photon, there's a good chance it will emit one, because the two photons want to be together, even before the second one exists. So once you have all these friendly photons bouncing around between the mirrors, you can just open up a little hole at the end and let out a blinding stream of coherent light, a laser beam. To see lasers in action?
Okay. Sorry, hold on. Oh, like 3 more videos on this. Small
Here I'm
videos.
playing around with polarized light.
What are you doing?
Sunlight is unpolarized, so
Okay.
it doesn't really matter what angle that if I use a polarizing filter. If you have two filters and they're polarized in the same direction,
Okay.
then essentially nothing too interesting happens.
Okay.
If the polarizers cross, then essentially light making through one filter is horizontally polarized. Then the next filter only lets through the light that's vertically polarized. So cumulatively, nothing makes it through. This is used to have adjustable filters in photography fairly often. Now, something really interesting starts to happen. And in fact, a quantum effect begins to kick in if I ask 3 questions. So surprisingly, the answer I get depends on the order that I ask the questions. So if I have a horizontally, diagonally, and then vertically polarized, I get a different answer than if I ask horizontal, vertical, or horizontal, vertical, vertical. So in between, I actually get a lot more light transmission than you'd expect. And this is an angular dependent sort of transmission. So it has to be between the asking the horizontal and asking the vertical question that I ask this diagonal question. And this is really a quantum effect. So if I ask the photons the same questions in a different order, I actually get a different answer, which seems a little disturbing to me.
Wow. That was AI, by the way. Okay. All right, we're done with physics for now. Okay. Sorry.
When fragments from a man's past resurface, faded memories like a haunting specter, can he put the pieces together to see the full picture? Can he untangle the past without stirring the ghosts he's worked so hard to bury?
Oh, hi. What's up?
Oh, hi. I just thought I'd call in about the physics. I mean, I must say it's not my main area of expertise. I work with classical systems, but one of the beautiful comparisons is with harmony in music and the way in which it can be compared with how light behaves. So basically, like the phase when you can have the light being perfectly in phase, or you can add up two waves that add up perfectly to being in phase. And this is a bit like the second and third harmonics in music. So I don't know if that was
When I'm
clear.
thinking of phase, I'm thinking of if you have, can you call it a peak and a trough? What do you call like when it hits the top and the bottom? What do you call that?
Yeah, well, if you have a probability distribution, so it's the
Or I'm just thinking,
maximum
just
and a
literally
minimum.
just thinking of like a sine wave. What is the name on a graph? What do you call the top and the bottom of the wave? Is there a name for
Oh,
that?
that's the amplitude. Are you talking about the size? It's the amplitude. If it reaches the
Sure. I'm
maximum
just
of
saying,
it-
is there a name for the top and the bottom? Amplitude, I think, is the distance, right, or the radius. What is there a name for the? Is it peak and trough?
You can say peak and trough. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Like a real. When I think of if something is in phase, I'm thinking in phase means that the peaks and troughs are kind of like lining up, and out of phase means that they're not. Or what does phase mean exactly? Can you explain that?
Yeah, exactly. So that if you imagine there being some kind of delay between the peaks or the troughs, or where they are in their cycle, then that's a delay. And so if you just add up those two waves, and then you're going to have some destructive behavior. But you could have two waves that you add up that cancel one another out, and then you have a third wave which then can still have constructive behavior.
Okay.
So that's a little bit like that. You need it to be perfect fractions though of the period, and so what you're describing with this distance is the period. And so when you have a perfect half of the period, this starts to become like the what's it called in music? The second and the third, like the fifths and the fourths and that kind of stuff. So that's to do with it being a perfect ratio of the period.
Okay, I understand. Okay, just a terminology. The period is the distance from like how long like a full wave is, right? From top to bottom and then back to start, right? Yeah. So ratios of pitches in music aren't quite having to do with harmonics or anything yet, I don't think, but they have to do with how good the two things sound together. I believe that there are certain fractions or ratios that are closer to like whole numbers, or not whole numbers, but they're cleaner and they tend to sound nicer because they sound more consonant, because I'm guessing there's more, I don't know if it would have to do with constructive or destructive or not, but.
No, you're getting it spot on. So the ratios are the ratios of this period. And the reason for that is kind of interesting, because then you go into neuroscience in that direction, because why the brain prefers these simpler signals, because it becomes about signal analysis that our brain seems to be doing. So
because if you have if you take something that's double something that would be half the period, I think would be double the frequency, which would be in music, which would be an octave, and that's a pleasing sound. It almost sounds identical, right? Except it's just a higher.
Yeah, exactly. Like octaves are great, and then fifths are the next one, I think, if I remember correctly.
Sure.
So if you were to do what was called a Fourier transform, it's easy. It's broken down into fewer waves. It's kind of simpler for our brains to comprehend. But this also makes it, the image is stronger. So there's a better. I'm going to go back to saying coherence, but there's a coherence of these waves in the end. Whereas if you have lots of if you imagine it's all randomized, then the signal seems noisy. It's basically white noise at that point. And then then you're going to always find a wave that cancels out, and that will be dissonance or when the waves don't have any intensity in physics, and so then you have the black spots produced on the screen. So there's a relationship between dissonance and destructive behavior in these waves. It's not to say it's an analogy as opposed to being actual cause of this. Of course, I'm not suggesting that, but there's some beautiful analogy with wave behavior in physics and this kind of stuff in music. So, and I'm hoping that you'd hear more of your music, by the way. I've heard some what you've been up to before, and yeah, you should do some more of that stuff on the stream. Also would be interested in your analysis of music and your perspective.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, thank you very much. Why do you think? Why does one electron interfere with itself? What's the answer to that?
Well, it's not. The problem is our classical perspective of causation, and I mean, as I said, this isn't my area of expertise. I read this more for fun. I work with like flock models of birds or neural networks. There's a lot of interesting physics there. But it is a bit of a conceptive problem. So from what I understand, there can be no classical causation underlying quantum mechanics. So this notion of why it's a problem in the first place pre-assumes this classical notion of causation. So it's because it's delocalized. So then you can have self interactions.
Okay,
so
gotcha.
it's
All right,
more
I'll
a
just
case
dump
of
causation as an
some-
assumption. My bad. I don't know why I would even. What a stupid thought.
No.
No, I'm just kidding.
No, but I mean, I mean, I bet we all have these assumptions that we get from I guess it's from the scale in which we live, and classical Newtonian physics that we're dealing with on a daily basis, and so we build up our instinct from this perspective to start off with. But if we were smaller, I guess delocalization would be a bigger issue, and we'd see things in a more blurry way in that regards. It's also an interesting question because initially you can look at the quantum mechanics and think, well, maybe it's just an approximation, because in classical statistical physics we also deal with distributions of things. You know, like there's a lot of relationship with Brownian motion and thermodynamics, right? We often see a particle behaving randomly, and then we give it a probability distribution like we have in quantum mechanics.
Sure.
So you say, oh, well, maybe then quantum mechanics is also just an approximation.
But that seems to be not true, because it seems like, I feel like in a macro sense, when we do probabilistic distributions, the thing still exists somewhere realistically. But it feels like in the quantum sense, the distribution is like the actual feature of reality, because it's acting like it's in all places at once, even with itself. I don't think that emerges in like a classical sense, does it?
Exactly. A classical sense, we assume it's ignorance on our part.
Yeah.
So Brownian particle behaves this way because we just can't have all the information at once. Whereas in quantum mechanics, it seems it's more intrinsic. But I had another thought on that point, but I've forgotten my thought now. Yeah. On the other hand, what was it? Something relating in quantum mechanics, but. Yeah, there seems to be no real good argument for classical causation underlying quantum mechanics. But there's, in the end, there's a limit to our knowledge. Oh, the uncertainty principle. Sorry, that's really also a very beautiful and interesting factor in all of this. So with particles, the more accurately we know the position, the less accurately we know the momentum of a particle. And on our scale, this doesn't really make much difference, but on the quantum mechanical scale, this is kind of crazy. So as soon as we know the velocity or the momentum more accurately, then the probability distribution we have for its position becomes wider and wider and wider. And this is inescapable. And we have other uncertainty relations that limit how well something can be known, which is how well something can be observed, one could say. So there's also that aspect to it, but this seems built in. It's not just a matter of, it's because humans aren't all that good. It's seems to, as you were saying, like baked into the model, baked into the physics that we observe.
Sure.
But I mean, of course, it could be the limitations of our knowledge and the methods in which we use, or there's this what we don't know. There's things that we don't know that we have yet to know, and we can theoretically know, but there's also the potential for things that we don't know that influence how things work, but we can never know. A little bit like Gödel's incompleteness theorem, where there are true statements that can't be proved.
Yeah, I don't know if that's like I guess we get into the subjectivity or some weird fundamental a priori understandings we can even have of the universe, and if there are things that escape us, but who cares?
Exactly, but it also keeps things exciting. So
True.
We should be grateful and thankful for this. I think it's the fun part of it all.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Cool.
Chris?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I could go on all day about philosophy and physics. And one thing, and one nice little feature that I'd like to point out is that how birds flock and this interaction, which can be considered an active potential between the birds. These types of interactions also can be used to model interactions of neurons in the brain. I mean, I think I maybe mentioned this last time, but it's such a beautiful thing that these interactions, in a general sense, govern a whole host of physics that doesn't seem at first related, and it's quite a beautiful thing to realize that. So yeah.
Okay. Was your interest first in birds, or was it in neuro stuff?
Well, I did my philosophy degree at first, and I actually studied physics before that, but I went off partying in Manchester, so that didn't work out. Then I ended up doing a philosophy degree, and during that degree I realized that causation is such a big aspect of even ethics. I mean, if someone's not capable of doing something, then how can you judge them ethically on it?
Yeah, the whole determinism, compatibilism, where does moral agency come from bullshit, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And you bring up on the stream the other day, it's such an important factor. And so then I became aware that, well, I'm only going to be able to answer this by going back to do physics. So that was really what got me back into physics. But then whilst doing physics, I realized that classical statistical physics is pretty funky. And then I had opportunities to work in the field of what's called active matter. So humans are active matter. We have a battery. We're effectively breaking the laws of energy conservation because we produce our own energy, we consume energy. And so then you're working in what's called non-equilibrium physics. So before you said you didn't know what an equilibrium was?
Well, I think I know what an equilibrium is. I just don't know what it means in that particular, whatever that sentence was.
Okay, it's all very much related. So in a system in which you have energy conservation, it's like a closed system. Systems will aim towards their energy minima, or towards a point in which they're energetically stable. And so you can imagine this with a ball on a hill. So there's two points in which they're stable. The ball can be right at the top of the hill, and so it could be pushed in either direction, and then it will move. But other than that, it will stay where it is. So it is an equilibrium, but it's an unstable equilibrium. Or it could be at the bottom of the hill, right in the trough. And this would be in a stable equilibrium. But the cool thing is a lot of beautiful physics, like neural networks and such like, they don't have this energy conservation. It's like a ball in a system like this, but there's wind blowing and there's thermodynamics going on. And so when you start having these types of interactions, even basic stuff like action-reaction from Newton gets broken. And so all this quite exotic physics appears.
Well, are we talking about like not viewing the Earth as a closed system because the sun externally is providing energy, or?
Yeah, it's a brilliant example of a non-equilibrium system. You have to have systems that are driven. And so, yeah, if you have energy coming into a system, it's no longer a system that we'd call equilibrium physics. So that's a really good example, actually, of that. So that's what I work with, is like classical systems, lots of particles that are driven out of equilibrium.
Okay.
Yeah, for now at least. I mean, I've got lots of interests, and I'm really into my music at the moment. So.
Okay, gotcha. Cool. Well, if anything else comes up, you want to hop in and let us know and scream at me, yeah?
I really appreciate it, yeah. Yeah, thanks, yeah.
All right, I love you. Be careful.
Cool, take it.
Bye. Fucking Europeans think they're just entitled to come on and yap about birds. I'm just kidding. Okay, let me grab a Red Bull. One sec. You want a good laugh at how deranged the anti-fans have become? Check out the comments on this thread. Uh-oh. Wait, hold on one second. Do you think the rampant attack against Zohran for being Muslim are from the right are due to racism or xenophobia? I think it's xenophobia, and I think that's scarier than racism. But I'll explain in a second. Hold on. Ooh. Okay, wait. I want to watch this.
When fragments from a man's past resurface, faded memories like a haunting specter, can you put the pieces together to see the full picture? Can you untangle the past without stirring the ghosts he's worked so hard to bury? No, she doesn't live here anymore. April 5th. Liam Culla is enjoying a pleasant afternoon at home when he receives an unexpected message.
You didn't expand on the xenophobia question? Oh, I'll do it after this.
I was sitting on the couch watching TV when all of a sudden I got a text message. Huh? Who could that be? Yo, miss you, my brother. Back home for the weekend. What are you doing? The text was nice. It seemed like someone I knew pretty well. I checked who sent it. I didn't have the number saved.
Liam shuddered in horror, as if a hand from the cosmos lurched out and wrapped its icy fingers around his luxurious velvet throat.
I was sitting in my room watching TV when Liam called me, and I could tell right away something was wrong. Hey, what's up?
Hey, do you have this number saved?
I typed in the number Liam gave me, and nothing showed up in my contacts. Maybe you could try Googling it.
Good idea.
That new phone who dis, that shit doesn't work anymore, guys. Your contacts are always transferring.
Any luck?
Nothing. Shoot.
Maybe we could ask Billy.
Good idea.
Billy, help! Billy!
I was laying down in bed watching TV when Will called me in.
Hey, Billy, do you have this number saved? 657-432-740.
Yeah, I don't have it.
Dang it. Who the heck could this be?
What's the area code?
657. So it's definitely someone I know.
When Liam told me the area code was the same as his, I felt really bad, because it's clearly someone he knows.
I felt useless. You never want to let down a friend in need, so I had to try just one more idea. Why don't I call the number from my phone on video? That way, we can see who it is.
Liam and Will were playing a dangerous and sexy game, conjuring the ghosts of the past. But sometimes, when the stakes are this high, you gotta go all in.
All right, Liam gave me the number. I typed it in. I'm gonna call him now.
What? I was confused when I heard a Jamaican man on the phone. I thought, wait, I don't know any Jamaicans.
I could tell right away that this was one of Liam's close friends, because they're all bad guys. What?
Wait, why is Amogus up here for YouTube?
What'd you say? Hey, you're breaking up, actually. Can you repeat that?
Dang it. We almost had him.
Hey man, sorry I'm driving. Want a link tonight?
I just got a text too. Send me that address. What are we gonna do? I have to respond now.
You only have one choice. You have to just ask who it is.
Hey, sorry man, I lost your number. Who is this? Wow, gonna big time you like that? It's Josh. Oh, it's Josh.
Oh, Josh.
When I realized it was my buddy Josh, I was relieved. I'll text him back. Oh, nice. I'll grab some beers. I'm in the same spot.
Confronting the past can be a daunting challenge. Fortunately, Liam was able to solve his mystery. Or so he thought.
Hey, guys.
It was Josh Duran. A completely different Josh than I was expecting.
Josh doesn't suck, but he's not fun to hang out with.
I brought a ton of board games. Billy, can you go grab them from my Jeep truck?
It was a nightmare come to life. Josh Cole is our really good buddy, but Josh Duran, we just don't know him that well.
I got the guys into the situation and I had to get them out. Actually, I think we're pretty tired. I think we're just gonna go to bed.
Oh, no worries. Maybe we can do something tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I was really glad Liam decided to lie to Josh. I didn't want to hang out with him.
Sorry about that, guys.
Liam, I don't want you to worry about that.
This doesn't change anything between us.
Thanks for the help.
What began as a small ripple in Liam's memory quickly turned into a wave that pulled him under. He was no longer a messenger. He was a receiver, and the door was wide open. And some doors, once opened, simply can't be closed.
This is fucking
Just
retarded.
remember,
What?
when you lay down and put your head on the bellow tonight, this could happen to you.
Remember that time Josh came over?
Yeah, that was awkward.
Yeah, good thing he hasn't heard about our basement D&D league.
Help, I'm being attacked by goblins.
Liam, shoot those goblins with your fireball.
I can't. The goblins cast a spell on me.
What about this fireball?
Yeah, that actually might do it. Yeah, that actually might do something.
Ignite your gameplay.
Okay. Somebody in Kick Chat said, one issue I've heard anecdotes about from people who want to come to Sweden to study for PhD or who already have one and want to find a job here is that they become collateral damage as we impose strict immigration laws, etc., and it really concerns me. What does that mean? The Islamophobia stuff right now, I feel like before the Islamophobia stuff we did was kind of like in response to 9/11 and it was kind of just like racist. It feels a little bit weirder now that it feels a little bit more narratively driven. Like racism is just like kind of a thing and you just don't like people because they're weird or spooky or scary. But when things are a little bit more narratively constructed, like people are trying to bring in a race of people or a religious group of people to destroy us, I think that gets a lot scarier. I don't know if we've gotten there yet with the Muslim stuff, but a lot of the rhetoric about the Zoran guy seems to be ripped straight out of, it feels almost like 2005, which was, I think, more racism than anything else, but yeah, I don't know. It feels weird now. Not that I guess it ever felt good, but it feels. This, how do you pronounce this again? Fomui? I don't know how to pronounce the subreddit. I don't even know what the subreddit is about. YouTuber Ethan Klein's latest lawsuit against Twitch streamer Kstron has brought on such an onslaught of hate comments and suicide wishes against her that she says, it honestly feels like people are trying to get me to kill myself. They're even taking bets via Robin Hood on her committing suicide. Cruelty aside, I don't understand how this guy had a career to begin with. He's not entertaining or fun to watch. Is that about me? What's up with Destiny? Is he involved in some shit too? The two most recent atrocities was when he smugly proclaimed himself Team Genocide and when he released revenge porn of his sex partners. Massive, right-wing, piece of shit incel freak. The internet equivalent of a cockroach and also a major sex pest / pedophile currently embroiled in lawsuits, multiple, but runs a big incel neckbeard community and wipes and sweeps his history across the internet and then poses as a liberal and a Democrat in order to avoid scrutiny? How almost none of this is correct in any, like even in a macro sense. First of all, so right wing, okay, piece of shit, I guess. Incel, am I? Also, like incel / rapist, I guess, okay. Internet equivalent of a cockroach, I take that as a compliment. Major sex pest, I guess I guess we've got there. Pedophile, okay. Currently embroiled in multiple lawsuits. Am I being sued by other people and I'm not aware of it? Okay. Runs a big incel neckbeard community. Is that us? Do we do a lot of incel stuff here? Wipes and sweeps his history across the internet. In what sense? There's so much history and stuff of me available on the internet. And then poses a liberal and Democrat for what, 10 years? In order to avoid scrutiny. But Democrats and liberals get scrutinized all the fucking time. Commissioned a known infamous pedo digital artist to make suggestive art of his own child. Commissioned. So when I had that JonTron convo afterwards, I fought with basically everybody on the internet because everybody was friends with JonTron. And some guy called Shadman, I think, drew an autistic art piece of me. And I said, I think my reply to him was something along the lines of like, oh, it's right here, actually. Hey, Shadbase, drawing fan art of me is a tad uncomfortable. You could try drawing my son. He's only 6, so it should be easier for you. Because apparently he draws Lolicon. This is obviously a joke. But apparently this means I commissioned a known, infamous pedo digital artist. Okay. By the way, for somebody who wipes and sweeps his internet history, it's kind of crazy that I could find that tweet from me from 8 years ago, but has expressed wishes to have sex with a child multiple times for the past decade. Okay. His exact words were something like, I have never wanted to bend someone over their little tykes so much. What? Little tykes tweet, the omniliberal. I don't know if Courtney's in our community or if she's an anti. I feel like everybody basically becomes an anti-fan at some point. I don't know where she's at right now. When did men start ogling you? 10. You were hot at 10? Any pics? Check DMs. Smiley face, smiley face. I don't know if people think she actually DM'd me pics of her at 10 years old here. Jeez, I never want to bend someone over the hood of their little tykes so bad. Okay. Express wishes to have sex with a child multiple times. Based. She tweets on X regularly. She's pretty chill. Oh, yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to imply that she was tweeting crazy shit. I truly don't know. I don't keep up with anybody. Yeah. Runs his community as a sex cult full of creepy degenerates like himself. How can we be a sex cult and an incel neckbeard community at the same time? I feel like these things kind of don't work together, no? Is that, what is it? What is it? And secretly records all sexual encounters. True. His current ongoing lawsuit, well, now it's just one, I thought it was multiple, happened because he sent the secretly and illegally recorded video of him fucking one of his community members. This isn't even accurate to the, I feel like I'm reading Doe's court papers now, to another 19-year-old girl in his community. I don't think that person was in my community, in an attempt to impress her, hoping she would fuck him too. Yes, because we all know that internet celebs definitely need to do a lot of impressing. Doubled and tripled down on leaking sex tapes, brain so fried that he calls it my internet drama legal arc or such, and his fans all justify it and call for more illegal leaked sex tapes and nudes of other people that he all drew. Remember when we all do the end of stream chat where it's like, all right, guys, whose internet nudes and stuff do we want to leak right now? Okay. Rose to prominence, defending his right to say the N-word and other slurs. True. Got banned off Twitch because he kept calling for BLM protesters to be murdered. Also true. And screeching slurs nonstop. You'd think there'd be like compilation videos of me saying slur after slur after slur for this, but has called Arab people so many racial Islamophobic slurs that I cannot post them here. Have I ever? What? Okay. Wanted to be a political content creator and news streamer for young people, but never learned anything beyond the basics and kept repeating mainstream media propaganda. Turned into a violently raging and screaming debate freak. Tried to attack progressive politicians and news people like Sam Cedar, Michael Brooks, Noam Chomsky, Norm Finkelstein, etc.
Bruh.
Wait, is Chomsky Jewish? Are all 4 of these people Jewish?
I just think it's funny that...
That doesn't really work there, does it? Yeah, close enough. And got shut down and humiliated instantly. Couldn't handle the humiliation. came out in support of Israel and repeatedly calls for bloodthirst and genocide on a daily basis, and has gone on official propaganda trips, multiple, to Israel on Israelite government's official invitation to be an influencer for them. His community members include the guy who is famous for defending snipers killing children and calling little newborns terrorists. Who's that? Who are they even referring to? Oh, Loner Box, maybe? Recently went back to Israel to hold a lecture for IDF troops to help them hide their identities more efficiently after committing war crimes to save themselves from trials when they escaped to other countries. What the fuck? Notorious for attacking, harassing, doxing, sending death threats and rape threats to progressives / leftists, and cyberstalking and smearing the popular progressive socialist streamer Hassan Piker in particular. Has stated his life's goal to be to get Hassan to commit suicide, has stalked, doxed, swatted, attacked Hassan's home, sent his followers to physically attack Hassan and his family members, or anyone who is a guest on Hassan's stream, numerous times over the past 6 to 7 years. Apparently, Jesus Christ. Okay, I don't feel like we know this. What the fuck? 452 upvotes. The funny thing is, there's more horrible shit you could say about the guy than what's in that post. He's just an endless well of depravity. Very thorough rundown. Nicely done. One small misdetail he has, on numerous occasions, argued there is nothing wrong with ephebophilia and it should be legal. What? We're putting in work out here, guys. Holy shit, this just made the light bulb go on for me in regards to all the homophobia and transphobic comments in the recent PlayStation Destiny announcement stream. What? Fucking hell. I used to watch the early H3 vids in 2014, have a bit of a laugh at the skits like Vape Nation, or enjoy when he made fun of gross dudes who did kissing pranks. Thought it was kind of weird and a bit unhinged. The tics and cough were amusing. I never would have thought this is where he would go. I stopped watching the channel about after half a year or so, and just heard blips of him being a bit scummy, but wow. Destiny is a tool for his capitalist masters. That's why they're using him for now. He 100% got banned for this post. It was the same day as the ban. Hold on, what is this post? Based? I need that Frogan clip. Will this ever load? Didn't he also fuck Nick Fuentes as well? Or was that misinfo? True. Holy shit, sheesh. Absolute scum. Jesus. Hold on. It's literally just a copy paste of the farms there, no? No, this is a different unhinged thing. Usually the people in Kiwi farms, it depends on how unhinged they're being. It really depends on how unhinged Blab is being, because he's like over half of the active accounts in my thread right now. But he goes back and forth between calling me a pedophile or not. But sometimes people will show up and be like, don't call him a pedophile, because if you start making shit up, they're not going to take us seriously on the rest of the stuff, guys. We got to be factual. Destiny is more powerful when you make shit up about it. So they go back and forth on what they want to call me or not. Which I can respect, you know, player to player. Jesus Christ. Sorry, hold on. It's a good tweet. There's like so much other crazy shit in here. This pissed off Destiny so much, he ran a 2-month-long insane hate campaign against the website Twitch itself in collaboration with other alt-right losers mentioned in this thread, doxing addresses of Twitch staff and threatening them, especially female staffers, to either unban himself and ban Hassan or else. He also sent a fan to physically attack and harass the Twitch CEO. There's a video too, and then attacked all progressive live streamers across Twitch, mainly Arabs or non-Zionist Jews, and then made them face nationwide harassment and a 30-day ban for no reason. After relentless attacks and threats against Twitch's site-wide advertisers, Twitch folded to his demands. Destiny also got another major sex pest / incel known as Sneeko unbanned on Twitch in the process. How can you be a sex pest and an incel at the same time? It's just like throwing, it's like when Jordan Peterson is like the postmodern neo-Marxist communist, when they just start throwing in like a whole bunch of random shit over and over and over again. Damn, this Destiny guy is really powerful. True. Okay. Jesus. Somebody said, what's this? To be honest, I don't really think any of this is a big deal. It's just funny that people who want to execute white people for saying in a friendly way will froth at the mouth screaming, you cracker, and then pretend their position is the moral one? 50 question marks. Oh, I think this person got mad because I put N-word in quotation marks. I'm sorry, but this was a legendary tweet, and I stand by it forever and ever. That dude is unhinged. He has like 50 comments in the last 24 hours. Yeah, usually people like that are either from Kiwi Farms or from some socialist community or snarker sub. What they'll do is they'll create an account and they will just post those same huge comments about me in every single subreddit over and over and over again. Sometimes in the same thread, if you look them up, they'll be in the same thread, like posting like 100 comments, like 1,000 comment thread. It's insane. I feel like I've seen this account before too, maybe. I think this is a signal to one of the H3/Molestiny/KF dorks to use their suck puppet account to come pretend to be a snarker. Clicked on the username and checked history. It's a very active H3 LSF Destiny poster. Another one of the Molestiny harassment channels. I got my first personal chat message from a footfungus/Molestiny fan ever, threatening to add me to Ethan's discovery list, or discovery process, LOL. You just witnessed an average Destiny fan and his skills in action. He is squatting on the subname Destiny, which is why the subreddit of the completely unrelated video game Destiny is r. I love how I'm squatting on the name when I made my name before this game came out, but okay. Against this vicious internet harassment by the likes of Ethan Klein, Asmongold, and Molestiny. Jesus, how much does this guy post about me? Is this Caseytron? Destiny is a personal friend with inner circle, rich, elite, democratic influencers/YouTube spammers like Brian Tyler Cohen. Holy shit. Two days. All these posts are in like one day. One day ago. Jesus. These people, this person is like, these are mentally unwell people. My God. Camera's view. Light source. Camera reflection. Camera's view. No longer can see light source. Camera reflection. Camera's view. Polarized sheet. Now sees alternate paths that are no longer destructively interfered. Camera reflection. Okay, but when he pulled the sheet away, you could still see both, no? Hassan rotted this dude's mind so fucking hard. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes people just need to take a break. Calm down.
Function with them. And I'm like,
Jesus, what? No, don't care about that. Representative Andy Ogles. Representative Andy Ogles. Ballotpedia. 90% of the posts in your Snark subreddit are from Gisticle's editor. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of crossover between Gisticle's editor, and there's at least one frequent poster in my thread on KF that is also a frequent poster in Gisticle's inner circle. But it is what it is. Who is this guy? Andy Ogles is a member of the U.S. House representing Tennessee's 5th District. Uh-oh. Tennessee. Zoran Little Muhammad Mamdani. Is this his nickname, or did this guy just call him that? Is an anti-Semitic socialist communist who will destroy the great city of New York. He needs to be deported, which is why I'm calling him to be subject to denaturalization proceedings. That's a little bit fucking unhinged, but okay. Specifically, he rapped, "Free the Holy Land 5/My Guys." Oh my God. Unbelievable. Hopefully they denaturalize this guy. Get him out of here.
Moderation in some ways will be a little bit less strict or on banning people or taking down content that some might find offensive. It's a very sensitive subject, and it's very politicized conversation at the moment. And it's difficult to know where the right approach is. I mean, I have this. We all have those debates. What is Twitch's position with all of this?
Yeah.
Don't you get curious about how these people look or what their life is like? I couldn't imagine a person with any form of talent. For a lot of them, it's like I've interacted with them. We've seen them on screen before. That Pascal LaRue is one of them. A lot of them, I think, are people who are disabled in some way. So they like get disability checks. I mean, look at Casey John. She's almost kind of like that, right? Her dad lives on disability. They live at home. And because of that, they can just sit online all day and they consume a huge amount of online content. And their whole life is basically doing that, like talking about the stuff they watch and going on like online crusades and stuff.
We haven't really changed much, or I can almost go to say much at all. Now, one reason is we didn't sort of correct in the past in terms of what our policies were, because you really saw this movement in society in terms of what was allowed and what not. Twitch cares a lot about how you say things. That in fact, certain things are very clear inappropriate. You know, spewing hate and harassment at individual groups or individuals is not allowed. We maintain fairly consistent in how you say things. Expressing your views, as long as it's not expressing hate and harassment, is you expressing your views. Right? Now, one of the things that's allowed us to do this is we aren't a platform where people spread virally. One of the biggest challenges with some of the moderation principles deals with somebody says something and it virally spreads through other platforms where somebody shares it and somebody shares it and someone shares it, and now what they're saying is being broadened. With Twitch, the people there, the people that are there listening. And so we still have very clear our kind of community guidelines because we do care deeply about people not spewing hate, harassment, and other things, and attacking protected classes or other groups or individuals. But we haven't had to really change much as other winds have changed for other social media platforms.
Why am I even watching this? Okay. Oh, the pirate software stuff is hot right now? I don't think it is hot right now. I was just curious about the older stuff. But I feel like I must have gone over that video before, right? What's this telling soldiers committing war crimes to just not record themselves? Me and Hassan fans are doing. When I was in when I was at Tel Aviv, I did a fan meetup, and I had like a crowd of people that I was chatting with, and I think one of the questions was like, somebody asked like, how can Israel present itself better to the world, or something, because Israelis suck at communicating their shit. And I think one of the things I was saying is like, you guys need to stop fucking recording yourselves wearing dresses and shit. It's fucking retarded. Because there was a lot of the recent stuff that had blown up on the news was like videos of IDF soldiers wearing dresses that they're finding in like rooms in like blown up homes and shit. It's fucking retarded. And now I guess people have extrapolated this to me saying you should genocide all these people. I have no doubt. Just don't record you genociding them. I'm not talking to IDF soldiers. I'm just talking to a bunch of random fans. Well, not random fans, I guess fans in Israel. Well, so they all are all IDF soldiers. Okay, wait. Find me the very first Stop Killing Games response from Thor. Go. Is it this one? Why does plaintiff keep flip-flopping on whether you are a public figure, literally paragraphs apart? Oh, I don't know. We might read that one today. No, I'll read that one today.
Hi, my name is Jason Thor.
After this, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we start to get a flurry of responses from the judge ruling on some of these motions. And then I'll know whether I'm going to go take a break in Africa or whether or not we're big chillin'.
Also known as Pirate Software Online. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Game Studios, and now I own my own studio, Pirate Software, by the same name, which is an indie studio, and I've been here for about 8 years now. I also run a massive community. We've got about 180,000 people in Discord, and most of what I do is try to teach other people how to make games, teach them that they can make games, show them the tools to do so, and try to do everything without any paywalls or bullshit in the way. It's incredible.
Do you regret that comment about recording in dresses now that people are taking out of context easily due to no one remembering that news cycle idea of dresses? No, what the fuck? No. Do I regret comments I've made? How much... Well, actually, I guess I was going to say I filmed hundreds of hours of content in Israel, but I don't know how much I got released. But no, do I regret when people take a clip out? No, it's fucking retarded. I don't even think I'm saying anything in that video. It's like a 23-second video. I don't even think I'm saying, like, when you guys are murdering people or torturing people, make sure to hide. I'm pretty sure I literally just say the dress thing, don't I? Let me go check. Base.
Issues. I think Israel has unique issues. Here's the one piece of advice I'll give you, okay? If you're joining the IDF, okay? Leave your fucking cell phone at home and stop taking stupid fucking videos, okay? Because everybody's fucking you with them, okay? And if you see a soldier, okay, go into a fucking drawer. And listen, if you want to fucking wear a dress and you think it's funny, just don't fucking take a fucking video picture of it, okay? Jesus.
True.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, if like you hear this and you're like, he's pro genocide, but just don't regret. It's fucking retarded. I don't give a fuck. You think what you think about it. Don't care.
Incredibly important to me that we keep making games and that the next generation has the tools to do so their medium doesn't die out. And it never will. And that's the whole intention of all of this. So with that in mind, that community brought me this and tried to get me to sign it. And I don't want to. Number one, I can't because I don't live in Europe. But number two, I wouldn't sign it even if I could. And I'm going to kind of go through this and try to explain the reasoning as to why that would be the case.
Okay.
Without all of the internet hate machine that's grown up around it. So let's go into how this works and why this is an issue to me. First things first, what is an initiative? So an initiative is actually not law. It is something that you put together so you can put it up in front of representatives and they can start the conversation. The reason why I have a problem with Stop Killing Games is specifically it starts the wrong conversation. If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single player experience, and then taking away support in the future, this ain't it. And the reason why is specifically on this initiative, under its own description, it says, this initiative calls to require publishers that sell or license video games to consumers in the European Union or related features and assets sold for video games they operate to leave said video games in a functional playable state. Specifically, the initiative seeks to prevent the remote disabling of video games by the publishers before providing reasonable means to continue functioning of said video games without the involvement from the side of the publisher. This isn't always possible.
This is 10 months old, by the way, so I know this is an old video, but I'm just catching up on this.
In all video games, and it doesn't call out the specific practice that this is supposedly trying to defeat. It is incredibly vague and will damage all live service games. How would you keep League of Legends in a function?
Okay. Sorry, hold on.
Is supposedly trying to defeat. It is incredibly vague and will damage all live service games.
So, of course, it's vague. He said it himself. This isn't legislation. This is an initiative to start a conversation. So it's going to be relatively vague here. We're not actually writing out a law yet, of course, right?
How would you keep League of Legends in a functional playable state? You'd have to re-architect the entire game. The game is what is called client-server. So in client-server models, there's a server and there's a client, and all of the math, all of the game, everything happens on the server. The client just displays it. And the reason we want to do it that way is so that you can't teleport around and do 1 billion damage. You don't.
Okay, so I'm not a game developer, and I don't know if he's being a level of specificity. So this is what I was kind of talking about before. I don't want to overstep. I don't think anything he just said there is like correct, really, though. So, like, for instance, when he says it's a client-server game, just because you have a game that has a server doesn't necessarily mean the server is doing all of the calculations. I don't even know if client-server game refers to a particular type of architecture or structure of a thing. Like, you can have what he's referring to specifically with League of Legends is when you're playing a multiplayer game with other people, the server itself is actually handling a lot of the calculations to make sure that on the client, some of the information isn't available to be read through in the RAM in order to cheat, like, for instance, seeing people in the fog of war. So, for instance, in a lot of games, so like for StarCraft, and I imagine for probably most games, all of the information, if you're wondering, how can you do wall hacks in CSGO? How can you do wall hacks in a video game? Well, the reason is that your client has all of the information about where everybody is. However, it just obfuscates from you. You don't see them because they're hidden behind walls, so they don't render the characters. But if you have a hack of some sort, you can dive through the RAM, or you can dive through whatever bullshit in the game itself, and then you can find, oh, there they are, and then you can use a hack to show it to you. For League specifically, League does a lot of these things server side, so it's not even possible to hack it on the client. But I don't know why he brings this up. Like, there are plenty of games that have clients and servers that don't do the math necessarily this way. And there are also, just because it's done that way doesn't mean that you couldn't make it so that a person could host their own server and still have the exact same setup. So I don't know why he brings this up at all. I don't know why. Like, if I had server files and I could host a server on my computer, I could have 4 friends join it. We could play a 5v5 bot game on, like, I could just be running the server. So I don't know why he would bring this up, but okay.
You don't trust the client. You trust the server. The client just displays what it's told, right? So if we wanted to re-architect this, we'd have to take all of that server logic, push it back out into the client, and somehow make that playable in a...
Like, that's just not true.
Multiplayer-only video game. That doesn't...
Like, the clients themselves, I'm making assumptions here, but I'm certainly correct. The clients themselves can already do all of the calculations. The only stuff that's being obfuscated are other players' characters, right? You can see this yourself. If you lose connection, I'm trying to think there is no true single player League. I'm confident that if you queue a minion, it can calculate like the damage and do crits and go to the shop and all of that. You don't need the server to do those calculations for you. Pretty sure it's just displaying information about where other characters are, other player characters are on the screen and stuff related to them. But again, even if that was the case that you couldn't, which it's not, but even if that was the case you couldn't, you can just make the server files available to individuals and they could just host themselves. So I don't know why he's saying this would be, you wouldn't have to push all of the math and redo everything. That's just dumb, yeah.
Like this, we'd have to take all of that server logic, push it back out into the client, and somehow make that playable in a multiplayer-only video game. That doesn't make sense to me. So this isn't going to work for all games. Why is it calling out all games? And it's really easy to say, like, oh, that'll get worked out down the line. But we're dealing with...
If you have 2 clients, who decides who's right? I think this is where the concept of like netcode comes in and how you reconcile these things. But in League of Legends, the decider is the server. The server itself is what does calculations, and the server itself will obfuscate from the clients themselves when it comes to displaying like player models and stuff. But
government here. If we're going to be putting up these types of ideas specifically in front of government, we need to be calling out the right issues, especially if you don't have precedent set. Because now you're going to be setting precedent on something that doesn't make any sense.
Oh, or you could have in some games to do matchmaking. I don't think this is common anymore, though. But like in old games, wasn't this true for like Xbox, like COD, Modern Warfare 2 and stuff? You would have, there's a name for this, like self-hosting or something, where when you join a game, like you host the game yourself, and then other people join and shit. What is it called? Is it just called peer-to-peer, maybe, where the client itself becomes the host per game? Just it picks one. So
we need to be calling out the right issues, especially if you don't have precedent set. Because now you're going to be setting precedent on something that doesn't make any sense with people that may not understand the nuance of our industry, all in the name of saving games. I can't agree with that. So let's go into why this is happening, right? So why did this start in the first place?
This is completely false. You would have to redo everything on the back end to move between peer-to-peer, server authoritative, distributed, etc. at Destiny. Explain to me why you couldn't just have somebody host League of Legends server executable on their computer and then connect to that with their own League client and other people to their own League client. What do you mean? Destiny, servers are more complicated than just a single binary. There's a whole web of services that make up a game server, and often those services are coupled. I think people base their expectations on games that let you self-host servers because they are designed for that. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I think it would be arbitrarily easy to bundle these and to make these accessible to player. In 2025, I seriously doubt that in order to host stuff, you have senior engineers that are wading through in difficult code, trying to weave together some server architecture to host I guarantee you all of this shit is set up in such a way that probably some retard can come in and push a button for a host server and it generally works, is going to be my guess in this day and age.
What is the specific cases they called out that are egregious? And they have one. It's The Crew. So action on The Crew. The video game The Crew, published by Ubisoft, was recently destroyed for all players and had a player base of at least 12 million people. Due to the game's size and France's strong consumer protection laws, this represents one of the best opportunities to hold a publisher accountable for this action.
The only thing I can think of is that if the company releases a binary, someone could reverse engineer it. Okay, but you can already reverse engineer anything if you want. I mean, I guess maybe having a binary might make it a little easier, but who cares? NSA has a free decompiler, so you don't have to spend a lot of money of a program. This is really hard to actually parse everything out, but it is possible. A decompiler is not going to give you like readable source code. It's not like you can push decompile and now, oh, it's in C. I understand everything. Like you can decompile shit, but for a modern program, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a jumble. You'd have a better chance probably trying to sort through an LLM's code than getting anything like usable or meaningful from. It would be my guess.
If we're successful in charges being pressed against Ubisoft, this can have a ripple effect on the video games industry to prevent publishers from destroying more games. First off, I don't like the idea in this that it has a player base of 12 million people. That is not how long-running games work. There is a large number of people that buy the game, and that player base slowly dwindles off until nobody is playing anymore. If there's any cost associated with keeping the game online, which this was an online video game, then eventually it costs more to keep it online than it does to keep running it, right? So the cost outweighs the amount of income for it. There are bad business practices that can occur in there. There are companies that will sell a online-only game as a single-player experience and kind of just put it into the TOS and hide it. But not all companies do that. When they do, we should be calling out that specific company, not all companies. So let's take a look at this and find out more about The Crew.
The problem is not to bundle them, but that the server depends on a lot of third-party services that you can't just bundle into a single binary. Instead, you'd have to manually set up some AWS stuff, for example. Like, I'm just going to go with my gut on this. I'm sorry. And that most people that work in programming are fucking retarded. I don't believe you. I think it would be arbitrarily easy to create some pre-existing image or some pre-packaged thing that a retard could literally double-click and open, and it would automatically configure itself. And maybe if you want to host, maybe it would come with a list of things where it's like, make sure that you have a server that can handle these types of connections, like, that can have like this minimum bandwidth or whatever. I know this would be possible. Without knowing anything about this, I know it would be possible, okay? I know it would be possible. Fuck you.
Itself. If we pull up their Wikipedia, we can see that The Crew was actually created in 2014, which, much to the hatred of all of us oldies on the internet, was 10 years ago.
Wow.
Oh. So this was an online-only racing video game developed by Ubisoft Ivory Tower and Ubisoft Reflections and published by Ubi.
Can you take a big step back and explain what the mission of the Stop Killing Games was? I was too lazy to read it. Actually, no, I wasn't. Dan was. But my guess is basically, from the little bit that we did read, is sometimes there are single-player games that require online authentication to play. So when the online servers go down, you can't play them anymore. And then also there are multiplayer games, or you buy it basically for the multiplayer. And then when the online servers go down, you can't enjoy the multiplayer anymore. And there's no like LAN functionality or anything. And I think Stop Killing Games was just trying to make it so that, well, if you release a single-player game, at the very least, it can't have an online authentication required, because that's bullshit, because when the servers go down, you can't play your single player game anymore. And then maybe some way to allow people to host multiplayer games still. I don't know if that was a part of their mission, but
Ubisoft. So all Ubisoft, right? With that in mind, it said it was a scaled-down recreation of the contiguous United States and included both role-playing and large-scale multiplayer elements. So it had a massive multiplayer component to it. It is an online-only, service-based game, and they shut it down 10 years later. On March 31st, 2024, Ubisoft shut down the game's servers, rendering the game unplayable, which is normal for live service games. The only thing that I could see in here that could be
decompilers, IDA, or Ghidra would decompile the code down to assembly, and it would still be jumbled. You would be able to see that there were calls being made, but you would have to infer a lot of it. to try to say that you would have to infer a lot from getting assembly from a modern program, I think is the equivalent to me giving you a piece of DNA under an electron microscope and then me asking you to tell me what the human would look like based on what you see under the microscope. I could be wrong, but I don't believe that you could decompile a modern program that's going to be billions and trillions or whatever the fuck of zeros and ones in assembly language and be like, oh, I see how they were using the functions here. Oh, I see how they had this. I don't think it would be meaningful. I don't believe it would be meaningful. That's my understanding, okay? No, the program reads the binary and then it prints out C code. You obviously have to do some work to understand the parts of it, but it's not gonna, I mean, not even that like nothing would be commented, like all of your functions, nothing is gonna be named in any coherent manner. It's gonna be like, it's gonna be, it's gonna be a jarbled clusterfuck of anything. It might as well be assembly at that point, no? Like, it's not like any of the stuff is gonna be readable. I guess even if it does put it out in some kind of language, it's not gonna be decipherable.
Problem is if they posted as not an online-only experience. But everything that I found online shows that the game was always marketed as online-only. If you're going to be buying an online-only game, that means it can only run when it's online. And if the servers need to shut down in the future, far in the future, it makes sense to me for the access to that game to be cut if it's online-only. If it's a single-player experience that has online-only functionality specifically just to shut down the game in the future, and the online-only doesn't actually add any gameplay functionality, I'd agree with you. That's a shitty business practice. That's really...
They have decompiled and recreated entire games. Also, React OS and Wine are entire recreations of Windows API without looking at the source code, which is illegal. There's a difference between recreating the source code of a thing versus recreating the functionality of a thing. For when you're talking about people that have decompiled and like reverse engineered stuff, I think this is on the scale of like, first of all, these are huge projects involving tons of people. And I think sometimes you might be able to tweak a couple things to get some different functionality out of the end product itself, but you're not like you're not having like a full, like, oh, I basically have the source code for this thing now that I've decompiled it and I can do whatever the fuck I want. Like I remember for Final Fantasy Tactics 1.3, you're like tweaking individual things and you think that like, I think this impacts like this limit here. So if we change this here, we could do that. But you're not like going through like, oh, let's like add all this new stuff and oh, this is so easy to understand. And like these are the project I think is a much more massive undertaking than how do you think games are cracked? They're not cracked by reverse engineering the source code of the game.
really rare. And in the specific cases where it does happen, we should call out that, not just all games and not all live service games. Further, there's more context to this too. The Crew itself came out in 2014, but it actually had a sequel that came out in 2018. And then it had another sequel that came out in 2023. And if we go to the Crew's SteamDB, which again is not going to be all of the player base for this, it's only going to show the ones who were playing it through Steam. It was on multiple platforms. We look at the max here. It did.
For Mario 64, we literally have the Time Games source code understood basically. But it's an older game and it took manual work from people. Yeah, but you got to understand. This is why I keep saying for modern software projects. What is it? What is the space on Mario 64 ROM size? This is 8 megabytes. And this took, what, 20 years? With how many thousands of people contributing? Like, this is a massive undertaking. It's just, this is a very, 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 very complicated thing to do to figure this out.
Start out with a sizable amount of community, and then it degraded. And it had a major drop-off in 2018, which is the same year that it launched a sequel. This is normal. When a sequel comes out, a lot of the player base, if the sequel doesn't suck, will move over to it. And then the servers effectively die. You can't run a live service game on this few players. You can't. Most of the time, especially not if there's anything else that goes into it. And if we go into that anything else, and we can see that there was license problems. So December 14, 2023, Ubisoft delisted the Crew and its expansions from digital platforms, suspended sales of microtransactions, and announced that the game servers would...
They're doing it with the Legend of Zelda games, but yeah, it takes years of work, but they do end up with a source code that compiles to a one-to-one Yes, but this is so much work on projects that are multiple orders of magnitude less in size, like 0.00001% of the size of current modern projects.
which 2023 Ubisoft delisted the crew and its expansions from digital platforms, suspended sales of microtransactions, and announced that the game's servers would shut down on March 31st. So they gave them 3 months. Usually I would say, hey, 6 months is probably a better deal, but if they're going to do 3 months, they're going to do 3 months. The only thing that I'd be interested.
So some people are bringing up bundled software, bundled libraries. Fuck you. Like, is this a problem? Maybe, but this is the thing that the law would seek to change, right? If you're going to buy a license to bundle something that allows you to make a server work, well, then the license would extend to making project files available to people offline, right? That's an arbitrarily, trivially easy licensing issue to solve, I think.
Interested outside of that is if there was a contractual obligation to do more than 3 months and they didn't follow it, if it was in the terms of service or not. Citing upcoming server infrastructure and licensing constraints. What were those licensing constraints? Well, it turns out that all of the cars in the game were licensed from the car companies, and a 10-year...
It's not just about decompiling it. A lot of code gets copy-pasted to future games and allows people to backdoor into future games much easier. Hosting files to people. Server files are not raw source code. Nothing. I don't believe you. Even if you told me, even if somebody said they worked at Blizzard, you told me, I wouldn't believe you. That to host a server, you're doing a fresh compile and then running your new binary every time you're hosting a server. I don't believe you. I just wouldn't even believe that's the case. Even if Mr. Blizzard himself said that, I would not believe you. These are binaries that are created. Once they're created, that's the file that you use, and that's the program that you use, and then whatever else bullshit you have to load on top of it. It's not like, oh, let's look at the source code today and do a fresh compile and then do a fresh server host. No, there's 100% chance that you could give an executable to somebody, a simple server files or whatever the fuck it would go, and then some config file to host a server, okay? Fuck you. I don't believe you.
Your running game likely means that they had license to them for 10 years, and that means that it would likely reopen for negotiation. Now, I understand that's speculation, but I've seen this type of a deal many times.
At Destiny, the cost to do what you're asking is more like 10 times, not a little more. Bullshit! I don't believe you on that either. Bullshit. That it would be that much harder to just create a configurable server? If it's that much more difficult, then your project is a fucking nightmare anyway, and you need to have better practices. We'll talk about it in our next sprint, okay?
Times in the industry while I've been working in it. So it's not unlikely. If you're going to have to renegotiate on a game that has so few players and is not turning a profit anymore, you're probably just going to forego the renegotiation. And if those servers are aging, you're not going to want to recreate that infrastructure. And there are some people and that means that it would likely reopen for negotiation. Now understand that's
now you've made me miss his fucking video. It's about architecture. I'm in stream disagreements. Make it hostable on a virtual machine then. Couldn't you specify specify a virtual machine? What architecture is so fun? Type words in chat that I'm too retarded to understand. Tell me, what architecture is so ancient in networking that it's, what is it, like IPv3 or something I've never heard? Like, is this, what is it? What is so ancient that you could never, what? I don't believe you guys.
31st. So they gave them 3 months. Usually I would say, hey, 6 months is probably a better deal. But if they're going to do 3 months, they're going to do 3 months. The only thing that I'd be interested outside of that is if there was a contractual obligation to do more than 3 months and they didn't follow it, if it was in the terms of service or not.
Not hardware architecture, software architecture, the requirements that have stacked up over time. What, are you saying that like a server to host one of these games has to be like a rack of like 59 GTXs or whatever? Wait. Matchmaking and anti-cheat and host migration are part of so many modern multiplayer games. Bundle it all together and give somebody a deployable version. I'm sorry. I won't, because you guys are lazy. And that's why AI is coming for all of your jobs. Okay? That's why AI is coming for all of your jobs, because you're lazy motherfuckers. All right?
Citing upcoming server infrastructure and licensing constraints. What were those licensing constraints? Well, it turns out that all of the cars in the game were licensed from the car companies, and a 10-year running game likely means that they had license to them for 10 years.
There is proprietary server tech that is required for lots of games. But I don't believe you. I don't believe. So when Cloudflare or when fucking AWS goes down for the day and half the internet dies, where are all of the team leads and managers like, wait a second, I thought we were using proprietary server? Like, well, yeah, but we did a lot, and it just happens to also be deployable on the largest server infrastructure in the entire fucking world, and it does work there. Like, well, come on. If you can deploy on an AWS, then any ordinary person should be able to deploy the same thing. Or on AWS if they wanted to. They could even buy a fucking rent time on a server and do it there. Stop.
3 months and they didn't follow it, if it was in the terms of service or not. Citing upcoming server infrastructure and licensing constraints. What were those licensing constraints? Well, it turns out that all of the cars in the game were licensed from the car companies, and a 10-year running game likely means that they had license to them for 10 years, and that means that it would likely reopen for negotiation. Now, I understand that's speculation, but I've seen this type of a deal many times in the industry. And well,
I didn't even listen to him. You guys are riling me up. Okay.
a better deal. But if they're going to do 3 months, they're going to do 3 months. The only thing that I'd be interested outside of that is if there was a contractual obligation to do more than 3 months and they didn't follow it, if it was in the terms of service or not. Citing upcoming server infrastructure and licensing constraints. What were those licensing constraints? Well, it turns out that all of the cars in the game were licensed from the car companies, and a 10-year running game likely means that they had license to them for 10 years, and that means that it would likely reopen for negotiation. Now, I understand that's speculation, but I've seen this type of a deal many times in the industry.
Licensing is easy. You just have a different license. I don't like it when people will put up the dumbest roadblocks. Like, hey, you know how we said we were going to drive to Tampa? I actually want to drive to Jacksonville. Well, the issue is we only have enough gas in the tank to go to Tampa. Oh, yeah, so we can't do it. I see. Why don't we just get some more fucking gas?
Industry and while I've been working in it. So it's not unlikely. If you're going to have to renegotiate on a game that has so few players and is not turning a profit anymore, you're probably just going to forgo the renegotiation. And if those servers are aging, you're not going to want to recreate that infrastructure. And there are some people that'll say, well, just make it all single player. Well, I've explained that doesn't make any sense in the first place. If you're making it all single player, you have to carve off all of that, and it's developer time and money. When you already have sequels out and the game has basically no players left anyway, it makes more sense to just move on. I don't find that to be a problem from the developer perspective, and I understand that people find that to be a problem from the player perspective. These are two different ideologies, and that's okay to have two different ideologies. I just won't agree with it because I understand the burden that puts if we raise that problem in the way that we are right now. If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them. And we're going to miss out on adventures.
Well, isn't that the whole point of allowing players to run them?
Like Final Fantasy XIV. And even though I don't play anymore, League of Legends or any other live service game, any of them. You're talking everything, like even phone games, as funny as that is. A lot of people don't realize that phone games require online-only activity. What about things like Pokemon Go? What about stuff like Monster Hunter Now? What about any of these? We'd never get any of them. And that's why I think this needs to not be vague. It needs...
Nothing required. There's nothing special. There's nothing special about a server online. It's just another program. Well, I mean, there can be some incredibly unique proprietary server art, but it's not for the fucking video game shit. There's nothing ultra special here that can't be emulated. There's not some quantum flux computation station that is the only machine in the universe that can handle the calculations necessary to see if your little brother is cheating in Call of Duty or not.
To be specific about the business practice it's trying to defeat, which is specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary and doesn't add any gameplay elements. That's the problem. So now we're going to go to Ross, otherwise known as Accursed Farms, the creator of this initiative, and one of the ones that's pushing it the most online. I'm going to let him say exactly why he thinks that this will go through very easily and why it is important, and then I'm going to tell you why I don't agree with it.
Becomes law in the EU? Yeah, it might be. Now, it's not a guarantee, but I think if we get the signatures, this passes. Why do I say that? Well, it's a few factors. Politicians like easy wins, and this doesn't require them to do much at all. And unless it involves gambling or protecting children...
Software as a service dependencies seem like one of the biggest issues. If my game server depends on a service by another company running on their servers, how does that continue past the game's lifetime with no one paying that other company? Well, you know what? I bet somehow in the code you can put an or thing, and then type in null for no value if that other service is down. What other internet service are you relying on that would make your server completely and totally fucking broken if you weren't able to query some other service created by a whole other different company? Give me an example of what we would be talking about here. Could be a database. What are all these proprietary database deployment methods that are completely like proprietary, that are totally inaccessible to anybody else? Nobody has cracked how to do a database besides some other company that, I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I don't think these are real problems. You sound like a lazy dev who knows words, who are trying to say, well, you can't do a thing because you're lazy. I don't believe you. I don't believe it. Maybe flight simulator that uses real-time weather data. That's a good example, okay? So if it pings something like, my guess is going to be there's a lot of public servers like Google or whatever, but this would be a thing. And I think that the company, and I think everybody would agree that they would be fine with this, right? Is that if you had a flight simulator game and say that it pinged Google, whatever bullshit, you would have a thing where if it tries to ping that server, or if it tries to query that server for information, if it can't get it, then it would just say, oh, this is unavailable. And then at the very least, well, fine, then you can't get mad at the developer. Now it's up to them to maintain that. And maybe Google makes a license or whatever where you can pay to have access to it from your machine or your IP so that you can query shit from your fucking game. There are a billion different ways there are a billion different ways you can solve all of these problems. I know that there are, okay? It's not 1874 and our computers are a bunch of women that we've locked in basements to do math problems for us, okay? There's a billion different ways that you can, I'm sure, that you could figure this out.
Politicians generally don't care about video games, so this isn't of big consequence to them or most of their constituencies.
I'm going to stop it there for a moment. The assertion that politicians just like easy wins, so this legislation will go through, but the politicians don't care about a multi-billion-dollar global industry and that it doesn't matter to their constituencies is incredibly absurd to me. I don't think this is the right direction at all for a movement like this. I think it's incredibly damaging and it makes our entire industry look bad, both on the player side and the developer side. If we're going to...
What is even the thing Pirate Software is complaining about? Okay, here's this issue, okay? Quick reminder, okay, that if you're joining chat and you think I'm like a software developer, I don't know anything about programming, okay? So I get incredibly passionate about things I have no understanding of. Only when it comes to this, because I like triggering all my engineers in chat. Here's the issue that's happening. And then I'll tell you where Pirate Software is on this, because this is the perfect 115 IQ, okay, high mid-wit trap to fall into. Here's the issue, okay? This isn't just true in software development, okay? This is true in all things in life. There are some things in life where the perception is that it's incredibly difficult, and it is incredibly difficult, okay? So being an Olympic athlete, that seems like it's really difficult. And it is really difficult, okay? Being addicted to heroin, that seems like it'd be pretty easy to do. And it is really easy to get addicted to heroin, okay? Some things in life seem like they'd be maybe fairly simple, but are actually incredibly difficult to do. What would an example of this be? Somebody give me an example of something that seems like it would be incredibly, or no, I'm sorry. It seems to be very easy, but it's actually incredibly difficult to do. I don't want to do losing weight. Heroin. Wait, that doesn't have an E at the end. Maybe, you know what? I'll say doing high G stuff, I think. I don't know if it's the same or if all the suits do the work for you, but back when I used to watch videos of people doing high G maneuvers, they have to do a whole bunch of weird shit. They have to like kick their legs, and they gotta like take weird breaths, and they gotta contract their muscles to stay like conscious or whatever. There's like a lot of work that goes into it. It seems like, oh, I guess, I don't know, you just like don't pass out like a retard, but there's actually a lot of work. And then there's stuff that seems really, really, really difficult, but it's actually incredibly easy. I would say literally all forms of, I think there's a lot of art stuff that fits here. So like for music, if you're a good musician, sometimes people can hear a song and play it, and it's like, oh my God, that's crazy difficult. But if you're trained, it's like, well, no, that's actually just very, very, very easy. Although I'm qualifying that a little bit with the training. Okay. Here's the issue with software people, okay? Now, rightfully, okay, sometimes you might have a program and a manager or a CEO, some guy might come up to you and say like, hey, can we add this thing? Should be super easy to do, right? And it might seem like a really easy thing to do, but it's actually an unbelievably difficult thing to change. It would actually be crazy. Let's say that we had like Twitter that existed, but there were like no DMs. There were no private messages, right? Somebody's like, oh, can we just add DMs so we can private message people, right? Well, they can tweet. We should be able to DM each other, right? But like the stuff that you would need to send private messages between accounts, well, it seems like, well, if you can tweet, you can just send a private message, right? But that's like a whole different process. It's a whole different thing. So that might seem like an easy thing to do, but it's probably, there's a lot of work that goes into that. The problem is that like not engineers, okay? Loser programmers are so used to hearing stuff like this. Sometimes they start to pretend that every single thing is like this. These people in chat, by the way, these are all the people that are going to be crying in 5 years that AI stole their jobs. You ask them for anything, and they'll be like, "Oh, that's actually way harder than you think. Actually, that there's a dependency there, and there's actually nothing because it's depending on something else." And it's like you can't like write an API, so anything could like act. Actually, no, because I don't do that. It's actually way harder. You don't understand. It's because you have to like do a whole bunch. It's actually really hard to do all of this stuff because it's like never been. It's like, and they'll give you an excuse for fucking everything. Okay, these are fucking losers who they will make an excuse and they'll say everything's hard. It's not true. Okay, some stuff is hard, but not everything is hard. It's 2025. Okay, there's a fuck ton of cool shit you can do today with software and programs and platforms and Docker and Wine and Linux and all cool computer stuff, okay? But sometimes for developers, whenever you ask them to do anything, all right, their brains shut down and they're like, actually, you're basically asking me to reverse engineer how they built the pyramids. I don't know where Stonehenge came from. And that's what my modern 2025 application that I built in React is, okay? It's indecipherable. There's no way to change any part of it whatsoever. And to do so would require 20,000 man hours of A+ dev team pulled from both AWS and Google. And it's like, get the fuck out of here. So every time somebody says something like, hey, couldn't you like keep a game online afterwards? They come up with all these like, well, actually it's hard because the server, it can't be hosted on Windows. And it's like, okay, I'm pretty sure even Windows probably has like fucking VMs for other environments or whatever, right? It's like, and when I say VMs, okay, stuff used to be hard on computers, right? Like if I wanted to do some shit, I would have to start Googling all sorts of instructions on, but now it's probably retardedly easy. My guess is I could probably get like Linux fully running on some fucking whatever bullshit distro by watching a fucking YouTube video and like double clicking the right things, all right? It used to be really hard. You used to have to do a lot of shit, but everything today is built for retards and by retards, all right? So this idea that it would be impossible to deploy a server locally, or that would be impossible because actually this was made before something, and it's like, okay, is there like a config file where you can change true to false and it would fix that whole problem? Well, or like, actually this is it relies on like another service or whatever. Can it be bundled with it? No. Can you just turn it off? Maybe. Could you write an API to let somebody else plug into it? Well, that would actually require so much work. Is there already an API written for it, but it's just like hard-coded to use the other thing? Could you just like not do that? Well, and that's why AI is going to eat all of their jobs, okay? Fuck all of you guys. We're back to this. I don't care. All right.
$1 billion global industry and that it doesn't matter to their constituencies is incredibly absurd to me. I don't think this is the right direction at all for a movement like this. I think it's incredibly damaging and it makes our entire industry look bad, both on the player side and the developer side. If we're going to be putting forward anything that may eventually turn into legislation, it should be passing because it's the right thing to do for consumers and developers and that there's some kind of a middle ground, not just because it's an easy win and politicians don't care. This sets us off on a completely wrong foot.
EU law is already unclear on a lot of this practice anyway.
And that's dangerous. If we're going to be setting precedent, which could change the way that law works all the way down the road, then we need to be sending the right message, which this is sending a vague message that doesn't cover the actual problem. So this is not a win to me. This is a huge risk.
And we would be...
Actual question. What is your guess in terms of cost that it would take to replace a game engine like UE5 to a custom-made engine? How many companies would do this? The cost for that, to replace Unreal Engine 5 with a fully custom engine, my guess is $50 billion. But when people make custom engines, a custom engine is like 98% the same underlying shit with like 2% changed. And people will say, this is my custom implementation of this, is my custom thing. When people are making custom engines, they're not rebuilding every single part. I don't know if you would call it the stack or whatever. They're not redoing how like pixels are rendered on the ground. They're not like redesigning from the ground up, like everything. Here's my guess. I don't know fuck all. My guess is UE5 is probably like fucking 70% of the code of like UE4, which is probably like 70% of the code of like UE3. My guess is if you would have fucking dragged some old motherfucker out of their grave and have them look at UE5, some guy would be like, holy shit, I remember writing that fucking call when I was designing Quake 1, okay? Maybe now sometimes there are like huge redesigns that involve a significant change, but like most like custom stuff is not rebuilt completely from the ground up. And even when people say built from the ground up, it doesn't mean they're redesigning every single subcomponent of a thing. Okay. I don't even know what I'm screaming at. I don't even care that much.
Would be making it easy for them to settle it. It falls in line with other consumer practices. You know how when you buy something, you're generally allowed to keep it?
In the case of live service games, in the terms of service for those, you are not buying the game. You're buying a license to the game. And that's the part that's really different here. If we don't like the idea of live service games as a whole, I get it. Don't play live service games then. Don't agree to those terms. But if we're into this weird idea...
But when everybody starts making live service games, also this like you buy a license and not the game, is who cares? Then just change the license then. Like that's all people are asking, no?
That we need to get rid of all live service games or damage that practice in any way to keep in line with consumer policies. It is in line with consumer policies. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be there in the first place. So this doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. You're not buying the game, you're buying a license to the game. In the niche cases where a studio is trying to sell a game as if you are buying it or purchasing it or using that language specifically and they give you a live service game instead, I agree that should change. That language should change. You are not purchasing the game, you're not buying the game, you are paying to have a license to a live service experience. I get that. Is that what this is doing though? The initiative is not trying to call that out specifically. It's trying to say that all games need to stay in a functional, playable state, which is not calling out the language that is being used to manipulate the player. Call that out specifically, not this vague bullshit.
And finally, this is a diversion from really serious topics that politicians would prefer not to deal with.
That's really gross to me as well. The idea that this is just a diversion from serious topics and they can get an easy win in and we can just push it through and there won't be a lot of...
Oh, so sorry. The reason why I drew that whole thing in paint is because I think that Pirate Software is the master of trying to pretend that every single ask that you ever make of a software developer is actually infinitely complex. When in reality, no, you're just lazy.
Push back on it and...
Or retarded.
They're not going to have to think about it too hard. That's crazy dangerous, dude. If you're going to be setting precedent, if you're going to be putting forward something that you want to start a conversation to eventually become legislation, and these are the reasons for it, not only can I not agree with the initiative, but I can't agree with you. And I think that the tactics that you're using here are really disgusting. So yes.
But regardless if it'd be possible, I should still have the right to completely shut down my game. Should you? I don't know. That feels weird. Or I feel like at that point, it should be made upfront more clear to the customer, like what exactly you're buying. And it shouldn't even be called buying. That word should be banned. It should be called renting. You're paying $60 to rent this game until the person decides to revoke your access to it, all right?
I won't agree with that, and I won't agree with Ross. There's no way around that. I think this is gross. To sum it all up, no, I will not be supporting the initiative Stop Killing Games. You're not going to change my mind on it because I find this language to be incredibly vague and damaging to the rest of our industry. I think that it will be bad for both developers and players down the line in the way that it is currently written. And I think that starting a conversation that doesn't get to the core of the issue is both wasted time and leads to potentially bad outcomes. So if we want to talk about this, let's talk about the actual bad business practices. In the case that a studio is making a live service game and they sell it to you as a product, they say that you are purchasing the game or you are buying the game, when in reality you're actually purchasing or buying a license to that game, I think that we should be fighting about that. That needs to go away. A player should be well informed at the point of purchase that they are purchasing a license, not buying a game. And the reason that we have those licenses in the case of client-server interactions like we had before, we're talking about client-server games, is so that they can ban you when you cheat at them. They revoke your license. That's why they revoke your license, to protect the gameplay of every other player that you're impacting when you cheat at these games. That needs...
Okay, you might have a gap in your understanding of game engines. If you take your game that uses UE5 and try to replace that, it would take anywhere between 3 to 4 years with a sizable team. I work on game engines for a living. Well, I don't know what you're talking about when you say that. You think that you guys could build from nothing a custom game engine that would have the same feature set or capabilities as Unreal Engine 5? You think you could do that with a team of devs in 3 to 4 years? It takes people more time to build games on existing engines than I don't... What do you realize you're getting baited? Okay, true. Just kidding.
To exist, but it needs to be better informed to the player at time of purchase. So I agree on that. This doesn't bring that up though. It just attacks all video games that have online-only components and says that they need to keep being able to be played indefinitely. That doesn't make any sense to me. Aside from that, a lot of people really like live service games as they exist now. So trying to kill off all live service games, as some people have said online, doesn't make any sense either. Live service games are a great way to get away from the real world. They're about social interaction between players. Some people get married in them. Some people met their spouse in them and then got married in them. It's a really cool thing for a point in time in which you're having that social experience. And to destroy that just...
He's saying swap it with another engine? Yeah, sure, but like, listen, I'm not even to the limits of my knowledge. I'm way out beyond any of my knowledge on those. My guess is going to be swapping from one engine to another. It probably super depends on what you're using that engine for. For instance, when it comes to graphics, there might be things that UE5 does that other engines do comparably, and swapping from one to another might literally be as easy as just like moving textures to a different environment and just clicking run and it basically works. And there might be some things that the UE5 engine does that are very specific to the UE5 engine that are either unduplicatable in other engines or require a totally different implementation or require a totally different workaround in order to get it to work, such that like there might be two games that might appear kind of similar and one would take a fuck ton of work to transfer engines because it's relying on stuff that UE5 does really well, exceptionally well. And keep in mind too, you're not just creating a program that works when you're talking about games, you're creating a program that works where working is qualified as like can run live, right? So it might be that UE5 does something a lot more efficiently as well, and doing it on another engine might still do the same thing, but now it's like way less efficient, and now you've got to like cut from other areas. I don't know, to transferring from one engine to another. I don't even know if you could ever extrapolate that. But I don't know. I don't have an idea. But I feel like it's probably not the case. Like it would probably depend on. It would probably depend on why you're using that particular engine, what features you're using from it, and then how unique that feature set is to that particular environment versus another would be my guess. Hey, Steve, I just want to say thank you. I'm graduating this fall in bioengineering and never would have gotten here without you opening the 8H table for me. I went from failing to straight A's. Completely changed my life. Cool, Alavon. Good for you, buddy.
It's because you don't like them is very weird. I don't think that makes a lot of sense to me. I also don't think it makes sense the way that Ross is posing this is why it's going to pass. I think that's incredibly inflammatory and could lead to a lot of damage to both what he's trying to stop and to games as a whole. To say that the government just doesn't care and this is an easy win and we're going to get it through is disingenuous. You're talking about a multi-billion-dollar global industry. To think that the government isn't going to be meticulous.
Oh yeah, but none of this for doing server files, none of this has to do with changing the engine though. Yeah, so I don't know why that's not part of this conversation. Right?
Damage to both what he's trying to stop and to games as a whole. To say that the government just doesn't care and this is an easy win and we're going to get it through is disingenuous. You're talking about a multi-billion-dollar global industry. To think that the government isn't going to be meticulously looking through this and looking for flaws and holes is absurd. So I don't think that's honest at all, and I find it disgusting. So for everyone who's mad about that, fine. Be angry about it. I'm not going to change my stance on that because I can't agree with this, both as a dev and a player. I see the danger involved, I see the vagueness in the language, and it doesn't make sense to me. If we want to fight for better conditions for players, then fight the actual problem. Don't make new.
Okay, you're right. You know what? Let's do this. Chat GPT. Let's fucking go. I want you to write a 10-question quiz about video game programming that an employed junior software dev should be able to answer. Make this quiz a multiple choice and reveal the answers after each question, but keep the answer hidden until I scroll down. Something like that? All right, let's fucking go. Let's do it. Okay. Oh wait, one question at a time, right? Make this quiz multiple choice and only do one question at a time and hide the answer from me until I am ready to move on to the next thing. All right, we're about to BTFO all of the video game programmers in chat. Here we go. All right. In most 2D games, what is the main purpose of a game loop? To handle user logins and authentication, to load assets like textures and sounds once at startup, to repeatedly update game logic and render the scene, to compile the game code into machine language. Well, the game loop is obviously here to continually refresh the scene using the game's logic. That's the answer is C, of course. Obviously. Which of the following data structures is most suitable for implementing an efficient collision detection broad phase in a 2D game with many objects? Oh, well, for a 2D game where you've got a lot of objects that you're colliding with, well, obviously we would never use linked lists or binary heaps. Now, quad trees are good for 3D things, so a hash map, I believe that's what Doom and Wolfenstein use, so god damn it. Quad trees are commonly used to spatially partition 2D space, reduce the number of, okay, that's okay, we can miss one. In Unity, which of these methods is called once per frame on a mono behavior script? I mean, we're updating, of course. Obviously. In C++, what is the primary reason for using a virtual destructor in a base class of a game object hierarchy. The virtual destructor, now if you're a beginner, obviously, you would always have this in your base class of any game object hierarchy. In order to allow derived class structure to run properly when deleting via a base pointer, to inline the destructor function, and to prevent overriding member functions. To speed up, okay, hold on. Okay, it's memory allocation? No, hold on. I'm trying to remember this. This is such elementary stuff, you know? To allow derived class structure to run properly when deleting, nah, not that. To inline fuck, it's either C or D. I'm trying to remember, guys. To inline seems kind of like that's like inline, you know? To prevent overriding of member function. So you don't run to. I'm gonna go ahead and go with C here, I think. C feels correct. Fuck this fucking quiz. Fuck this shit. Okay. 8 out of 10 is still okay, all right? We can do this. Okay. What is the main advantage of using delta time in game loops? Oh, well, it simplifies multi-threading in games. It ensures the game runs at 60 FPS. It allows movement and animations to be frame rate independent, and it reduces the number of draw calls per frame. Oh, definitely C. Back in the day, before they started using delta time, the frame rate actually dictated a lot of the game logic updates, so, you know. Okay, there we go. True. There you go, okay. In Unreal Engine's blueprint system, I've done a lot of work in UE, you know. Which of these best describes its purpose? For the blueprint system, I'm trying to remember. Now, I use my own custom engine built from the ground up in 3 to 4 years with a small team. In Unreal Engine's blueprint system, which of these best describes its purpose? A low-level shader compiler, a C++ code obfuscator, no. A node-based, a visual scripting language, no. And a file packaging tool. In Unreal Engine's blueprint. I like file packages, like that's like a blueprint, kind of, right? But okay, 7 out of 10. We can do this. Wait, how many have I missed? Okay, hold on. Which of the following best describes object pooling in game programming? Encrypting objects before sending them over the network, storing game object in a binary file, reusing objects from a pre-allocated pool instead of repeatedly creating and destroying them, and combining multiple objects into one to optimize draw calls. Oh, well, I mean, that's when you pool the pools, you know. Sometimes I build entire objects out of, I pool a square and then I just build all of my assets out of one thing. That's C, obviously. Got it. What is a shader most commonly used for in 3D games? Oh, shaders are used for lighting and surface effects on graphics hardwares. Obviously. Okay. Okay. Question 9. Which of the following is not a common component of an entity component system architecture? Entity, component, system, and subroutine. This is a trick question. I'm going to say D. Okay, there we go. And what is VSync primarily used for in game rendering? Increasing polygon count, synchronizing the game's frame rate with the monitor's refresh rate, and oh, well, B, obviously. That's a pass. Tally. 7 out of 10? That's a pass. I'm going. Who do I work for now? Activision? Try again without multiple choice. Well, I've heard that like if you just write a bunch of shit, it will always like, you always like pass. Okay, I'll do a 5 question thing. Hold on. I want you to write a 5 question, or 4, we'll do 4 question quiz about video game. Blah, blah. Make this quiz an essay answer quiz and do only one question at a time and hide the answer from me until I'm ready to move on to the next thing. Okay. Explain the role of the game loop in real-time game programming. Why is it essential and what are its main responsibilities? Well, I feel like this is rehashing what we just learned in our prior test, right? Hold on. The role of the game loop is to continuously update the client with the information necessary to allow the user to continue to operate the game. It is essential because it allows the game to continue to function in a predictable manner as dictated by the programmer, and its main responsibilities are keeping track of things like updating the player's movement, the position, and things like, okay, hold on, and things like the position of objects on the screen. Easy. Give me, that's an A+. Nice explanation. You captured the core idea. The game loop continuously updates the game state and renders frames so the player can interact with it. But there you... Here's essay. Do they give me points per question? Does that mean I got it? Does it give me the... Okay, describe the concept of object pooling in game development. Why might a junior game programmer choose to implement object pooling? And what benefits does it provide? Easy. We just learned this. The concept of object pooling involves adding textures, involves loading textures into the VRAM in order to, and continuously utilizing them for a variety of objects instead of continuously wiping them from the VRAM and calling them again from the hard from storage. Let's do that, okay. Why might a junior game programmer choose implement? Implementing object pooling allows you to quickly recreate objects on the screen. Hold on. Allows you to quickly recreate objects on the screen without having to continuously reload the entire assets over and over again. That's what continuous means. Into the VRAM. Does object pooling happen in the VRAM? That's my guess. Give me an okay on that. You're on the right track. Fuck! But object pooling more specifically refers to using actual game object instances. Oh, come on. Really? To avoid frequent recreation or destruction, which can be costly. Does this mean I didn't get that one right? Does that count or not? In the context of a 3D game engine, explain what a shader is and how shaders contribute to rendering realistic graphics. I don't actually know that much about shaders. When objects are drawn on the screen, simple polygons can be used to represent anything that the player might see. Shaders allow the GPU to change the appearance of rendered objects in more sophisticated ways that allow you to have dynamic things, that allow you to engage, activate, that allow you to show more sophisticated effects, I don't know, that allow you to dynamically, I don't even know if it's dynamic, I don't know, shaders? It's probably not, that allow you to alter the appearance of rendered textures on screen in ways that might correspond to a change in lighting or lighting? In lighting, for instance. Okay, for instance. That makes it sound like I know more things I can say. Just give me a yes. Great explanation. You clearly described how shaders let the GPU manipulate the appearance of objects, especially for lighting and visual effects, which is essential for realism and 3D graphics. Whew. Okay, one more. Discuss why delta time is important in game development and how it affects movement and animation in games. Easy. Easy. Before delta time, games would have to tie the game loop would have to tie functions, operations that would occur on screen to the actual frame rate rendered by the GPU. Delta time allows you to run different clocks for theoretical clocks, so it doesn't seem like I'm as committed. Different clocks for different sets of actions so that they can run independently from one another and not be reliant on each other to properly function. For instance, you wouldn't want a laggy game to cause one of your game's functions to run incorrectly, since it would if it were relying on the frame rate to be continuous for its calculations. That's an A+ answer. Give me a... Easy! That's it! You've captured the key idea that delta time decouples game logic from frame rate, ensuring the consistent... There it is. That's it. I'm basically a programmer, okay? That's it. Now do multiple choice senior game dev level. I barely got 7 out of 10 on the amateur one, okay? There's no way I could do the senior one, okay? Wait. What would you grade that essay quiz I just took on a scale from 1 to 100? $79 out of 100. We take those. How are you giving me 85? I wrote so much bullshit on this. Whatever. That's a pass, baby. We take those. Okay. This is the thing I really need to study. Hold on. I want you to write a 10-question quiz about being an effective Scrum Master. That it employed senior team lead should be able to answer. What is the primary responsibility of a Scrum Master and a Scrum team? Writing user stories and defining acceptance criteria, managing the project timeline and assigning tasks, facilitating Scrum events and removing impediments, and approving the product release. Obviously, I'm just here to make your job easier, guys, and I'm making sure you're all scrumming correctly. That's a C, baby. During a sprint retrospective, what is the main goal? To assign tasks for the next sprint, to discuss what went well, what didn't, and how to improve, to review and accept completed work, and to update the project budget. What do you say to talk about what worked and what didn't work for our next sprint, guys, so that we know exactly what we can do next time? What is a time box in the context of Scrum? A tool for tracking employee working hours, a fixed duration allocated for an event or activity, the deadline for delivering the final product, and the total hours spent on development during a sprint. The time box is how much time you should be spending working on Or is it D? The total hours spent on development during a sprint. Time box. Fixed. We're going to go with D. That's our total time box. Fuck! I shouldn't have second guessed myself. Who is responsible for prioritizing the product backlog? The Scrum Master for prioritizing the product backlog, the development team, the product owner, the project manager. The project manager, right? Maybe? The product owner. What? Who cares? Okay, hold on. We can still get an 8 out of 10. Okay, don't fret. What should the Scrum Master do if a team member is consistently missing daily Scrum meetings? What? Discuss the issue privately to understand and resolve the cause. Assign them extra tasks to catch up. Report them to HR. Now, it should be D. But we'll be a nice Scrum Master and we'll go talk to them privately. Which is long describes a sprint goal, a detailed list of all tasks to be completed in the sprint, a high-level objective the team aims to achieve during the sprint, the total story points assigned to the sprint, and the release date for the product. Our sprint goal is just our macro-level objective, you know. How should a Scrum Master handle external interruptions during a sprint? Allow the team to address them immediately, regardless of sprint focus. Shield the team by managing and negotiating the interruptions outside the team. Let the product owner handle all interruptions without the Scrum Master's involvement, and ignore interruptions focused only on... We have to protect our team, and we need to get the external people to fuck off as the Scrum Master. Okay. What is the recommended duration for a daily Scrum meeting in a 2-week sprint? We should be able to do our stand-ups in 30 minutes. That sounds good. That's what I do for my teams. Fuck! 15 minutes. Oh, because we do 4-week sprints. My bad. My bad. I fucked up. What is the purpose of the definition of done in Scrum? To define the sprint duration, to list all team member roles, to ensure work meets agreed quality and completeness standards before being considered complete, and to prioritize backlog items. It's not. Done is not. Done is not, I just have 2 more things I need to tweak real quick. And done is not, it's basically done. We just need somebody to look at it. Done is what we say done is, okay? That's C. Which of the following is not a formal Scrum event? Sprint planning, daily Scrum, sprint review, project kickoff, sprint planning, sprint review, daily Scrum, ooh, project kickoff. That's cringe. That's an 8 out of 10, baby. Fuck, 7 out of 10. I don't care. We're still going to go Scrum. I can't wait to Scrum with my team after this. Okay, we're done with this. Okay.
Hi, my name is...
Okay. Somebody, the guy made a response to him, and then he made another response to the response or something. And then we'll watch the Stop Killing Games guy's response that he put 3 days ago.
Jason Thorhall, also known as Pirate Suffer, and the other day I put out a video called Stop Killing Games saying why I would not support the initiative. Overall, it was actually quite positive. The analytics on it show that people really think it's a good idea.
Wow.
There's a huge amount of like ratio, and I received hundreds of comments from developers thanking me for putting it out because they can't speak publicly while they're at a business or a job elsewhere. A lot of the times...
Oh, no, wait. Okay, the other guy didn't put out a response to him. He's just doing this as a general response, I guess. Okay.
Major companies will fire you if you are speaking out of turn and cause a PR disaster for those companies. And since this is such a popular thing among players, most devs aren't going to say anything to you. So I am. So let's discuss the most common requirement of the initiative, which is games have to be left in a functional, playable state. Now, what happens if that game is a online-only live service game? Well, if you want that to stay in a functional, playable state, that means the devs have to release either server binaries or somehow carve off the game to be a single-player experience now. Some way to keep it functional and playable, right?
Like, this is what I hate. I don't understand why you guys fucking do this. This is a software dev thing. I don't know why. I don't know why you do it. I've had people do this to me before. The answer is, like, people will throw up roadblocks that don't even make sense, right? What about something like Pokemon Go? And the obvious answer is, these are not games that we would expect to be offline playable. We would exclude those. Easy. Next thing. Why are you even pretending like this is a problem? If there is a game that is heavily centered around exclusively like an online experience, then you just wouldn't, those games would be excluded from this license, obviously. Right?
Now, many of you are requesting, yes, I should get the server binaries so that I can go and make private servers for this. But that doesn't make a lot of sense in the real world. And the reason why is because it leaves developers open to abuse. So let's explore that a little bit. Let's say that you made your own video game, and you made a live service game. Maybe it's an MMO, maybe it's something else, right? And let's say that I want to monetize that game, but you don't allow monetization of the game by any other party. This makes sense because most creators don't allow for that. You can't just take someone else's art and profit off of it. Normal, right? So then I go, well, how am I going to force you to do this? Under this initiative, you would have to release the server binaries or keep the game in a functional playable state at end of life. So I hit you with a ton of bots. I hit you with a ton of exploits. I attack your community. I destroy your Reddit. I go after your business. I go everywhere that I possibly can to make this cost as much as it possibly can for you.
So people already do this. People don't need any end-of-life guarantee to get server binaries to do this as well. People don't, like, people could already host a competing game and do this. All of these incentives already exist in every single way, size, shape, and form. So, and people already do stuff like this, but okay.
And it's not hard to do this. We saw the exact same thing happen in TF2 recently. The massive amount of bots that were attacking the game. This is not infeasible. This is something that is very easily attainable today. And let's say that this goes on long enough that your game dies because you can't afford it anymore, and your studio has to shut down. At end of life, you now have to release those server binaries to keep the game in a functional playable state. At which point I take those, I create a private server, and I monetize it. And some people have said, well, simply don't allow monetization of the server. Well, who's going to enforce that? If you
The law? I mean, you could simply do that now. You could say that the license, if you keep them in a permanent state, you're not allowed to monetize future servers. And if people do it, then you can sue them? Isn't that what court is for?
want a government initiative to enforce that, that means the government has to build a registry of all of those games and all of that intellectual property that shouldn't be monetized.
Don't you already have trademarks and copyrights associated with all of the games that are being created? Do those not already exist?
And then somehow enforce that with no one owning it because those studios have shut down. That's going to be a massive burden. On top of that, if you want to go the other route...
It's a massive burden to register a copyright?
The company has to go and control it. Well, what if the company's not around anymore? Is that just...
If the company's not around anymore, then who the fuck cares? What, like, imagine the problem we're thinking. What if somebody wanted to host a global Pong server now, and they hosted the Pong server, and now they want to charge people money to join it, and now the original company... Well, then who the fuck cares? Then let them charge money to host the fucking server. Who cares? Who's even being fucking harmed at this point?
Able to be monetized now? Again, this was obtained through abuse of the original creator. I don't think that's a good route. And this scenario gets even worse if you do allow monetization, because now I can just kill off your company and then monetize the server and no one will ever come after me. Now it's even more of a problem. So allowing monetization of this work is strictly worse. And for those of you out there that say, oh, this can be done right now, I could just destroy your studio and take your stuff anyway.
Yes.
You could, but this allows a route for it to be legal to do so.
How does this become legal just because you can do this afterwards? What?
That's the problem. After putting this out publicly and talking to people about it, this specific scenario on both YouTube and Discord and Reddit and a bunch of other locations, I got a couple of takes back. We're going to start with the most extreme position and kind of go from there. So in the most extreme, people said live service games shouldn't exist at all, and the initiative will kill them off for good, and that's a good thing. Well, you don't get to define what players get to play or not play. You also shouldn't be able to get to define what developers build or don't build. You should not have creative control over the developers, and you should not have control over what is in my Steam library or on my phone. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Aside from that, the initiative does not purport to kill live service games. It would just make it incredibly difficult to build said games and add a lot of risk to it, which is why I'm bringing all of this up and why I don't support the initiative in the first place. A lot of people don't realize that this will slowly diminish live service games in the market because it's not an incentive for us to build them anymore, which means you get less multiplayer live experiences. That sucks. I like live service games. I enjoy playing things like Final Fantasy XIV. I enjoy going and playing in games in the past, at least, like League of Legends. These are games that are live service. They require a live service to run, and you shouldn't be able to take that away from people. And if that's your only position on this, not only are you disingenuous in what the initiative is purporting to try and achieve, but you're also aggressively attacking other players instead of trying to fix something. So the next one is that this is about games preservation, and that it needs to happen to preserve these types of games for future generations and for everyone to always have forever. But I would argue that this isn't actually preserving these games. Social games, such as, let's say, Apex Legends, require a number of players to be in the match at the same time so that you can have an experience that is only able to be obtained through lots of players interacting, right? It's a multiplayer game. You need a bunch of people. How many of you have felt negatively when an MMO dies? Or when a live service game dies? Oh, dead game. There's only 5 people online. Why would I play that? So why would you want to preserve a game in that state? That doesn't make any sense to me. You want to take down these live service games, put them up on a private server, and then play it with a couple of people. You're not bringing it back at its height. You're not taking a snapshot of what the game actually is. You're making it limp on in a way that doesn't make any sense.
But there are people that would do that. Like, there are people that would still want to play Halo 2 or Halo 3 or whatever the fuck and host it. Like, if they want to do it, then fucking let them. Why should that matter that much? Like...
That's not preservation. And for those that may stop there and go, but private servers going to have a lot of players. Look at all the ones for World of Warcraft. Again, we talked about that. It opens up a route for abuse to the developers. So that is not a solution. And the last take that I got from this is, and it's the most reasonable to me, this is an initiative. It's not a law. Why are you upset? Just wait. I'm not going to wait. And the reason I'm not going to wait is because I see the start of this conversation not making sense. It's not including the actual developer side of the conversation. It's not showing the trials and problems that this could arise inside of the gaming industry for people who are actually making the games you play. I don't have any reason to be quiet about that. And many other developers aren't going to be able to speak on this. As I explained before, it's really easy to lose your job if you're working at a major studio and try to speak out of turn on something like this, especially with something people are so passionate about. It doesn't make any sense to stay quiet. And it also doesn't make any sense to wait until it's in a different form when I see that it has so many problems with the language as it is currently written. I should be able to be talking about this. In fact, I should be talking about this. I am a content creator specifically that is a game developer that has worked in this industry for 20 years. This is my wheelhouse. This is what I do. So for those who are calling for me to just be silent and sit in the corner, no. With all that being said, I do think there's a consumer protection thing that we can fix here. It's just not really what the initiative is about. I think that if you're going to buy a live service game, you shouldn't be told you're buying the game. You shouldn't be told that you're purchasing the game. You should be told explicitly that you are purchasing a license.
Just as an alternate narrative to this Power Software's trash take, the GTA 5 RP mod 5M that all the streamers play was created entirely by reverse engineering with 95% by one Russian that spawned its own entire ecosystem of private monetized servers, which was then bought out by Rockstar for lots of money. That singular story talks against almost every point this dumb fuck raises.
To that game. The reason why is because that license needs to be revoked anytime that you are cheating at the game and damaging the play experience of other players. While this is written in the TOS and the EULA, it's usually not clearly defined at point of sale. Or they throw a giant TOS in front of you and it doesn't really do anything because people skip past it. If at point of sale it says specifically, there's specific language stating that you are either leasing or purchasing a license or anything along those lines, that you're not actually buying the game directly, I think it would go a long way to informing consumers of what they're doing and protect them from some of these business practices that they didn't realize they were engaging in. That makes a lot more sense to me than force all developers to leave the game in a functional playable state. And that's about it. That's all I really wanted to talk about with this. I hope that's clarified some things for some of you and some of the dangers that this can cause as it is currently written. If you're still mad about this, not much I can do about it. Outside of that, I'm going to be gone for the next 4 days, so if you expect me to respond or anything like that and you think I'm ducking the issue or hiding in some way, I'm not.
Okay, Neo Destiny 2 says, that guy is lying. They didn't reverse engineer the game. They reverse engineered the web API hooks so they could create a server for the game's executable. I'm assuming that's what he meant, right? The GTA 5 RP mod, I don't think had anything to do with reversing any part of, like, reverse engineering part of the game. It was just the whatever they used for the online hosting and the web engine shit, or not web engine, whatever allows people to connect to other people's games or whatever, right?
I'm just in Vegas because there's DEF CON going on, which is a hacking convention, and it's the first vacation I've had in 5 years.
Whoa!
I can't wait to see my friends out there. So with that in mind, see you.
DEF CON. Okay, somebody said watch Mudahar's response to this. Do I care that much? Shouldn't I just watch this? Well, I don't care about Mudahar's.
Hello.
Hi.
This is probably the final update to the Stop Killing Games campaign.
This is the guy who started it all. Good luck.
Though I'm coming at you a little bit like a time traveler would. It'll make sense in a minute. As a refresher, Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement to stop publishers from effectively destroying video games they have already sold to customers. Now, we've known about this in many ways, but it's easiest to divide this up by things we've already done and things we can still do.
Okay.
Because there's about a dozen things we've already done. Yeah, in fact, here's a list if you want to pause this. Going over this again will be a video in itself. I'll talk more about some of this towards the end. So that just leaves things we can still do, which are only 2 items. One is for the UK to sign a government petition to bring this issue before Parliament. Though, keeping it real, I'm not terribly optimistic about this one, since the government response has been a mess by every definition. It's a long and boring story, but the short version is it's hit a bureaucratic roadblock and will stay stuck unless it gets more signatures. But the one that has a lot of power, so much so I think it could change the course of gaming history, is the European Citizens Initiative. Now, I said I'm approaching this like a time traveler because with the trajectory we're on, these are both going to fail. So I figure, why wait until they actually do to tell people? Both the petitions end in July. The Citizens Initiative in particular on July 31st. This video probably won't change the timeline. It's just a last-ditch attempt to wake people up on it. The European Citizens Initiative failing kind of stings. Again, this one is crazy powerful, but the hurdle we just couldn't get past was that it requires 1 million signatures from citizens of EU countries.
Damn.
And we've only made it just under halfway. That's really too bad, because I have high confidence this would have solved the problem of publishers destroying video games. Now, why do I say that? What a lot of people don't realize is that in the EU especially, it's almost
Just wanted you to see the clips of Pirate calling all this stupid shit and being more unhinged in his streams. Mudahar shows some of those clips in a video, that's all. Oh, wait, what? Link the Mudahar video then.
state of lawlessness regarding the practice of game destruction. Okay, I don't want to put people to sleep here, but the quick legal argument is that the vast majority of games with an online requirement say they can be terminated at any time for any reason. Or Blizzard likes to say any or no reason. But according to the EU Commission, that might be a violation of Directive 93/13 EEC, which protects...
Hello, guys and gals, me Mudahar, and we got a pretty big update to that Stop Killing Games story, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Stop Killing Games, for anybody that doesn't know, yes, 2 days ago I made a video where I talked about Stop Killing Games. I talked about how the initiative, basically was kind of at its finishing line, and there really wasn't a lot of positivity in terms of it crossing its finish line. Now, of course, since then, ladies and gentlemen, there's been plenty of content creators that have covered this story. Charlie, me, obviously Ross, the person who spearheaded this campaign to start off with. And, 2 days ago, the actual initiative was at like 55,000 signatures. Today, ladies and gentlemen, in 2 days, it crossed 51%. And I really think a lot of this comes from the fact that obviously one of the biggest voices that is now talking about Stop.
Wait, it's this video instead?
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar, and today I've got a bit of a sad little gaming video to talk about. Now, one of my favorite channels on the internet, Cursed Farms, Ross, the fellow behind something known as Stop Killing Games, an initiative that's simple. Stop killing video games. You know, you and I love playing video games. You know, we probably play video games released literally today. Okay, there's a game called Death Stranding 2. I'm pretty excited for it. It's coming out in a couple days. You know, boom, excited. But I also play a lot of old stuff. I was playing Silent Hill 3, you know, a couple of videos ago. Okay, like on a PS2 emulator. I play old stuff, new stuff all the time. I think video games is a lot like art. You know, when people go out and they listen to like Beethoven and shit like that, music from like back in the day. You know, it's stuff that's preserved. And when it comes to video, maybe the end of Stop Killing Games, the legality of allowing. But see, the problem is because it requires a connection to the internet, when that, you know, server goes offline, this game is effectively killed. It's dead. Now, you might remember, obviously, with Stop Killing Games, when we first talked about it, Ubisoft had a game called The Crew, which went offline. They took away people's actual video game purchase, and it just kind of went up and poof into the air. Damn. This is what's going to happen with Need for Speed if things don't get addressed. Damn. Now, again, to give you an idea, imagine if you go to a store, right, and you have a copy of Need for Speed, you know, you go up, you go to the cashier, you're like, hey man, can I have Need for Speed? And they're like, well, sure thing, it'll be $59.99. And you're like, okay. And you go home, you install your game, and it's like, all good. You know, you hold on. Well, of course. I feel like during the Stop Killing Games, increasing number of so again, you're looking at hill battling finals. So my audience are fucking 100. I can why this you can make change happen there. Then developers who are thinking about sunsetting their games have to think about one of the biggest markets, and usually that'll just if, you know, all of a sudden Halo Infinite was supposed to be like at its end of life, right? Halo Infinite is a live service game to an extent. Now imagine at the end of its life, you know, who's going to be behind it? 343 Interactive or Microsoft. If at the end of its life they were like, all right, we're not going to service the multiplayer, we're not going to do whatever, but we'll cut the tether to the actual internet services and allow you to like maybe play a LAN match, do something split screen, play the single player, do some Forge stuff. We're not going to give you access to obviously matchmaking servers because they're not there anymore. We're also not going to give you, you know, leaderboards or things like that that require, you know, a server to be active, right? So that's a reasonable experience. Similar to like The Crew, right? Like imagine if Ubisoft was like, all right, we're removing The Crew from sale, we'll give you access to this game's single player component, which that's the majority of it. You just can't do anything with the online leaderboards or online matchmaking because reasonably that doesn't exist. And reasonably is a strong word here. Now when it comes to Ross, obviously this is not supposed to be some crazy drama between creators or anybody. It's just supposed to be gamers who look at good law, good objectives, and think, yes, I care about video games, I want video games preserved, let's just try to get these companies to at least respect video games and their preservation going forward. It's something that should be, what is the word, bipartisan? Something that should just not be a divisive effort.
Okay,
we're all
gotcha.
right? That's a morbid way to put it, but you know, like music, like movies, like software, like other softwares in general, not just video games, you know, you want to make sure that this stuff lasts hundreds of years in the future, and you want to make sure you lay the groundwork now so that going into the future from 2025, 2026 onwards, we as gamers don't have to worry about future games facing this crisis today.
So just understand, the Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically we don't want single-player games to have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore. This is what they want to change. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games that do not need a server to support them. And as much as they want it to be about specifically games, whereas a single-player game that has always online functionality, it would impact every live service game that exists.
So again, this is a distinction that wasn't even being made. Nobody's talking about just single-player games or multiplayer games or anything of this nature, okay? We're just talking necessarily about every game under the sun, okay? That's realistically everything that's it. And Ross made a pretty good slide in his video where he talked about it too, like just as a good example. For instance, games that are sold as a one-time purchase that don't require a connection. So say you're playing Shenmue 1 and 2, the HD collection, well, congratulations, you're not even part of the equation. The game is just a one-time purchase. It's a purely single-player experience. No one gives a shit, okay? It's not being destroyed. As long as you have the disc and functional hardware, you're good. Games sold as a one-time purchase with no stated expiration date that require a connection to the publisher or affiliated parties. So yes, in certain cases like this, you're talking about games like I mentioned earlier, Need for Speed, where you buy it once, but you need to connect to EA servers to play it. Well, going forward, developers and publishers should have some plan going forward so that down the road, when the server is stopped, they can at least push a patch to the game to give you reasonable functionality. That's not outlandish. Games that are completely free, again, no impact. If you want to download Jets Rampage, the fucking like PC game from like back in 2003, you can download that and play it just fine. No issues there. Microtransactions for games sold as a one-time purchase with no stated expiration date. The publisher would be required to implement an end-of-life plan when support ends, so the customer's microtransaction would not be permanently disabled. Imagine if you buy a video game, even if it's a single player or if it's a multiplayer game, you buy like a $20 skin. Fuck, there's a $40 skin for like Rainbow Six Siege now that I saw for Valkyrie. Imagine if you spend $40 on something and, you know, down the road, if they ever wanted to remove it, they clearly can, you would lose access to your $40 purchase right there and then, which again is insane for microtransaction, but that's the world we live in. Games that are sold as a service with a stated expiration date, they would tend to require publishers to have some sort of end-of-life build when support ends. But they would probably fail as there's no basis in consumer law for this. Only justification would be via art and culture preservation laws, which are very weak. Now, a good example of this would be an MMO, right? Like something like Final Fantasy 14 Online. Now, there's no way for you to play that game without an online subscription or a connection to Square Enix's servers. But let's just go down the road and say, all right, well, fuck it. No basis in consumer law for this. Down the road, if they ever wanted to remove it, they clearly can. You would lose access to your $40 purchase right there and then, which again is insane for microtransaction, but that's the world we live in. Games that are sold as a service with a stated expiration date, they would tend to require publishers to have some sort of end-of-life build when support ends. But they would probably fail as there's no basis in consumer law for this. Only justification would be via art.
Wait, what? Someone in chat said nobody wants this for Pokemon Go. You said, what does any of this have to do with Pokemon Go?
Culture preservation laws, which are very weak. Now, a good example of this would be an MMO, right? Like something like Final Fantasy 14 Online. Now, there's no way for you to play that game without an online subscription or a connection to Square Enix's servers. But let's just go down the road and say, all right, well, fuck it. What about like down the road, if you know they're done with their game, can we possibly have a build of it, you know, without connecting to your servers? And maybe Square Enix could provide that. They certainly don't need to. And sometimes you get lucky with popular MMOs like FF14, where like the original version of it, there are private servers that you can access, and you can play to have some preserved build of the game that's there. But I'm going to touch upon this a little bit going forward because it has a lot to pertain to how Pirate Software is kind of like talked about the situation. So like in Ross's video, one thing that he points out really well, actually, that I think really nips the point here is that when it comes to Blizzard's own terms of service, right, where Blizzard reserves the right to terminate the agreement at any time for any reason or for no reason, with or even without notice to you. So for instance, if you buy a game from them, they can just remove access right there. And the thing is, the whole point is not to argue about this, it's to make sure that this whole clause doesn't fucking exist. Because you can understand how this is entirely hostile to the actual person, right? Like imagine buying Diablo 4 and not...
Okay. One more side quest.
I have no doubt most of you have noticed over the last 10 or 11 months I've been a lot happier. Glowing, really radiant. You can tell probably just from my voice alone and this striking smile. So what is the secret to this newfound happiness of mine? The one trick doctors don't want you to know? I haven't been online as much. I've been going outside far more frequently, spending time in the real world. And as such, I'm sure many of you have noticed over the last 10 or 11 months, internet drama hasn't been a huge focal point of the channel because I haven't seen a whole bunch of it. I haven't kept up with the vast majority of it. And of course, occasionally I still dip my tootsies in some of it, like if there's something particularly wacky going on, and I still cover like news and crazy shit going on with aliens and all of that kind of thing, or if there's like a really cringe, prankster that got arrested or something. Nope, shitting all over it. But it has been online support, and Pirate Software did play a big role in that because of 2 videos he made as well as a stream shitting all over it. And that's not even doing it justice. He was full-blown tooting on this. He was shitting on it with some fart on top. And a lot of what he was saying about Stop Killing Games wasn't accurate. It was a misrepresentation of the initiative. And the guy behind it, the guy spearheading it, Ross, finally set the record straight on a lot of the misconceptions that Pirate Software helped to put out there and kind of exacerbate these thought processes that just weren't accurate for what the initiative was actually aiming to do. He finally set the record straight, and I, of course, wanted to talk about it as someone who does actually care about it. Now, as I said, I've been a little more off the grid. I'm on a fucking farm, so I've been, living off the Lord's land recently, and I've missed a lot of the internet happenings. So, Pirate Software's previous anime arcs of drama, like with World of Warcraft, and the one after that, 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 I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to. I only got little tiddlywinks, little morsels of lore about it in a few clips, so I never really even understood what was going on there. So, Pirate Software's response to everything that happened yesterday really caught me by surprise. That was a subversion of my expectations, bigger than Game of Thrones Season 8.
Yeah, Hutcher, I did. I think it's really hilarious to me that that entire community is so butt mad at me for putting out a video 10 months ago about their stuff and it not being refuted, and now it's my fault that everything is going wrong for them.
I cannot believe his ego. His ego is so out of control. I feel like he's only a week or two exclusively referring to himself in third person, like Stone Cold fucking Steve Austin. And that's the truth because Pirate Software said so. Some shit like that. It's crazy how he's responded. The smugness is nails on a chalkboard. It just makes you feel icky listening to it. And he goes on that same.
Allowing self-hosting isn't that hard unless the code base is messy. It takes time and money, but it's doable and wouldn't kill profitability or stop online games from being made. Devs even use local servers during testing. Written by, signed, game dev. Thank you, Ethan. True.
Talking point multiple times in the clip about how, like, oh, I guess I'm fully to blame. I guess because I made those videos 10 months ago, it's my fault entirely that this whole thing crashed and burned. Yep, oh boy, time to play a sad song in the world's smallest violin for the Stop Killing Games movement, all because Big Bad Pirate Software took it all down by himself. Like, it's crazy. No one's saying that. Like, there's no one out there that's saying it's entirely Pirate Software's fault that Stop Killing Games hasn't been more successful in its endeavors. But there's irrefutable evidence that you had a detrimental effect, a majorly damaging effect on Stop Killing Games because of your misinformation that you spread about it in 2 videos and across all your streams, and not once have you bothered to correct that record. And he has said that it hasn't been refuted in 10 months. That is fish paste. That is turbo horseradish. Go to your own comment section on your videos to see everyone refuting you, as well as the innumerable other gamers and voices out there that have taken down those talking points and debunked a lot of them and proven that you just didn't understand it. And that is the big problem. No one hates Pirate Software because he doesn't agree with Stop Killing Games. The reason so many people are angry at him, myself included here, you can disagree with the movement all you want. If you don't like the initiative, I'm not your fucking dad. You make your own choices there. But the reason so many people, myself included, do not like how Pirate Software is handling all this is he is outright refusing to just admit any level of fault, that he was wrong about anything. And that couldn't be more clear from these clips as well as his tweets that he's made. It's actually his tweets that really sent me off the fucking rails here, off my board. Let's start with this little nugget here that he deleted from last night. So he tweeted directly at Russ, the guy behind Stop Killing Games, talking about how he made those videos 10 months ago, and since then, his community has been nothing but hateful. A scourge, a fucking tyrannid threat that he must destroy. Your community is fucking rabid, and it's shit to deal with for anyone on the other side of the argument. Why do you think I haven't talked about this shit in 10 months? Why do you think we auto-mute anyone bringing it up in chat? Because it's been rage bait and shit flinging the entire time. And just goes on about like how he is the victim of Ross's toxic, terrible community, which is hilariously hypocritical coming from Pirate Software, when in his videos and his streams, he makes it very clear and is very rude about how much he dislikes not only Ross, but the movement. And it's not like he's being very professional and polite about it, buttoned up. Listen to it.
So this was my first encounter of him.
Oh shit, no, this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That's a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. Now, eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I drop the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that. They can eat my entire ass. The whole thing. That sounds stupid as shit.
Yeah, I'm sure it's Ross and his community that are actually the assholes here. Brother, come on, you can't possibly be calling the wambulance with a side of french fries here about people being mean to you when you are literally the one that started the shit-flinging and name-calling. And by the way, Ross never even addressed this for 10 months because he didn't want to dilute the initiative into just having it be boiled down to drama between creators, which I think was actually very big of him. The only reason he's talking about it now is because it's at the end of its life, and so many people still don't understand it because of someone like Pirate Software misrepresenting it. So he's finally setting the record straight there. Anyway, he did delete that tweet, but just a little while ago, he made a new tweet, a very long tweet, as well as a series of tweets under it in regards to this whole thing. And in all these words, all this mumbo-jumbo, not once does he say he was wrong about anything. In fact, he just continues to double down, even proudly stating he is doubling down. Wow, how incredibly noble, doubling down on things you are provably, blatantly wrong about. We don't need to hit the Jumbotron for the replay on yesterday's video going over so many of the things that he was incorrect about in regards to the initiative, but the point is, that is an issue.
Okay. That's our side quests. Does he talk about Thor at all in this video then, or is this just him summarizing all of the efforts of the Stop Killing Games stuff? Do we even need to watch this? Oh shit, he does.
History, even if it's for the better. And third, if they back this, then a million people might mob them to back something else, and then there's no end to it. So I actually can understand some people wanting to sit this out. I mean, yeah, it really sucks that we can't get enough attention on this badly needed change in the games industry, but I'm not shocked either. Honestly, I'm already punching way, way above my weight class on this.
The Dr. K video with Pirate Software really mind-fucked me because I knew something was off about Thor, but because he came across as a helpful game dev, the unsurmountable ego felt somewhat justifiable. Because the guy was helping you out in some way, yeah?
My main promotion video for it got a little under 250,000 views, and about 15% of my audience is from EU countries who are eligible to sign. So that means I shouldn't have expected much more than 30 to 40,000 signatures from my audience, and we're over 10 times that. It's almost like a lot of people out there don't like having their games destroyed. Anyway, most of the criticism I've seen for how I've run this campaign kind of comes down to be more popular. Yeah, sure, maybe everybody else knows how to do that. I don't. I kind of view that critique as similar to don't be poor financial advice.
Well, Pirate Software is posting DMs with Charlie. I covered a topic I'm passionate about. You refused to listen to at all. 2 hours we spent in circles with me explaining my perspective about your behavior, just being met with a condescending attitude about me being wrong, you misrepresented anything. Then your statement mentions our talk with not a single peep about what my conversation with you was actually meant to focus on, which was your inability to recognize how you misled people about the initiative. You make it seem like I'm just trying to convert you to stop killing games or something, no matter how many times I tell you it's fine not to support it, but what's not fine is your response to the very valid criticism of your misrepresentation. You feel I misinformed people, and I feel I didn't. Your way or the highway goes both ways. Whoa. Posting a video response instead of continuing the talk with me is absolutely high school behavior. Was hoping to have an actual conversation with you, but both of us are stubborn and neither of us understand one another clearly. Now that you've sent your fan base after me with that, I'm done chatting though. Ooh.
And that's from people who support the campaign. For all the support and fair coverage we've received, there's been some opposition too. Though I want to say 80, maybe even 90% of people who are against the initiative are against.
Look at the top, the DMs are cut off. Look at the top of what? The scroll bar. What, there's more if you scroll up? I can't scroll up because this is just a picture. So it's hard for me to scroll up on just the picture because I just have a picture. So I don't know what you want me to do with that, but they should make it so you can scroll up on things that there are pictures of. That would be an easy thing to add to pictures. He's saying that Thor only posted a part of the DMs. Gotcha.
Against it because they think it's doing something it's not. For example, the number one criticism about the initiative that we've never been able to shake is that it's unworkable because you can't expect publishers to support games forever. Yeah, we know. That's why we've never asked for that. I must have said this 100 times now. It was written on the website from day one, but this keeps coming up over and over again. See, that's the thing. As soon as you say 3 words on requiring end-of-life plans, gamers especially will jump to some conclusion, and I never know where they're going to land. Ironically, non-gamers tend to be much better at understanding the initiative because they're not coming with a whole bag full of assumptions. A couple other criticisms are how this would violate copyright law by forcing publishers to give up their intellectual property. No, it wouldn't. Some of you may want to pause this part. Or how this won't work because of end-user license agreements. That's also not a problem. Or how this isn't possible because publishers already have agreements with other companies and don't have the rights to distribute that code. We're aware of that. Yes, the initiative is still possible. Those are the ones I've seen most organically. Beyond that, there's a clear patient zero where others come from. Okay, I really don't want to do this next part, but it's become a liability for the campaign for me not to. Our biggest critic by far is YouTuber and streamer Pirate Software, who goes by Thor. If your only exposure to Stop Killing Games has been this video, then you've been misinformed. This video is by someone who does not understand the campaign, has been trying to stop it, and has been making up what it is about. I am not saying that lightly. I will prove it in a minute. Now you might be thinking, okay, so some YouTuber got something wrong on the internet. So what? See, that was my thinking too. The problem is how incredibly influential this YouTuber has been. Remember that list of coverage on the campaign? Well, best I can tell, Thor's coverage has been bigger than literally anyone else on those lists, except Asmongold. And the only video Asmongold had on this bigger than Thor's was about Thor's video. So for all practical purposes, Thor here has been the #1 voice on the campaign, and he's been lying about what it is. That's a bit loaded though. In this case, I'm using the second definition of lie. I have no evidence it's the first. This video came out right as we were building momentum, then except for one boost in Germany, the signatures started drying up like clockwork. This put me in kind of a no-win scenario too, because if I ignored it, then a lot of people are going to get misinformed about the campaign. But if I did a response video, which is not something I wanted to do anyway, then it might look like drama farming, which could understandably turn off a lot of people from the campaign, because it's not about that at all. So I quickly made this video trying to clear up all misconceptions and concerns about the initiative with timestamps for everyone's questions, hoping the truth would eventually come out.
Yikes.
I can see now that was a mistake. I should have just embraced the drama. To this day, I'm still getting frequent comments and emails about the same falsehoods about the campaign that originated in this video.
Okay.
Well, now I have nothing to lose. If we don't get the signatures, then none of this matters anyway. So if this campaign is failing because of me not talking about this, then I'll at least correct history here on the way down. I'll get this over with and go over what I think are the biggest points of Pirate Software's videos. I'm not going to go over everything because collectively Thor's made hours of video on both me and the movement. I'd be here forever. Believe me, I could address smaller things too, and kind of already have. All right, let's start. Okay, point number 1. Thor does not understand what Stop Killing Games is. Here it is in his words.
So if those don't understand, the Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically, we don't want single-player games to have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore. This is what they want to change. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games that do not need a server to support them.
No.
And as much as they want it to be about specifically games, whereas a single-player game that has always online functionality, it would impact every live service game that exists, instead of just targeting single-player, always online games.
No, that's not what it is. Stop Killing Games includes single-player games, but nothing about it is specific to them. He completely made that up, and I have no idea where he got that impression. This is what I mean. It's harder for gamers to understand this because they come with so many assumptions. It's like that saying about doctors being the worst patients. So let's clear this up. It's the first line on the website. Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers. But the movement includes all this stuff from earlier, and he was mostly talking about the initiative. Well, the short version is the initiative is about requiring publishers to have end-of-life plans for games they've sold to customers in the future. So when they shut them down, customers can continue running them without their support. The long version depends on what kind of transaction is being made. As you can see, it's not easy to explain in a soundbite. But if you notice, we don't make a distinction between single-player and multiplayer games. That's because the law doesn't either. So why make this even harder? Both the movement and the law are making distinctions on how games are sold. Also, that part he said about it affecting all live service games? Yes and no. It would affect most live service games in the future, but the initiative is not retroactive. So that's one thing Thor doesn't understand, but he also seems to think this is about converting multiplayer games to single-player. Once again, he made that up, and I have no idea why he thought that.
How many games have you wanted to play that you no longer can? This is so barely an issue and requires so much work from devs. Why would we listen to Ross, who has never seen code in his life? So I actually think the strongest criticism is actually that. The reality is, not to be mean to you guys, or I don't know if you guys care about this, like there's probably not that many old games that people actually super want to play. This would be a thing that you would be doing hardcore for like video game hobbyists or like hardcore video game. But even like saying hardcore video game enjoyers, it wouldn't really, it would be certain niches of it because most people want to play like the newer games that everybody's playing and all that shit. So this would be kind of a niche-ish thing. That's probably the best response to it. It's just not worth it. I don't believe that this would require so much more work from devs, so I think that's bullshit. Would probably require a little bit more work though, but
transitioning an entire multiplayer server-side game into a single-player video game, which means rebalancing the entire experience around single player, rebuilding everything in the entire game. How are you going to do that with Final Fantasy XIV? You're just going to make all the raids soloable? Imagine the day that World of Warcraft shuts down, and suddenly you have to make it a single-player game for every individual that ever bought the game. That's what they're asking for.
No.
Because they...
Jesus, what?
We have to sunset live service games as a single-player experience. The idea that suddenly you need to make every single live service game playable single-player offline? No, dude.
Correct. No. This one is particularly baffling to me because I've heard most counter-arguments before, but until Thor, I've never heard this one. That we want the industry to convert all multiplayer games into single-player ones. I keep saying it. You never know where gamers are going to take this.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single-player games.
Oh, he's so close. He's so close to getting it.
It is vague, and because of that, it will impact.
He never has that light bulb moment. Well, he is correct in that statement. It's almost as if that's not what the initiative is asking for. But those were his streams with a smaller audience. What does he say in his big YouTube video with over 1 million views that he had time to research?
If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single-player experience, and then taking away support in the future...
now he's changed it again and is making up how it's about single-player games are advertised. What is he doing?
It needs to be specific about the business practice it's trying to defeat, which is specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary and doesn't add any gameplay elements. That's the problem.
No, that's not it at all.
And there are some people who say, well, just make it all single player.
Like
well,
you?
I explained that doesn't make any sense in the first place. If you're making it all single player, you have to carve off all of that, and it's developer time and money. These are two different ideologies, and that's okay to have two different ideologies. I just won't agree with it.
But those aren't the ideologies. Nothing in the initiative is asking to convert games to single player.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single player games.
Yeah, so why does he keep bringing it up? This is a total red herring.
If we don't like the idea of live service games as a whole, I get it. Don't play live service games then. Don't agree to those terms.
No, he's getting a new thing wrong now. We're not against them existing. We're against them being destroyed with no recourse for the customer. Just use logic. If we didn't like them in the first place, why would we care if they're being destroyed? He says he gets it, but he doesn't.
Let's talk about the actual bad business practices. In the case that a studio is making a live service game, and they sell it to you as a product, they say that you are purchasing the game, or you are buying the game, when in reality you're actually purchasing or buying a license to that game, I think that we should be fighting about that. The initiative is not trying to call that out specifically. It's trying to say that all games need to stay in a functional, playable state.
Yes!
Which is not calling out the language that is being used to manipulate the player. Call that out specifically.
Okay, I don't know if he's doing this intentionally. I'll be charitable and assume he's not. But this is some serious obfuscation. He's complaining that the initiative isn't focused on another topic he made up. I mean, what is that logic? Hey, the initiative doesn't address how Capcom changed the look of Dante in the Devil May Cry reboot either. That may as well be what he's saying there. I am not aware of a game on the planet with a license agreement that says you are not buying a license. Our problem is not with licenses failing to inform people. Blizzard says they can take away your purchase for no reason. That sounds pretty clear to me. Our problem is those terms are so hostile to consumers and the medium that they should be taken off the table entirely. This needs regulation. Forget video games. If you look at basic commerce for hundreds of years, when you paid money, you either got to keep what you paid for, or if it was a service, you were told when your access ends. The vast majority of online-only games do neither of those. The games industry is trying to upend basic commerce. I think you have to go back to feudalism before neither of those things are true. Why even have consumer laws if you have no rights?
If you try to tell me that every...
This is kind of true. I feel like this came up for some game recently, but I can't remember. Like, the launch was so disastrous, they said they were going to shut down the servers in like 2 months. Now, in practice, this probably wouldn't happen because you have millions of players on a game. You're probably not going to shut down the service because you're making money doing it. But like in practice, but in theory, like a company could theoretically, like Blizzard could release a new game, like Diablo 5, sell 10 million copies, and then instantaneously shut down the servers, and you basically have a bricked game that you just paid money for. And according to the end user license agreement, you kind of have accepted that. That's a little bit fucking weird, right? Oh, somebody said it was Concord, but they gave refunds to everybody.
Every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not run one at all, then no one's going to run them.
Oh no! He wheeled out that line about publishers having to support the game forever. He was literally watching the video earlier where it says it won't do that in big letters. That wasn't enough. We just can't stop gamers from going there, even when we spell it out. I admit, guys, this part hurts. To see the biggest voice on this issue get it wrong again and again and again, then put that same wrong information on blast to a far bigger audience that we can reach. It hurts. He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand what we're asking for. Now, to be fair, it sounded like he was getting a little closer in this video. Yeah, despite being called 2, it's at least the 4th video he did on this.
You want that to stay in a functional playable state? That means the devs have to release either server binaries or somehow carve off the game to be a single-player experience now.
That's better, but he's still talking about converting the single player right to the end. He never completely got it. So Pirate Software did not understand the initiative. Maybe still doesn't. That means the majority of his critique is about things it would not do, like kill all MMOs.
If that passes, enjoy never playing an MMO again for the rest of your life. And taking away from every other person that plays MMOs.
It really wouldn't. And I've explained why in that video, but the short version is companies would have to stop liking money for that to happen. Lots of money. But his number one criticism is that he thinks the initiative is vague.
Incredibly vague, too vague, very vague and vague. It's vague, that is vague, too vague, vaguely vague, incredibly vague, vaguely worded, vague, this is vague.
This goes on. Well, from Thor's perspective, his logic is pretty sound for this part. But the thing about logic is it's only as good as your assumed truths. And he said multiple times now that he thinks the initiative is only about single-player games. So since he's expecting the thing he made up, but that's not what the initiative is asking for, he thinks it's vague. Because for him, it is.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single-player games. It is vague.
Yeah, in fact, if we look at that long definition again, let's add a subsection just for Thor. Single-player games with an online DRM check. Those would already fall under this broader category. So Thor is expecting this. Again, I don't know why, but instead he's seeing an initiative that covers all of this.
Okay, I'm bored. Hassan responds to Ethan's call out on his Zoran collab.
It's crazy. To make matters worse, he's so fucking sad. He's such a sad, pathetic fucking loser. He's doing this on his 40th birthday, apparently, as I've been told from chat.
Like he's not religiously stalking and hounding every single thing that Ethan posts anywhere.
Mentally unwell charlatan.
Hassan is actually sounding more and more like Trump.
Pathetic.
True.
Stupid. Hateful.
Any more
This
adjectives?
is the reason why he is alone in this world. And the only people he can have around him that are not his immediate family members are people he pays to be around him. People he pays to baby him every day, to say, no, you're a big boy. Just tell her he's your stalker who has sexual fantasies about you and won't stop fan fiction writing about you. Any HR millennial woman will eat that shit up. Yeah.
Jesus.
It's not even defamation. This is a cease and desist. Like, this is a fucking... this is stalker shit. Oh.
Okay. Who was in the wrong here? Oh, my favorite types. Videos.
Yeah, I am not on the fucking train. I had my bike. I can't go on the train. Yeah, I am not on the fucking train. I had my bike. I can't go on the train.
Um...
On the train.
Does he need to be in the right lane to go over here? I think this is a valid. So you can go here through the roundabout. But what actually happened here is this vehicle right here is blocking her vision, the big van here, and she just didn't look after she
On the
passed
fucking
it.
train. I had my bike. I can't
That's what's
go on the train.
happening. So she gets past this, and then this car, she just wasn't looking. She should have looked. Right.
I'm not on the fucking train. I had my bike. I can't go on the train.
Why didn't she have a seatbelt on? At the end of the day, the car that is already in the roundabout has the right of way. Yeah, but depending on how big the roundabout is, like there are some, like you can pull into some roundabouts when there's a car in there, but it depends on the size. I haven't driven through roundabouts in a while. It's been in America for a while. I don't know why people are saying no in chat. That's fine if you're fucking retarded or you don't know how to drive or you don't live or you've never been through a roundabout or you're fucking retarded. That's fine. But there are some roundabouts where I don't even know I don't strictly know even the rules for these. But if there's like 2-lane roundabouts, like if you pull up to the roundabout here and you want to exit here, I think you're supposed to pull into this lane and then drive around and then like you exit like that. But if you're in this inner lane and somebody is coming up here, they shouldn't have to come to like a complete fucking stop. If you're in the inner lane, they should be able to just pull into the roundabout. It's not, roundabouts are not like, especially 2-lane roundabouts, everybody shouldn't have to come up to a complete stop because there's somebody in that center lane for you to pull into the roundabout. Doesn't matter how big the roundabout is, the person in the circle always has the right of way. The moped was entering the circle for the first time. It was her fault. I never said it wasn't her fault. But to say that you stop before you always go into a roundabout is fucking retarded. Unless you just don't drive in roundabouts. Or maybe it's a really, really, really busy one, maybe. But generally, the part of the point of the roundabout is to like keep people moving. Instead of everybody having to come to a complete fucking stop every single fucking time. At that point, you might as well just have like a fucking stop sign intersection. But the problem with this lady is she just wasn't watching. I think that that one blue van was kind of blocking her vision and she was on her phone or she just wasn't paying attention is what happened. Because, yeah, she's just not paying attention at all. I don't know if this, I'm trying to remember if you're supposed to have your right turn signal on here for this car that's like coming out to show that you're exiting. But I mean, it's pretty obvious. She just wasn't paying attention. Was it even 2 lanes on the approach though? It kind of looked like she was passing on the shoulder. Yeah, it looks like a 2-lane. Yeah, there's a divider line in the middle, I believe. Yeah, it's a 2-lane going in. I think it looks like it. A lot of people in Europe don't bother indicating to exit though, but you're supposed to. I think that's because once you're used to driving through roundabouts, it becomes like really obvious, like what's going on. So like if it's a 2-lane roundabout, and there's like a lane here and then a lane here. If this is going this way and this is going this way, and if this is 2 lanes, and you're pulling up to the roundabout and there's a car right here, you would just drive in because this car should be exiting here. Like if you're in a two-lane roundabout, you shouldn't be riding the outer lane to get to where, like if you want to go over here and you enter here, you shouldn't enter here and ride the outer lane the entire way to right here. I don't know if there's a law against it, but that's just, I don't think that's the proper way to navigate a roundabout. Yeah, at that point, you should be entering into the middle lane here and then you exit like this. But this is like super confusing for Americans because we just don't have a lot of roundabouts here. So every time, geez, when I was in, I think when I was just in Tampa, no, there's a name for this, Sarasota, I think. I saw somebody do a left turn in a roundabout. Like they pulled up to it and stopped for a second and then they just went left over here. And I was like, oh, okay. So, I mean, for Americans, it's very confusing, I think, yeah. We just don't have... Then why even have a two-lane roundabout? What do you mean, why have it? Because it gets you... It's quicker than a stop sign? Have you seen The Mentalist? I am The Mentalist. This is not confusing. The road safety standards are different in America and usually always have stop and yield for the specific reason we just watched. I don't remember if this is the case. Maybe it wasn't. I don't ever remember seeing a stop sign before a roundabout in New Zealand or Europe. I feel like that defeats the whole purpose of having a roundabout. If you have a stop sign before the roundabout, maybe it's a really big one, but I feel like the whole point of a roundabout is to facilitate constantly moving traffic. You'll have yield signs, of course. You're always supposed to yield to people in the roundabout. They're not supposed to stop for you. But I don't know why. If you have a stop sign, then you might, at that point, you might as well have an intersection. Don't vehicles always have right-of-way inside a roundabout, even in double ones? Yeah, a vehicle in the roundabout always has the right-of-way, always, of course, just to keep everything in the roundabout moving. You wouldn't stop in the roundabout to let somebody in. Every roundabout I've driven through American has been one lane. Two lanes sounds too chaotic. True, I don't know if I've seen two-lane roundabouts in America, actually, I'm not sure. There are two-lane roundabouts in Arizona.
I'm not on the fucking train. I had my bike. I can't go on a train.
She's just not paying attention. This isn't even, there's not even anything to think about here. Like, she's just not paying attention. That's what's happening here. Like, the only thing that could almost make this passable, maybe, is if she was turning right here. And then she could just cruise on through and she'd probably be safe. She'd have to accelerate a little bit. But, like, this, she's kind of just, like, suicidal here. Yeah, I don't know what to say. You consider this a two-lane roundabout? No, it looks like it's one lane. Oh, never mind. It is two lanes. Based. See, that was a limitation of my imagination. Good one.
and it's called halalflation. Today, we're going to get to the bottom of this. How much does a plate of halal cost right now from this truck?
$10.
$10.
Chicken over rice, lamb over rice, $10.
$10?
Yeah.
When you're a street vendor, you have to pay for the food, the plates. How much do you have to pay for your permit?
Before it was 22K.
17,000. How much does a license cost if you get it from the city?
I think 400.
And who are you paying?
The permit owner.
You're not paying the city.
No.
You pay the permit owner $22,000 just so you can sell this food.
Yes.
And who is this?
A random guy.
Have you ever applied for a permit? Yeah.
What, the mob?
I'm applied and no come anything.
It's long wait. Number 3,800 something. And
After 2 years, you're number 3,800.
yes.
These are the 4 bills that are sitting in the city council right now, which would give these vendors.
Is it? It's $22,000 to license a street vendor thing per year in New York City? That sounds insanely expensive. Is that true?
Their own permits
Jesus.
and make your halal more affordable. But Eric Adams hasn't said a single word about them. If you own the permit, then how much would you charge for the plate?
$7.
$8.
$8.
Would you rather
That's a secondhand price. They're using someone else's permit.
pay $10 for a plate of halal or $8?
$8.
$8.
I think $8 is the way to go.
If I was the mayor, I'd be working with city council from day one to make halal $8 again.
No, how would it taste?
Tastes like $10, but it should be 8.
Ooh, close. Good answer. Chud logic.
You can personally dislike this campaign, and Pirate Software was a totally disgusting wretch in how he dealt with this from day one, okay? Both those things can be true, don't worry. 2 things can simultaneously be correct, okay? There's nothing to defend Pirate Software on this. He said multiple things that were just factually wrong about what the initiative was supposed to be, right? And on top of that as well, he totally refused to talk to the guy. He fucking completely smeared the guy, and then totally refused to have a conversation. Utterly cowardly, spineless wretch behavior from this guy, from Pirate Software. It's indefensible. Totally indefensible behavior on Pirate Software's part.
Thinking, okay, so
Wow. Sounds like a hater. We've got a Pirate Software hater, everyone. Sweden knew this. Mother passed away. Rip. Okay, so I'll just... Miskiff tried to prove he's not gay.
Why is my feed... Okay, this proves I'm not gay. Okay, if I was gay, my feed would be all dudes. Ready? Let's see how many dudes are just when I scroll a little bit, okay? But just to prove to you, I'm not gay. One girl. Nothing.
That fucking, Nice. Where's the Hideo quiet feet cam fucking... Oh. I can't sing that song. Who's got the meme?
Wow. I actually remember I had to, they asked to scan my, like underneath my feet for a reference when I was at Kojima Production. Scan your feet as well.
Just shut up, delusional e-girl, too dumb to hire a lawyer.
Massive day for the unemployed. Denims is too stupid to shut up while actively being sued and dead.
Wow. Okay, I'm sorry. Just a couple of these guys and then we're done. Hold on, I started saving these. Some of these are good. How do I open these? Wait, why is this so hard? More. Wait. Copy link. One day I'm gonna make a Instagram account, and we can do real slop on stream. Wait, I just realized this actually is not as funny as when I'm just looking at it at night in my bed. Never mind, we're not doing this. That is a good meme, though. Wait, well, I don't. What is this one? I can't tell some of these if they're like supposed to be ironic or not.
I failed you. You trusted me.
Are these just supposed to be dark or not? Like, I don't know.
I failed you.
What? Make an account, don't let anxiety rule you. I can't help it. This guy's like a whole D&D thing. And I feel the memes from D&D. This is our whole last campaign.
For today, I will see you guys next week. ADM, we're only level 8, and we've been playing for like 6 months. Do you know how much longer this is going to go on for? Oh, well, probably not much longer. You'll probably end around level 12 or 13. What? I thought it went to level 20. Yeah, no one really does that. What? Why? It's, difficult to run fights at that level. Have you done it before? I did one time. What was it like? It was the longest combat I ever ran. I've seen spells so powerful no legendary action or resistance could keep that fight interesting. We didn't even have enough physical dice for all the damage. What? How? I've seen fighters action surge twice. Wizards cast time stop 2 turns in a row. And the rogue did 120 damage and didn't even roll a single die. And I sat through it. For 8 hours, I sat through it. What did the players say? They turned on me. Asked me for a fair fight. And when I gave it to them, they hated me for it. You ran a good game. You can't blame yourself for that. I was just following their character sheets.
This guy's whole channel is... Why? I shouldn't have to sign into an account. I just want to look at some memes.
Royal ball, you look through gossiping crowds of nobles and patrolling guards, and you see him, the prince, talking to a group of elders. All right, we need to find a way to get the prince by himself, capture him, and interrogate him about the missing king. Oh, I think I have an ability that lets me read his mind. Wait, really? Oh, I guess you're a warlock. But he would know you're trying to detect his thoughts. I don't remember what it's called. Sorry, I'm still pretty new to D&D, but the DM said it was an ability, not a spell. What? I don't think that's a thing. What's your subclass again? Oh, the DM actually said it's not for my patron, but a random worm companion I have in my brain. That doesn't make sense. There's not a companion that... We have more pressing matters than the prince at the moment.
I think these are mind flayers or whatever. Well, brain worms. Fuck. Okay, no more. All right, we're done with this. Wait, you know what? I am going to make you watch that. We're not going to be ashamed. Where's my... No, no, no. Wait. No, not that one. Stop. Stop. One sec.
Oh, girls, look who's here. Come on. There he is.
It's a good one. This is a good one, okay? I think they have one more. I think they have an interstellar one. I don't get it? Yeah, you wouldn't get it. Fuck. I didn't save the other one. Maybe it's on his thing. Stop. The second middle? Really? This is the interstellar one? No, it's a different interstellar one.
I'm telling you, you guys were in love.
Tell him to stay, Bert. Tell him not to get back with his ex, Bert. Be a good friend, Bert.
She hasn't even had time to change.
Stay.
She's changed. Dude, she's going to yoga.
She didn't get better, she got worse. She got worse.
This is fine.
Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him, he's wrong. Don't listen. Tell him to stay.
Oh my god, wait, I did find it. Oh my god.
Stay. Make him stay. 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 Stay.
That's my boy. He's in love, man. Go get her, dude. Go on.
I don't play video games anymore. I miss my friends. Bert, don't let him go out that door. No.
I've waited hours.
How many?
It has been 8 hours, 51 minutes, 37 seconds.
Where's Grace?
She's gone.
I'm sorry, baby. I'm so
No, don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Grace.
Messages span 8 hours.
Play from the beginning.
Hey, baby. I hope you're playing really good golf. It's okay if you're not. Please don't break any more of your clubs. Just remember I love you so much. I can't wait to see you in 4 hours like you promised. We have that reservation so you can't be late. It's our special day, remember? Hey, Blake, it's been 4 hours now and you haven't even texted me, so just need to know if I need to push the reservation back a little bit or something, so hurry up. Blake, where are you? We missed our reservation. Why does golf always come before me? It makes me so sad. And on our anniversary, why do you do this to me? Blake, I can't do this anymore. My friends say I need to let you go, so I'm letting you go, Blake. Goodbye.
Rip. Is this supposed to be funny? It is funny. If you don't find it funny, you have no sense of humor. Speaking of funny, I think this is our final brief before we wait for the judge to rule on a bunch of things. How long do you think it'll take to roll this up? Hopefully within a couple weeks, I think is the expectation. Plaintiff Jane Doe's reply in support of motion to have June 3rd, 2025 evidentiary hearing transcript filed under seal. Comes now. Plaintiff Jane Doe, by and through undersigned counsel, and hereby submits her reply in support of her motion to have June 3rd, 2025 evidentiary hearing transcript filed under seal, and respectfully states as follows. Introduction. Defendant's opposition, ECF 101, distorts both the record and the applicable legal standards and reveals that his only interest in opposing sealing is financial and performative, not rooted in any public right. Like, I don't have the public right to have a public viewing of my court stuff. Good one. But plaintiff does not seek to shield herself from embarrassment or scrutiny, as defendant suggests. Interesting. Rather, she seeks to protect deeply private, sexually explicit, and mental health-related testimony from being broadcast to over 1 million online followers by a political streamer who has a documented pattern of weaponizing public proceedings for harassment, monetization, and spectacle. That's crazy, given that she's the one that filed a public case and also, prior to this, made a public Substack that was full of a whole bunch of lies. I was going to say speculation, but not even. Just she knows they're fucking lies. But okay. Defendant has, throughout the case, used his platform to publicly attack plaintiff, her counsel, and even third-party witnesses. Just keep repeating the same. I wonder if there's going to be in like every single filing that Justigal and Queeman are third-party witness. I wonder if they're just going to repeat this over and 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 over again. See ECF number 73. Blah, blah, blah. If the transcript is unsealed, I don't even think it's technically sealed. I think it is sealed, but it's while the judge is going to make a ruling. So we're not really asking, I don't think, for it to be unsealed, but to deny their motion to seal. If the transcript is unsealed, it is all but certain that it will be publicly read, mocked, and monetized online in ways that will inflict real and irreparable harm. I'm sorry, if your under oath testimony is mocked, I mean, that's on you. Well, I mean, what do you mean? This is again, it's like they want to have like a private Discord call, but they want to pretend it's court, or they want to go to court and pretend that they can treat it like a private Discord one-on-one call. If you want to sue somebody publicly and you want to do public filings and all these things, then that's fine. We can do that, but you can't have this stupid double standard. Indeed, defendant has already explicitly stated that he will read the transcript out loud on his platform if it is unsealed. Yes, I will indeed go over my publicly available, publicly accessible filings for the court case that plaintiff initiated. Is that a problem? How unconfident are you in your own under oath testimony that this is such a threat to you? At minute 12:09, this hour-and-a-half video is solely about the June 3rd hearing. It was filmed on June 3rd and posted on June 4th, 2025, and to date has 353,981 views. Magistrate Judge Torres, who presided over the June 3rd hearing and heard the testimony, readily granted plaintiff's motion to seal the transcript. I'm not aware of that. I believe that the transcript was sealed while they were awaiting a hearing on the motion. I don't think this motion was ever granted, but I guess we're going to go read the exact language. ECF 91. Paperless order granting in part 88 motion to seal. We direct the clerk to maintain the transcript at DE 90 as fully sealed pending further order of the court. So this is just, it's sealed while the magistrate judge is making a ruling on it. But we can also just lie, I guess. It's fun to just lie. Defendant has provided no legitimate reason to unseal the transcript, nor is there any. Okay. Plaintiff's privacy interests outweigh the public interest, thus there is good cause for sealing the transcript. The common law right of access may be overcome by a showing of good cause, which requires balancing the asserted right of access against the other party's interest in keeping the information confidential. In this case, they vacated the lower court's order unsealing documents because it erred by applying the heightened standard of compelling interest rather than merely good cause. Their documents sealed. The content of this transcript, combined with the defendant's highly unusual use of his public platform, meets the standard easily. Now, keep in mind, plaintiff decided, who filed under a Jane Doe, to publicly inform the entire world about my revenge porn being leaked online, and then in multiple court filings has directed everybody to websites to find it. But thank you. Okay, yes. My highly unusual use of my public platform. Thank you. Courts are especially protective of sexual privacy and mental health testimony, two topics directly implicated in the transcript. The defendant conflates the applicable standard and relies on inopposite precedent. The opposition asserts that heightened scrutiny and a compelling government interest are necessary, relying on Globe newspaper v. Super. That was a criminal case, and the standard is not applicable to a civil case. Defendant also erroneously contends that the records should not be sealed absent extraordinary circumstances. Opponent relies on Doe v. GA's Department of Corrections for this contention, but Doe says no such thing. Moreover, Doe is distinguishable because it is a case pertaining to conditions of prisoner confinement, and it is undeniable that the public has a powerful interest in the non-identifying information involved in these proceedings. There is no I haven't read the underlying cases up here. I've only read one of these underlying cases. Also, yeah, for sexual privacy, like Doe, Pixie already made a public post on everything, and it's posted to this day, like on every, so I don't know what, but okay. Here, plaintiff's claims are based on her right to privacy, fuck you, and, as the defendant is well aware, the transcript at issue includes testimony about plaintiff's private mental health history? No, just about stuff concerning this, which she's already made public. Details that could lead to her identity? No, that's not true. Intimate sexual communications shared in confidence? This stuff is already all publicly available online. And testimony about sexually explicit content unrelated to the statutory liability issues. I don't even know what that is in reference to, but okay. The subject matter of the transcript is traditionally considered private, not public. Yeah, if this was true, then why didn't they should have moved for this to be a private hearing instead of a public one. But in determining the weight to be accorded an assertion of a right to privacy, courts should first consider the degree to which the subject matter is traditionally considered private rather than public. Financial records of a wholly owned business, family affairs, illnesses, embarrassing conduct with no public ramifications, and similar matters will weigh more heavily against access than conduct affecting a substantial portion of the public. I haven't read this underlying case, but I'm almost certain that this probably pertains to like discovery and stuff that's not like central to the actual court case. But I'm too lazy to go through this. So, and every other, it's like every time they cite cases are just fucking horrible. But further, foremost among the competing concerns that a court weighing disclosure must consider is the privacy interest of the person resisting disclosure. Courts consistently recognize that sexual and mental health information is considered private and not public, justifying sealing, especially when public disclosure would serve no legitimate function, but instead expose the party to stigma and harassment. Would serve no legitimate function? Excuse me. Stuff that happens in court is presumed to have public access, and there's a huge right of presumption of public access. I don't have to say that there's a legitimate function. That's assumed on my part. You are the one that has to overcome a significant burden there to prove that it should be closed. But oh, and they even say here presumption in favor of public access. Here, the testimony in the transcript does not concern public officials, nor does it affect public concerns. Thus, there is limited public interest in allowing public access to the transcript. It concerns my court case. What? Whereas plaintiff's interest in sealing the transcript and protecting her private sexual and mental health information is high. You already made a public fucking case where you talk about all this shit. Like, what the fuck? The nature and degree of the injury weighs in favor of sealing. The nature and degree of injury must also be weighed. This will entail consideration not only of the sensitivity of the information and the subject, but also of how the person seeking access intends to use the information. Commercial competitors seeking an advantage over rivals need not be indulged in the name of monitoring the courts, and personal vendettas, similarly, need not be aided. This is not a personal vendetta, though. This has to do with a public civil court case. It's not just a personal vendetta. But it's so stupid. Defendant purports to be opposing the sealing of the transcript out of concern for the common law right of public access, but it is transparently obvious that he wants the transcript to be public only to serve his own personal interest. Part of the public right of access is for the personal interest of the people involved in the court case. Yeah, no shit. When I talk about like habeas corpus, well, it seems like they really think that people should be read charges when they're arrested and not just secretly arrested, but it seems like he only wants that so that it doesn't happen to him. Yeah, no shit. What the fuck? Yeah, no shit. Yeah, duh. Yeah, of course. It is beyond any doubt that if the transcript is unsealed, defendant will publish it on his live streams and also read it out loud for the merriment of his hundreds of thousands of followers. Yes, it's a court case. You wanted to file a public case against me. All of this is a public court case. All of this is public. The access to all of it is public. Defendant's motives and likely use mandate sealing the transcript. Defendant's motives in having the transcript unsealed must be considered when balancing plaintiff's privacy interests against the interests of public access. Courts may deny public access to judicial documents, such as the transcript, to ensure that judicial records do not, quote, become a vehicle for improper purposes, end quote. Me talking about testimony in my court case that's directly related to my court case is not an improper purpose. Here, defendant has already publicly stated that he intends to read the transcript out loud on his platforms, as is my right to do so. They are public filings about a public court case. And there has been ample evidence presented to the court of his hours-long discussions of the details of this case on his online platforms, including threats, harassments, and ridicule of plaintiff, witnesses, and counsel. I have not threatened or harassed plaintiff. I have the right to ridicule everybody involved, of course. What do you mean? I'm not allowed to say anything while these people are ridiculing me? That's such a stupid contention. The Nixon court expressed particular concern about protecting from purely prurient interests the display or disclosure of otherwise embarrassing private or familial information obtained through the courts. Purely prurient interest. Again, this is just whatever. It explained that the common law right of inspection, though undoubtedly powerful and never lightly subordinated, must give way where records are sought merely to gratify private spite or promote public scandal through the publication of the painful and sometimes disgusting details of cases. This isn't a private spite. This is a public court case. The Merlis court, I did read this underlying case, reversed the lower court's decision to unseal a judicial document precisely because the lower court failed to consider the motives of the party seeking to have the document unsealed. Courts should consider personal motives, including an applicant's desire to pursue an individual vendetta at the third balancing step of the inquiry in connection with any asserted privacy interests. This case, this is a again, I don't bother reading all the citations because they're so fucking stupid. This case is insane because what the court rejected here, Eliyahu, Jesus, Merlis, this person sued Daniel Greer, who was a rabbi, for sexually molesting him. There was other testimony that was brought in. So Hack, it was a non-party witness. So they weren't part of this original case. They were a non-party witness in a 2016 civil lawsuit in the District of Columbia. In that suit, the plaintiff, Merlis, a former student at a religious school in New Haven, Connecticut, accused the defendant, Daniel Greer, the former religious leader of that school, of sexually abusing Merlis when Merlis was a minor and a student there. Merlis sought damages from Greer for that abuse in connection with those proceedings. So Merlis here was suing Greer, okay? In connection with those proceedings, Hack, another person, not a party to the case, another person, gave a video recorded deposition lasting several hours in which he testified in detail to having also been a victim of Greer's sexual abuse several decades earlier when Hack was a minor and a student at the school. Hack further testified in his deposition that he'd known Greer's abuse of Merlis, which occurred when Hack was an adult and employed at the school. A transcript of the deposition is publicly available, but public access to the video recording itself is the subject of this appeal. So the transcript exists. This guy, this Dressler guy, wasn't even a part of the court case, and I don't know why, but he was trying to make it so that that deposition would be released publicly, the video of it. After trial, Lawrence Dressler, the interested party appellee, in the appeal now before us, sought the DC's leave to access the video recording of Hack's entire deposition. Using the screen name Larry Noodles, Dressler had written voluminously on his blog about the trial and disparagingly about both Hack and Greer. He informed the court that he sought to copy the video so that he could post it publicly to his internet blog. So this guy isn't even a fucking party to the case, and he's trying to get a video of a witness in this case, who's also not a party to this, but a witness to this case, where the transcript already exists, and then the court said, no, you don't need access to that video. We're not going to give you that video. And they're trying to compare that request to my request. The Burles court reversed the lower court's decision to unseal the judicial document precisely because the lower court failed to consider the motives of the party seeking to have the document unsealed. The person seeking that transcript, that deposition, the video deposition, wasn't even a party to the fucking case. And the witness here wasn't a party to the case either. Like, it was also in a different district as well. Yeah, this is a 2nd district case, not a 9th district case. But it's just like such an this information is relevant particularly when an individual, and not the press, seeks public access to sensitive information. It wasn't a party to the case. Here, defendant is not a typical litigant. He is a professional online streamer whose income is largely derived from publicly discussing controversial topics, including this lawsuit. Scumbag, subhuman, degenerate shit, acting like I've made more money covering this than I wouldn't have otherwise. But since the outset of this case, defendant has repeatedly posted about it on his streaming platforms, mocked plaintiff and her legal team, and weaponized court filings for online content. Weaponized court filings? Or I'm sorry, I'm in the 11th Circuit, not the 9th, my bad. 9th Circuit is California and Washington and Oregon. How I'm weaponizing my court filings by reading them? Defendant has also publicly ridiculed plaintiff's mental health, sexual history, and witnesses who supported her case. I'm allowed to have an opinion about these things. No one is targeting anybody. No one's threatening anybody, except they keep trying to throw Dristigal and Queemany, who aren't a part of this case at all. But this is not speculative. His pattern of commentary is well documented and includes live streams, tweets, and reposts designed to stir harassment by his audience. This is also like kind of a little bit like in support of their gag order. So like I just am not allowed to talk about this at all. Obviously, I'm going to say you're lying. I believe you're lying, and we have a disagreement of fact here. That's why there's a court case at all. So like what? Also, keep in mind all of this is buoyed so heavily by the fact that she made a public Substack post with an unhinged list of calculations. I'm sorry, I just read a thing in chat. With an unhinged list of accusations against me before even filing the court case. Like, how could you possibly gag me against all of that? Indeed, defendant's only plausible reason for opposing sealing is his interest in continuing to exploit the transcript for personal profit and performative harassment. For this reason, the transcript must remain sealed to prevent further and additional harm to plaintiff. Imagine being so harmed by your own words. Under oath, by the way. Defendant contends, without any legal authority, that plaintiff waived her right to have the transcript sealed because 1, there were members of the public present, and 2, plaintiff did not request sealing until the day after the hearing. First, defendant grossly overstates the public nature of the hearing. Defendant falsely, we've got bold and underline, asserts that multiple individuals unaffiliated with the parties were present in the courtroom gallery, some of whom took contemporaneous notes and later published detailed summaries online. I don't remember if there was... I thought there was more than just one person. My fan in the back, he might have been the only one. I thought there was another person. I don't remember though, because I'm not looking behind me all the time. Opposition, P7, page 7, and again, members of the public attended the hearing, took notes, and later discussed the proceeding online and in various public forums. Discussed the proceedings online and in various public forums. Oh yeah, multiple. Some might have been staff or not. I'm not sure. I don't know. But in fact, only one individual sat in the gallery, an associate of defendant with the screen name Zip. An associate? That's just a fucking lie that's being proffered with no evidence and no proof whatsoever. But, okay. And his name isn't even Zip, but no press were present. The proceeding was only discussed online by the defendant and Zip on defendant's streaming platform. The video stream makes it clear that Zip was the one taking the notes at the hearing so that defendant could rely on them for his live stream. Okay, I've never, I didn't even know the guy at the fucking hearing. I didn't even know it was one of my fans. Zip, have we ever communicated before I think the very first time we've ever communicated was when I was leaving the courthouse and he said that my coat was messed up in the back. It's the first time we've ever communicated in our lives. Are they even trying at this point? What they're doing is they copy paste stuff. I wish I was joking. And nobody will speak out about this because everybody in all of my surrounding X communities are spineless fucking cowards who infinitely not condescend to, but treat white crying women like actual retarded children. But all they do is just copy paste stuff from Kiwi Farms and then just put it in a court doc. That's literally all this case is. Hoping to survive summary judgment and then hoping to further malign or embarrass me or reputation tank me or whatever. That's the only, and then waste my money. That's all this case has become. The video stream makes it clear that Zip was the one to... the article referenced in the opposition as support for defendant's false statements was based solely on defendant's video stream and included a link to a portion of the stream. The author of the article has acknowledged that he was not in the courtroom and that the reporting is based explicitly on the video clip that is also attached in the article from Dusty himself. I like that they don't even try to upload stuff on their own or do it. They literally just link directly to a Kiwi Farms video. Like, it's just, they're literally just pulling this. Also, it was one of the people on my thread on Kiwi Farms that apparently emailed and wrote to the guy who linked the article. But I like that this is, I think, is this third court doc now where they've just linked directly to a Kiwi Farms thread? But, it's actually gross what Pixie's lawyers are doing. No, it's gross what she is doing. Don't blame it. It's not just the lawyer. She's not a fucking child. This is her representation. She theoretically has to approve these things that are being posted online. And she says that she wants to go to law school and whatever retarded shit she can do with her fucking 75 LSAT. In fact, the article was later amended to reflect this fact. And the original line was changed to read, Destiny recently shared what he learned through court proceedings that defendants' deliberate attempts to mislead the court should be sanctioned. Okay. Second, plaintiff's failure to move contemporaneously for sealing does not waive her rights, particularly where the emotional distress from the hearing's content and the anticipated misuse became apparent only after the hearing concluded. I like how they accidentally revealed the whole giveaway everything here. They were not happy with how the hearing went. That's the reality of what happened. And this is them saying it explicitly. After they realized that everything that they were trying to float here was fucking bullshit, and when they realized that, oh fuck, we didn't actually tell Pixie she has no fucking idea how to speak in court like an adult, and yapped and rambled and said so much retarded shit, a lot of which is incredibly damaging to her case, then they're like, oh, we gotta seal this shit immediately. Because a lot of this kind of fucks your, at least the public shit that you've posted about this. But I like how they say this here. The emotional distress from the hearing's content and the anticipated misuse became apparent only after the hearing concluded. Like, what does that even mean? You didn't think, you thought I was a good person, and then after the hearing, you're like, oh, fuck, he might misuse. Like, it's so gross. Post-hearing sealing is routinely granted in similar situations involving sensitive sexual or mental health testimony, particularly where the threat of misuse or online harassment is credible and imminent. I would disbar people, but I don't know anything about that. If I, similar situations, remember, and they're citing this case that had to deal with a minor being raped by an adult, giving a video deposition in a case where he wasn't even a party to the case, and wanting to have that video deposition sealed while the transcript is still publicly available. So it's not even remotely similar. Unless they have a different definition for similar, or they just don't do English much, I guess. It's actually fucking insane that they would even use this word here, but okay. Post-trial sealing of a judicial document, a video deposition that was played for several hours during a public trial where party opposing sealing motivated by ill will and intended to publish the video online. I don't even know if I would agree with the term party here. They weren't a party to the original case. They were like an appealee party. It was a new thing. I think it was just an independent guy coming into appeal who wasn't a part of, he wasn't part of this case at all. Did they use the term party? Interested party appellee. Like, he became a party just in the appeal here, but he wasn't a party to the original case at all. Is my understanding. I think somebody said online that he's like a true crime. He's like a true crime blogger or something. What's it called? Larry Noodles? Tell us why that distinction is meaningful for the slow ones like me. Because one, the person requesting this video deposition, it would be like one of you guys requesting a deposition in my court case about somebody else giving a deposition about me in a video form where the text was already available. Like imagine Samantha did a video deposition where claiming that I'd raped her 20 years ago or something, and you or somebody who's not even part of the case, and you want the full video deposition of her testimony, and then the court says, well, no, you weren't even a part of the case. You're literally writing about this with the goal of harassing and mocking her. And she wasn't, it's not like it's not testimony from somebody who's part of the case. This is a deposition that she gave. And the transcript is still fully available online, which it was. So it's like not even remotely, it's like not comparable, like 7 different ways. Yet Dressler, this is the non-party who's requesting the video deposition, Dressler identified no affirmative public need that would be served by general release of the video deposition when the text transcript was already available. Indeed, no other individual entity and no media outlet joined in Dressler's request. Privacy interests, so the whole text transcript was already fully available. This is just not even remotely close. It's just so stupid. I'm sorry. The Merlis court found that the lower court erred by discounting the privacy interests of the person seeking sealing. The lower court's reasons that 1, the person's testimony had already been made publicly available, and 2, the person failed to request that the deposition be sealed at the time he sat for it, were specifically rejected by the appellate court. This is just fucking bullshit. Similarly here, the court should reject defendant's baseless arguments. Plaintiff's limited public statements in no way undermine a request. Defendant's reliance on plaintiff's limited public advocacy is a red herring. Discussing her case in broad general terms does not waive her right to protect explicit details about her sexuality or mental health from being dissected in a monetized online video. Further, plaintiff's modest online fundraising activity does not equate to publicizing her private testimony. The hypocrisy of defendant's argument is glaring. Defendant, by contrast, is a professional content creator earning revenue by sensationalizing the case. It is just so unfathomably fucking disgusting. Like, sensationalizing the case? Just to be clear from where we came from for this, this was her public Substack before any of the, before any case went live. On November 29th, I learned that the streamer Destiny had not, also my full name, Stephen Kenneth, had non-consensually shared pornographic content of me online. All of this is written to maximize, like, oh shit, like just pornographic content of you. No, it was of us. And online makes it sound like I was the one who published it to Kiwi Farms. So this whole statement is misleading. My dignity, peace of mind, and hopes for the future were stripped away in a mere matter of seconds following the betrayal of someone I previously trusted. I am at least the 3rd person he has done this to. Other people could sue me if they want, and then we'll go through all of that. But obviously, she's adding this in here. It's not even technically her story to tell, but hey, I guess I'm harassing and causing everybody to go into hiding. I hope to be the last. I will not be commenting on the experience of the other women he has hurt, as it is not my place or story to tell, despite the fact that she keeps adding them in court document after court document after court document, when at least one of them is publicly stated, I don't want to be involved in this. I don't know why I keep getting mentioned over and over again. But I will, however, share my story in the hopes of preventing this from occurring again. I have known Destiny for around 5 to 6 years now and often find myself in heavy disagreements with him. Despite this, I do my best to see the best sides of all people, trying my hardest to spread positivity and create understanding where I can. It's corny, but I want to meet people where they are and focus on which ways we can build bridges together towards a better future for everyone. Some people call this a fault of mine. They claim I am naive and should be more careful. These people are right. It's retarded. When I was 19, over 5 years ago, I was extremely sexually inexperienced and sheltered. So she wasn't 19. We started chatting when she was 20 and we met when she was 21. All of these dates are easily verifiable. She still has all the chat logs to this. She, I assume, knows when her fucking birthday was. So why the fuck would why would you just lie about your age? Why would you lie about this, right? We can just look at the logs. I know when her birthday is and I know when we started chatting. So this is a fucking lie. But I guess we want to be 19 to be freshly 19 or a teenager. I was extremely sexually inexperienced and sheltered. She makes it sound like she's like an actual fucking virgin, whatever. Like you're literally recording videos with your boyfriend or senator. What the fuck is wrong with you? But like to say this and make it sound like you're some completely, being severely terrified of leading someone on or sexual assault. I thought I could trust Destiny, who I had multiple long conversations with regarding consent and boundaries. What does this even have to do with anything? You didn't get sexually assaulted or led on. Like, what? So you can imagine my surprise when I discovered he distributed pornographic content of me without my consent. Again, distributed what, to multiple people, published it online? Pornographic content, what, just of you? Like, it is meaningfully different. Am I just sending videos solo of her around, or is it stuff that we've filmed together? Yes, you read that right. Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II sent pornographic content of me to a random 19-year-old e-girl Discord kitten whom he had never met before, and then she published it to the whole world. You, by your own thing, now you weren't 19 or 20, but aren't you describing yourself? Like, listen how fucking retarded you sound here. Like, I was 19 and he was sending me videos. Also, he sent videos to another person who was 19. This, by the way, comes up in the transcript in a very fucking hilarious way, but I can't read it. But like, what? And then she published it to the whole world. Rest assured, despite never having met her, he at least spoke to her plenty of times on the phone. Yeah, this was the same relationship I had with you. Like, what is the point of... Of course, this is what he says happened. I think it is just as likely that he used her as a proxy to widely distribute this material while claiming deniability. And I think that she published this because she secretly likes seeing all of it online and she likes the attention from her video. Like, what a fucking unhinged statement to make. I do not understand why Destiny would knowingly and willingly put me in a position where I would receive nonstop sexual abuse and harassment. If we believe him, he was trying to impress a barely legal teenager using my body, my person. If we believe, I've never said this ever, but that's a cool read here. Like, nothing that we filmed was as impressive as this. Like, what a stupid statement. The betrayal, coupled with the hundreds of messages I've received, filled with sexual harassment and abuse, have left me feeling hopeless and devoid of almost all happiness. Wow, you're discussing your mental health and everything in your Substack. Nice. The only thing that has kept me going is the hope that I can bring this man to justice and have him face legal consequences for his actions. For the past month, I have been speaking to lawyers about my situation and what to do, and have decided this is the best course of action. Now, most of the lawyers that she spoke with told her that she had no case. But thank God she has a family friend, I guess, that can litigate against me. So thank goodness for that. I will be suing him for some federal code that Lauren looked up for me, civil action relating to disclosure of intimate images, and for publication of private facts in Florida. I will be seeking emotional and punitive damages for his actions. I have been told that a court case like this could potentially cost over tens of thousands of dollars. I am terrified. I mean, this guy talks about potentially suing Hassan as if for fun, and Hassan actually has the resources to defend himself. I cannot imagine what he might try to do to me in the process. How do you victimize yourself before doing anything when you're literally like sometimes I wonder if he does this as an intimidation tactic. I wonder if he is purposefully trying to put fear into my heart when he casually talks about throwing money into a lawsuit with a multimillionaire who can fight back, as if it's an indirect flaunt/warning over his capability of outspending me in whatever legal case I throw at him. At the request of my friends, I have been encouraged to link my GiveSendGo regarding this case here in hopes that we can raise enough for me to legally succeed. Whoever the next Joe Rogan of the left is, it cannot be someone that crosses sexual boundaries, violates consent, and puts women's well-being and safety at risk. It cannot be someone who puts women in positions where they will be sexually abused and harassed. It concerns me that Destiny's been interviewing potential DNC chair candidates such as Marianne Williamson or Martin O'Malley, who have no idea of what he's done. As time passes and he tries to position himself to have interviews with increasingly powerful figures such as Zelensky, I can't help but be filled with fear that Destiny might continue to succeed despite facing no repercussions for his actions. If the Democratic Party wishes to succeed in the future, it cannot be a party that accepts the sexual exploitation of women. It cannot be a party that allows men like Destiny to break into the mainstream, for allowing him access to such spaces would be a direct endorsement of his behavior. I have been told that the payout might not be worth the harassment and attention I will receive. In an ideal world, I would do this privately, but have been told that there's no realistic way the court will grant me anonymity. Like, did you not even read the fucking statute that you cited? There's a reason why you proceeded under seal. Like, this is more just fucking lies. Maybe she can't even read, who knows? This means my only, maybe she dictated this, I don't know. This means my only option is public. I have been told by a variety of people not to go public. I have been told by some people that Stephen really does feel sorry, but I am not inclined to believe them, especially taking into consideration his actions regarding me. Regardless, what Destiny did was unacceptable, and I believe he will do this again unless he faces justice. Like, So brave of you to say all this shit, and then as soon as you have to actually sit your dumb ass down in front of a fucking judge and speak under oath, and your testimony changes dramatically, that now you want to seal the fuck out of that while leaving like dribble like this online to fundraise off of. Like, it's actually so fucking annoying to me. I hate that. It's so annoying. Defended by contrast for okay. He is mocked and doxxed. Doxxed? Plaintiff supporters and witnesses. Supporters now? What in the fuck is a supporter? Like a friend? Like what? Ensuring that public disclosure of the transcript would lead to further harassment and harm. Indeed, right after the hearing concluded, defendant was streaming on his platform and mocking the plaintiff for having cried while she was testifying. Yeah, of course, yes, yeah, because you're breaking down in your own examination. This is unhinged. In his chat thread on his personal platform, defendant wrote to his followers that plaintiff had a big breakdown. I started crying halfway through. We had to take a 10-minute break. L-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-L. He also writes, I'm going to be honest, I got really uncomfortable when she was on the stand and started getting upset because it started to look like I had hooked up with somebody. I thought I said retarded, but maybe mentally ill. This disparaging comment is followed by a laughing emoji. Defendant has provided no evidence of any similar publishing by plaintiff. Like, are you serious? Like, the person who literally accused me of using a person online as a proxy to post like 27 sexual videos of me online? Accordingly, plaintiff urges the court to maintain the transcript under seal. Alternatively, in the event that the court determines plaintiff has not demonstrated good cause to have the entire transcript sealed, plaintiff requests that she be allowed to designate portions of the transcript as confidential and that the transcript only be unsealed in redacted form. I hope they don't grant this in part, because then it's going to be another fucking 30 days to redact shit, and then we're going to probably have to do a brief or why we argue some stuff shouldn't be redacted, and then it's going to be like another fucking 3 months. Like, Destiny, the LOL meme is actually misrepresented. You said that in regard to something else. Also, the messages are presented in the wrong order. Oh, because they go bottom to top. Oh, true. I don't say she had a big breakdown, LOL. I was saying LOL because the hearing was in open court, but they want to seal the transcript from the hearing now, LOL. Lock Knox, she had a big breakdown and started crying halfway through. We had to take a 10-minute break. I think she was getting really frustrated. Oh, true. So they did quite, but they don't care. They don't care about lying in filings, and none of it fucking matters because the plaintiff has no reputation or online anything anyway, and no one is ever going to say anything detrimental about her because it's a white woman tier saying some unhinged, retarded shit about this. So, the message of you realizing it was me at the hearing, meaning you didn't know me. Oh yeah, I like how they try to say that we're. Oh, ZipZip45. Oh wait, ZipZip45. Was that you this morning? Oh yeah, because I didn't even know who the fuck you were. Yeah, but whatever. Plaintiff respectfully requests that the court reject defendant's opposition and grant the motion to seal. Hearing turns to the public interest in having testimony involving sexual and mental health information and identifying data be public is very low, and there is no identifying data in this transcript. And plaintiff's interest in keeping the information private is very high. Do you get to respond to this? Nope. This was their briefing. We already made our briefing. And hopefully within the next couple of weeks, the judge starts ruling on a bunch of these motions. I just hope that it's not granted in part, because if the redacting is just, it's just going to be another like 2 or 3 or 4 months to delay everything. How possible do you think it is that she knows her case is weak and her only goal now is to make you spend as much possible? That is 100% what's going on. Obviously, that's what's going on. The Abby MC evidence is, I don't even want to say it's weak at best. They're knowingly lying about that evidence. They're knowingly lying in court. I think actually, it might also be that Pixie might be lying to her representation, and maybe they don't know. So one thing I thought was interesting as I was recalling my thoughts about what was said in court, one of the things that they accused me of, and Pixie might just be lying to her representation, or she's retarded and forgot, who knows, is they claim that I never actually contacted a law firm in New York. They claim that that's a total fucking lie and that I actually misrepresented that entirely, and I lied to Pixie the whole time about that. Now, they might only be saying that because on Kiwi Farms they say that. They say that I'm lying about ever contacting a New York law firm. However, I can verify that not only did I contact that New York law firm, they know that I contacted a New York law firm, because back when Brianna Wu was helping Pixie, I don't know if that's public or not, but Brianna Wu was trying to help Pixie behind the scenes. She contacted the same law firm that I had retained in New York, and they had to reject her because of a conflict of interest. So she knows for a fact that I had retained a law firm relating to this case, because she was rejected from that one in New York because it was the same one that I was going to use to pursue my case against Cuba. So she knows it's a fucking lie, even though they tried to float that in court against me a couple times. But it's, who the fuck cares, I guess. What, like, literally, like, white woman power. It's unreal, dude. If I was a white woman, I would be the fucking president of the world. Is plaintiff suing the person who posted the video? No, plaintiff doesn't give a fuck about the person who posted the video or the website hosting the video. The only thing she cares about is trying to make a name, taking me down, because she's insanely far left and is being powered by somebody who's insanely far right and has convinced herself this is her last fucking, like, mission on Earth is to take out me, the evil rapist or whatever. And so this is her life mission until this all ends. Was this illegal? I don't think you ever said that about Brandon helping her. I don't know. I don't remember if I said it or not, but she was helping her initially. Which was stupid of Pixie and irresponsible on Brianna Wu's part, because there is no attorney-client privilege between Brianna and Pixie since she wasn't retained as legal representation. So theoretically, I can do discovery or subpoena all of those conversations. Not that any of it fucking matters, but... Good times. I think I'm doing something with the unfuck American people on TikTok in like 30 minutes, so. I was 10 years old when I found out you could do this with your Pop-Tarts. Okay. Do you feel slighted by all the people who distance themselves from you? They feel awfully quiet, to be honest. No, it's just the white woman power. It is what it is. Cuomo announced he's staying in the race as a spoiler candidate. Hopefully not. Watch the vid that's responding to. What? This is so stupid. What? Gotcha. Okay. Makes sense now. Would your lawyer's prior response includes important quotes or lines of questioning from the transcript? Would that be a loophole to make certain important... I have no idea. Don't know. Do you blame them for not wanting to be associated with you? Yeah, I do. That's why I'm not going back. That's why after this case, I'm done with... That's why I blocked them all. Just said, fuck it. We move on. I'm in a new direction.
Went outside to be with the Mac 10. They smoked here for CT cross. Oh, 1 E-box, 1 E-box. Don't do it to me.
Wait, how old is this? Oh, yesterday.
Went outside to be with the Mac 10. They smoked here for CT cross. Oh, 1 E-box, 1 E-box.
Don't do it to me. Listen, no one knows that it's me, though, okay? Or if they type 1G, then they'll know. No!
Rip.
Yo, I meant to double click that, not right click that. No.
Back to back, but he gets caught trying to trade out a gun. Fugly finding another one. Jason R trades it back, and now it's Summit in the 1v1 to try and close this out against Fugly. Fugly playing it aggressively now, but Summit's gonna clutch it, and Splice will close out map number 1, 16-11. Oh wait, what?
Okay then.
No, what happened? Oh no! Summit! No!
Oh, that is heartbreaking.
Yeah, they ended up losing this whole match and then got eliminated. And that would have been the W right there. You said that you and Erudite are still cool with each other. How does their situation differ to the other ones who wanted to distance themselves? Anybody that made some massive fucking autistic spineless fuck speech about, oh, somebody's guy made a huge mistake and in 5 years, maybe it's fucking retarded. I don't care. Cop massively outnumbered in teen fight. I don't think I care that much. Transcript went. Hopefully the next week or two. That's the dream. Maybe by this week. No, it's Thursday. Hopefully by Friday. Yeah, I'm so sorry, but I don't know. People should be making a bigger deal about that Texas thing. Like, this hits hard. Like, it should be a video of the Statue of Liberty and her corpse being like 9 months decayed, but doctors are pumping it full of, or she's on like fucking dialysis so she can give birth to some child. Because that's unhinged. That's wild. The Texas stuff, that's just crazy. Oh, sorry, Georgia, not Texas. That's just a wild thing. How could you even begin to say anything about this? This is like literally some Handmaid's Tale type shit. But girl's neck gets broken in fight. Jesus. I'm going to try and communicate with my Republican colleagues in a new way. GOP's big ugly bill kicks people off healthcare and food assistance. Hospitals will close. Kids with disabilities will lose caregivers. Big winners, billionaires. Total fraud. It polls like garbage because it is. GOP should drop it. Thank you for your attention to this matter. cop almost loses her head.
Here it comes. Here he is, here he is.
Was that a close one? Also, holy shit. We have a door knock to... Hold on.
Here he is, here he is.
Person comes out. Flashlight in one hand. Lean over. This is why it's important, by the way, if you're a cop, or if you do anything, like, you should always practice shooting from the holster. Otherwise, how are you ever gonna use it? This person must train a lot, I would imagine. But, like, relatively kept her cool. Drew her gun, aimed, shot, one-handed, flashlight in hand. This is a lot of... That's some wild shit. Jesus. This girl should go train the taser girl. What was the taser cop who... She thought she drew her taser, but it was just her gun?
Use your hands! Come on, show us your hands! Show us your hands!
I can't, I'm dead. Oh shit. Wait, what? Oh shit, sorry, my computer's muted over here. Hi, what's up?
Oh, hey, do you have a couple minutes before you do the Unfuck America shit?
What do you got for me?
Okay, I have a well, this is generally just a PSA, but also an example of why we do it.
Okay.
So it's an unwritten rule in the subreddit, and you've talked about it multiple times, that Nathan posting is not kosher.
True.
Doesn't matter if Nathan is memeing or doing whatever it might be. We do not allow it in the subreddit. It is under our personal drama rule. If you don't want your guys' kids being talked about in the subreddit, probably don't post about Destiny's Child in the subreddit. Not the group. You can
Why don't we
post
have
about that all you want.
I feel like that should just be a rule now.
I'm gonna add it after I do this.
Okay.
So we had a gentleman, I assume, post asking about Nathan yesterday. So I'm going to send you a couple of things so you can kind of bring them up as we go.
Jesus.
Well, he complained about my moderation, and I told him that I would bring it to your attention so that you could tell me if I was wrong or not.
Okay.
So I think it'd be a good little
I feel like it's just easy enough to say that, like, yeah, I don't. Like, there's a lot of people are very invested in the political outcome of my kid or whatever. Other people want to deal with that or post with that or whatever, but I'm not here to, like, publicly fight over or publicly litigate or I have zero interest in that. Like, enough of my personal life has already been dragged through different parts of the internet in the most disgusting way possible, and I'm not here to appease any random retard online that wants me to talk about, and my fan base included, to run through shit like that. If you want to go interact with them on his Twitter, you can go interact with them on his Twitter. That's on you, but I'm not here to have that be a huge part of my content, yeah.
And you've said that a bunch of times, okay? So we temporarily banned this person for 7 days. You know, it's the first time they posted about Nathan. You know, maybe they didn't know. Maybe they're not a frequent subreddit user. Well, actually, I know that they're not a frequent subreddit user, but ban them for 7 days. So now I'm going to send you the mod mail message, and you can feel free to open this up. There's nothing in it that you can't show on stream. Oh, actually, I just sent you the same thing twice, I think. No, I didn't. So this is where I am going to stick to what I said, and you go ahead and read this, and you tell me if you think that I was over the top.
Hold on. Well, I think I'm gonna throw this on stream, but
you can bring up this one.
Well, no, I don't know. I want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. While he's reading it, though, we will be adding to the subreddit. Do not talk about Nathan on the stream. I don't know, or on the subreddit.
I love this guy's. I love this guy's demeanor, though. This is some giga chat. Fine, I accept your decision, but unban me. I won't be reposting the thread. Nice. Giga chat. Okay. You can't just ban me because I disagree with your moderating decision.
I thought about saying au contraire, but I felt like that might be a bit much. That's too Reddit moderator, and I try to not be that bad. But I just thought it'd be a funny thing for you to read. I was hoping that you'd bring it up on stream because one of the messages that I said was, if you don't think it's weird to be actively asking about a 14-year-old's Twitter profile and handle and tweets, then maybe you need to take a step back. And they didn't agree with that. And then they told me that it wasn't my job to worry about their interests.
Based.
So
I mean, like, to be fair to
uh,
other people, like, I can understand there being an interest, right? For a variety of reasons. But I mean, like, who
Sure,
was that one
but if
Sophie
somebody
girl that we
told you-
debated? I'm pretty sure she was like fucking 15 or something. It's just I would just rather not. I'm not here to do like that. It's just too much weird drama and too many weirdos that are online that are like obsessed with this particular line of dialogue. So I don't want. It's not gonna be a part of my content. Yeah, but
Okay, so I have one more thing. So this is how this person's gonna be banned forever.
Oh
They're
my
not gonna get
God.
unbanned.
Okay.
They are never being unbanned. Because this was their last post in the subreddit.
What is the point of, or what about this?
So you had made a meme. So they have a link in there.
No, yeah, I see
You
it,
had
but like,
done a
what is
meme
the?
with that silly Amani guy.
Yeah, or what are you
They're
asking about?
not
it,
a user.
Sure.
They're not a user that frequents the subreddit. So one of the reasons why I increased it to permanent is because when I looked at their profile, they're like the worst kind of person.
Yeah, this is
and
like
so they're
this is like
definitely
a
not-
concern troll. You ask a question or whatever with the goal of just like yeah.
So, but yeah, we will be adding that. And I don't want to have to do a post about it. I think it's stupid to have to do a post about it. Don't talk about Nathan on the subreddit, guys. That's weird. Destiny told you guys if you want to interact with him outside of it, that's fine. We're just not opening up the large subreddit to litigating stuff about Destiny's teenage son. Bit weird.
Based.
But yeah, figured that'd be a quick little thing. You can watch officer involved shootings though.
Okay.
But yeah. Do you think I went over the top? This is for records for this guy.
The last one, the main head case guy or whatever.
Yeah, was my moderation overstepping, as they said?
What? No, if you ever see concern trolley stuff like this, you just permaban. This is like the easiest, most obvious permaban.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna clip this and send it to him. So because I'm petty.
Gotcha. All right. Have fun. Be careful.
Yeah. Have a good day, buddy.
Why is this guy spamming Sarah Targaryen? Sarah Targaryen. What is that about? What? Is Shonda Black actually been, is there a public filing? Has he actually been sued yet? Or is he saying he's going to sue him? It's at the end of the day. I'm 50% sure if Zelensky just offered to build Trump as the world's largest statue, surrounded 1,000 kneeling statues, in exchange of the U.S. helping them get back 100% territory, he would do it. Based. Based and true. Is Mick? Is that a slur for Irish people? Damn.
Ethan, wake up. Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up. Ethan, wake up. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan.
Jesus Christ.
Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
All around me are familiar faces.
The anti-woke family that moved to Russia, then the dad ended up on the front lines of the Ukraine war. I mean, there was also an anti-woke guy that moved to Ukraine and ended up dying in prison. His name was Coach Red Pill.
All the highly enriched. Do you have certainty that all the highly enriched uranium was inside the Fordo Mountain, or some of it, because there were satellite photos that showed more than a dozen trucks there 2 days in advance? Are you certain none of that highly enriched uranium was moved?
Of course, we're watching every single aspect, but Jennifer, you've been about the worst. The one who misrepresents the most intentionally what the president says. I'm familiar.
About the ventilation shafts on Saturday night. And in fact, I was the first to describe the B-2 bombers, the refueling, the entire mission with great accuracy. So I take issue with that.
I appreciate you acknowledging that this was the first operator.
Damn. Oh, and that's a Fox News reporter. Damn.
Bruh.
New propaganda drops. CIA and Mossad luring Palestinians with aid and medicine to murder them. Death toll, 377,000 plus.
All right, y'all, welcome to the show. We got a big one for you. So in just a second, just some...
Why, if you're committing a genocide, if the U.S. backs you, everybody's open about it, why would you do this in such a convoluted, weird, secret way? Who knows? Let's find out. One sec.
Absolutely horrifying news I have to share with you. There's a new study that just came out on the death toll in Gaza, and you'll see it with your own eyes and hear it with your own ears, and it is... I've run out of words to describe the horrors that we've witnessed. So we'll dive into that. We also have a shocking Supreme Court decision, which effectively is going to doom immigrants who are deported from the U.S., many of them, to literal slavery. I'm not kidding. That is not an exaggeration. So we'll talk about that. We also have Trump is now stealing money from FEMA, which he's trying to abolish. So that's the disaster relief agency. And he's putting that money towards what they're calling Alligator Alcatraz, which is a new concentration camp in the Everglades in Florida. So that's great. We have that on top of CCOT in El Salvador and Guantanamo Bay, where they're now sending thousands of people. And then also later on, some MAGA dorks freak out at AOC for trying to impeach Trump. Joe Rogan's brain has officially stopped working, and a tourist from Norway was deported because he had a J.D. Vance meme on his phone to show you just how dystopian this moment is that we're in. So you guys know the drill. Everybody, please do me a big favor and subscribe to the channel. That helps out big time, and it costs you nothing at all. Much love to everybody who donates $2 a month or $5 a month or $7 a month on Patreon. If you'd like to help the show out, that link is below. Remember, this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser. I've never done an ad read. This is grassroots funded, man. We also have the default ads on YouTube, but there's a big buffer between myself and the advertisers. But you guys really make this show work from the ground up. Truly, truly appreciate it. You can also subscribe to Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. That link is below. And go subscribe to the Corin's World YouTube channel where you can see the Kyle and Corin episodes, the new ones that have been dropping every single week. All right, y'all, let's get it. And unfortunately, we're starting on a really sad note here. So the Cradle says the following. Harvard-linked study finds Israel, quote, disappeared nearly 400,000 Palestinians in Gaza, half of them children. The study by a Ben-Gurion University professor uses data-driven analysis and spatial mapping to highlight a severe decline in Gaza's population since October 2023. So, guys, we had speculated that up to 400,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza. And the reason we speculated that is because both Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, when asked about what to do with the people that remain in Gaza, they sort of hinted that, yeah, we got to get rid of about like 1.8 million people. Well, if you do the math on that, if there were 2.3 million before, and now there's 1.8, I mean, the math, it speaks for itself. That the official death toll that's been reported by the Gaza Health Ministry of about 50 or 60,000 people, that is a severe undercount of how many people have actually been murdered by Israel. Well, now we have some validation. I should also point out there was that study of, I believe it was U.S. doctors who were in Gaza, who they did their own report at the time, and we're going back maybe 4 months now, and they said that it looked like it was at least 199,000 Palestinians who've been killed by Israel. And for the record, this is how genocides work, is that in the moment, you don't really have an understanding of the scale and the scope of the devastation and the terrorism. You only get a better sense after the fact. All right, so let's dive into it. A study published via the Harvard Dataverse reveals that Israel has disappeared at least 377,000 Palestinians since the start of its genocidal campaign against the Gaza Strip in 2023. Half of this number is believed to be Palestinian children. The report was written by Israeli professor Yaakov Garb, who used data-driven analysis and spatial mapping to show how the Israeli army's siege of Gaza and indiscriminate attacks on civilians in the enclave have led to a serious drop in its population. The 377,000 Palestinians who are unaccounted for due to Israel's genocide are approximately 17% of the Gaza Strip's entire population, which now stands at about 1.85 million. Prior to the war in Gaza, the Strip's population was estimated at 2.227 million. While some are displaced or missing, a significant number are believed to have been killed by Israeli forces, according to the report. The professor notes that the official death toll of 61,000 is clearly an underestimate, as victims who remain trapped under rubble are not included. Garb also condemned in the report the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, a controversial U.S.-Israeli aid distribution mechanism launched last month. Quote, these aid...
Can I just say it's very... Oh, fuck. Just Miranda just said this. Can I just say it's very interesting to me that you always hear this propaganda line repeated that, well, the IDF says one number is killed, but Hamas says another number is killed. But when all of the orgs have looked into it in the past, the Hamas number is actually pretty accurate, and Israel's number isn't that far off, so it's actually really accurate. But in this conflict, people are so fucking high on propaganda, it's not even enough to believe, because ContraPoints tweeted out the Hamas reported number, and that wasn't enough. People still called her a genocide supporter. Now you have to go with like the extra special super propaganda number that's higher than even what the Gazan Health Ministry claims, right? What? If we truly thought that, so many people were dead, why isn't even the Gazan Health Ministry reporting this? Like, hello? You're doing so much more work than even they're doing for themselves.
Compounds seem to reflect a logic of control, not assistance, and it would be a misnomer to call them humanitarian aid hubs. They do not adhere to humanitarian principles, and much of their design and operation is guided by other objectives, which undermine their declared purpose. The UN has accused GHF of being designed to further the forced displacement. Since it began operations, GHF has led to the deaths of hundreds of Palestinian aid seekers by Israeli forces. The Harvard report is not the first indication that the death toll in Gaza could, in fact, be significantly higher than reported. The Lancet Medical Journal released a study in January this year revealing that the death toll from Israel's genocide in Gaza was most likely undercounted by 41% in the first 9 months of the war. The January study highlighted that around 59.1% of those killed were women, children, and elderly. The year before, in July 2024...
Didn't you just explain the Gaza Health Ministry can't account for people trapped under buildings and stuff? First of all, you can. There are like missing people's reports and everything and all of that. So there are ways that you can kind of estimate it. Secondly, what are we just assuming? We was out of the room for a second. Did they say, is there a specific way that they're estimating people trapped under buildings? Or are they literally just saying, I don't know, maybe there's 10,000 people under there? Like,
where the Lancet said Israel's assault on Gaza could lead to between 149,000 and 598,000 deaths. I mean, we witnessed a Holocaust, right? 9,000 and 5.
First of all, this is a huge range. Secondly, this was like including every conceivable possible death that could happen, like as a result of people like being hungry or not getting like the proper medical attention, like everything like extrapolated out. So not just by Israel attacking people. Now you can say, well, maybe it's fair or not, but you're talking about over a quarter of the population dying here? Like
598,000 deaths. I mean, we witnessed a Holocaust, right? We're witnessing a Holocaust. We're witnessing a genocide. I mean, it's just the truth. I know people have been distracted lately because Israel attacked Iran and then the U.S. illegally attacked Iran's nuclear facilities, an illegal and offensive strike against a country that didn't attack us and wasn't building a nuke. I know everybody was focused more on that, but this hasn't stopped. And in fact, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, we told you guys from the beginning, this was a CIA Mossad op. And it's a fake humanitarian agency. And what they do is they lure Palestinians from all over Gaza to come to a specific area in Gaza and say, hey, we're promising you food, we're promising you medicine. Then they show up, and in many instances, the IDF opens fire and murders them.
Why? This is anti-Semitism, and this is retarded. This is retarded anti-Semitism. Like, just how fucking stupid would you have to believe, or would you have to be to believe this and then report it? Like, what? What? You have planes. Like, you waste all that money bombing all these fucking buildings, telling people to evacuate everything first, and you fuck up so much, right? Because they could have killed so many more people. You evacuate people from different halves of the country over and over and all this shit. You do all of that just to lure people to food stations and open fire in the places that are probably gonna have the most amount of people reporting, recording, and observing. Like, this is so fucking stupid. What do you think you're even saying? It's so dumb. Like, come on. Why wouldn't they have just blown them all up at the beginning? No, that would be so obvious. Okay, so what's the plan instead? To set up food stations over the Gaza Strip and then tell them to come for food. And then when they come, we're actually just gonna fucking kill them there. Like, it's comically retarded.
I'm not even kidding. It's some literal Nazi Holocaust-like nightmare scenario. And then beyond that, the long-term goal is whoever doesn't get killed, they'll keep having Palestinians move further and further away from their home, and then eventually they want to move them all to Libya. They've been trying to make a deal to move them into Libya, which, by the way, Libya is a failed state with open slave markets. So I wonder how that'll go if Palestinians are shipped there through no choice of their own, right? So this is where we are. This is what's happening. And I need to highly recommend that you guys do something. So much love and a big shout out to Dropsite News, because they've been on top of this like nobody else has. They're just doing amazing work.
This is the thing that Ryan Grimm and a couple other dipshits, Peter Scavel and somebody else, like the most unhinged anti-Israeli retarded reposting of stupid propaganda ever.
Work over there, Ryan Grimm and Jeremy Scahill, and they got sources on the ground in Gaza. And if you just scroll through their timeline, scroll through about 50 or 100 tweets, and your mind will be blown as to just the extent of the death and destruction
Check
and
out all
harm
these tweets,
and
guys.
terrorism that we're witnessing. So let's do a little bit of that here. Gaza Health Ministry, June 25th update. The Palestinian Ministry of Health in Gaza has issued its daily report on casualties from the Israeli attacks. This is just one day. One day. 79 killed and 391 injured in the past 24 hours alone. This includes 33 people killed while trying to access food aid. One day. One day. Here are some pictures of the Israeli army has killed 6 siblings. Ahmad Mohammed, Abdul Rahman, Yusuf Aham, and Shad Ayman al-Jamal, along with their mother, Hanan Khalid al-Jamal, in an airstrike targeting their home they were sheltering in the Al-Sabra neighborhood of South Gaza. And here, these these people were killed. Most of them kids, as you can see. Most of them young men or kids. They were just murdered.
Like, what home were they even in? I thought you said that the whole place had been leveled and all of it had been destroyed. And like, how are they even in homes anymore? Do they mean in a tent or like I'm half expecting to read, warning, new report reveals that up to 4 million people could be killed in the Gaza Strip. Israeli evil Mossad scientists with U.S. CRISPR backing, taking inspiration from 28 years later, have figured out how to revive Palestinians just to kill them again, because that's how crazy the Israeli genocide machine is. Like, I don't even know how you can have, like, how are there even people left to kill? I thought they were all starving to death. I thought they were starving to death for 2 years. Do Palestinians have humps in their back that they store food in? How are they still alive? I don't even know how are they still in homes to be bought? I thought all the homes were destroyed. How are they still getting bombed? Like, what?
I'm literally talking about 1 day. 1 day is what we're talking about here. Look, I'll give you a warning in advance, but this one's hard to watch. Gaza Health Ministry warns of imminent collapse of medical system.
Imminent collapse of medical system? I heard for 2 years that every single hospital had been bombed. How is the medical system not collapsed yet? Do they have medics who are like trained in white magics? Do they have healers and clerics? How is there any hospital here at all? I thought the whole place had been leveled. All of Gaza had been flattened. All of Gaza had been leveled.
Health Ministry in Gaza has issued
Every single hospital had been destroyed. Every single medical center had been destroyed. So are they not? Are some still working? Did they rebuild them already? Like, what happened?
Dire warning. The Strip's healthcare system is on the verge of total collapse because Israel continues to block the entry of emergency medical supplies.
Oh, on the verge of total collapse. It reminds me of the video of this, the video of this truck crashing into the pole. This is a crazy crash. It's coming.
And then this video here is Hassan Barbuk, 3 years old, died Tuesday from severe malnutrition. So he was starved to death. Severe malnutrition.
Just him? Only one person? There's not multiple 2 million people and they managed to starve just one guy? What?
Kidney failure, enlarged liver, and acute acidosis. His family issued multiple urgent appeals to transfer him abroad for treatment. Israeli authorities denied all requests. This beautiful little boy was killed because he was starved to death, died of malnutrition. I mean, this is just... We've looked at, 2 tweets? Both of them are absolutely earth-shattering. Here's another one. Press release issued by Gaza Government Media Office. A full month has passed since the Israeli occupation established death traps and mass lures, resulting in 549 martyrs and 4,000 injured.
That's it? A full month of the IDF genocide squad and they only killed 550 people? Come on.
39 missing persons. Quote, "This is the suffering we want the world to see. Every second, one of us is killed. Every second, someone is killed just trying to bring bread home for their children."
Home where? I thought all the homes were destroyed.
From inside the Zakim area in northern Gaza, displaced Palestinians tell Sahat English how aid deliveries have become death traps where flour is mixed with bullets.
Telling who? I thought journalists weren't allowed into the Gaza Strip.
They call it the death arena, a place where Palestinians face a daily ordeal, just to feed their families. Every second one of us is killed. This guy's explaining what they're going through. I literally can't imagine. I can't imagine. And I want to show you one more thing. This is what it looks like at these fake aid sites where they lure them and then murder them.
Oh, we've got a video of it today. Okay.
This is what it looks like.
Show us. First of all, why are all of these dipshits going to the fake aid site to get murdered? Why would they even go? If these are just set up to are they stupid? Are you stupid? Why would you go to the fake aid site to get murdered by people? What is even happening here? It looks like I don't even know what's going on.
Starving to death, lured to get food, murdered in the process. You know, there was a chill.
Who got murdered? Wait, what was I see 3 trucks. It looked like they've got 1 billion fucking people on them. What am I supposed to take from this?
Starving to death.
All these motherfuckers, and they've got the most advanced weaponry on the planet. They only killed 25 of them?
Death, lured to get food, murdered in the process. You know, there was a chilling quote from a top Israeli government official recently where he said, "We can kill 100 Palestinians a day and nobody stops us. We just get away with it. People are like used to it. So now if we kill 100 a day, everything's fine." Issued by Gaza.
If you killed 100 a day, then why is it that in a full month only 549 died? Shouldn't it be 3,000?
Often. 100 Palestinians a day and nobody stops us. We just get away with it. People are like used to it. So now if we kill 100 a day, everything's fine. Nobody stops us. Nobody makes a big deal. There aren't big media articles over it. There's not big, news pieces on TV. So we can just do it. The fact that we've all witnessed this, it's all occurred right in front of our faces, and everybody seemingly got used to it or passively accepted it, that has proven to me that there has been zero evolution since the horrors of World War II and the Holocaust. Zero evolution. And the fact that you have the United States and politicians here providing cover for Netanyahu, who deserves to be arrested and locked up forever for the giant war criminal that he is, it really gives you a bleak view of humanity. It really does. So do not take your eyes off of Gaza, and do not stop applying pressure. Do not stop talking about it, because any one of those people that are in Gaza, that could be you or me, right? I brought this point up before, but now we're back to a world of complete might makes right. It's the law of the jungle.
Who joined? Because I have to leave this in like 1 minute. I've got a thing I've got to do. What's up? Oh, Anna. Hi, what's up?
Hello. Do you have a second? Or are you doing something?
I'm supposed to join like a TikTok thing like 7 minutes ago, but I'll give you 60 seconds.
Oh,
what do you want? Go.
Oh, that's too short for my brain. I was just wanted you to ask you basically, what on earth can we do to get coverage like that?
Oh, people were given a ton of great examples earlier. What you need to do is you have to declare like Trump freedom zones in all of the occupied territory, and then you have to promise to build giant Trump like gold statues. And then every time you guys like go into combat, you should have like Trump pins on you, because if Trump sees like his shit getting blown up, it would motivate him to actually care and go and do something. I think you got to appeal to Trump's narcissism in every single conceivable way.
Well, that's interesting plan for Trump and MAGA guys, but how in the actual fuck do we get like 1% of the drama this guy just put out talking about Gaza? Like how do we get that like sympathy or whatever the fuck he just showed? Like 1% of that. I don't need 100, just 1% of this. Because the bro just called it Holocaust and all the other things. I can't get a concessions from people in the West that there is an intent in Russia. I can't get a concession about the abduction of children, about the mass rape. You've been used as a weapon of war, which everyone conceded to, UN, like literally Human Rights Watch, everyone. I can't get anything. I spoke with people just yesterday about the prohibition of Ukrainian language officially in occupied territories. Nothing. No reaction. So how do you get anything? Like the train was shot out just days ago. Like whole train was blooded, 100+ people injured, 17 killed. Nothing. Not a thing. So what do we do? Like, what are our chances?
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty. I mean, the nature of the conflict is just, Ukraine West bad, so no one cares. Palestinians anti-West good, so everybody cares. It's stupid as fuck, but that's unfortunately that's where we're at politically right now.
Yeah, I was just thinking like maybe there's a way like to somehow change that, because I recently just was thinking like maybe we're doing like something wrong. Maybe we're doing like, I don't know, like it just boggles my mind. I don't want a competition, just to be clear. Like I find that distasteful. I don't want to like.
It sounded like I was joking, but like unironically, have you seen the way that Duterte, I don't know how to pronounce this fucker's name, I don't remember the guy's name, but the head of the not United Nations, Christ, the NATO guy who comes from the Netherlands, the way that he talks to Trump. Rutte, whatever.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, like the guy's messages to Trump and everything is like, coming one sec. Wait, hold on. Sorry, fuck. The guy's messages to Trump are literally like, "Good morning, Trump." Like you're. It's like an announcement for some event I'm going to in a week, and I'm on some live in a second.
Oh, I see. It's just strange sound. I don't see you, but I hear the sounds like you're about to shoot out a school.
Oh, no. I was just
and I'm like, what the fuck?
If you read that guy's messages to Trump, or if you look at the way that he talks, it's literally like, "Good morning, Mr. Trump. Thank you so much for inviting me today. Like the sun is shining and it's beautiful because of your beautiful face. And NATO is so thankful that you're here to help us, and we need you so much. And like we're so happy that the U.S. is here to save us and do these wonderful things because you guys are so wonderful." Like that's how he talks to Trump, and it works. And Trump comes away thinking like, "Oh yeah, like that's yes, like they need us, and it's so good." I think he literally called Trump daddy, right, in the last set of text messages from him. It's cringe, but that's literally how you have to do it. That's how you have to appeal to him. He's a fucking child. Yeah.
Strange is an interesting way to put it. Like, should we really lower ourselves to all of that? Maybe it's better to be nuked by the end of the day. Have you thought of that?
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's who knows. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild.
Yeah. Well, I just also saw some very fun statistics recently that have been out there. I just didn't see them. But apparently, just to highlight the whole scale of the situation that nobody talks about. So currently, there's estimated 1.5 million homes in Ukraine that has been damaged or destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
That's current estimation. Do you want to guess how many were destroyed or damaged? Exact same statistic during World War II in Ukraine. Just guess.
250,000. No, there's no way.
No,
It must be
2
more,
million.
right? Okay, yeah. Because I'm pretty
2
sure
million,
they
yeah.
walked through Ukraine when they were going to Russia for the Germans or whatever. Yeah. So, but okay.
Yeah, and also occupied all of that, but 2 million, and now it's 1.5 million. So close enough, you know.
And you have to consider too that it's even worse because like World War II is like a marching army with like primitive weaponry, like shelling and destroying without the ability to actually target anything. And it was with because Germans, you know this, right? Like Germans and Russians fucking hated each other, like wanted to murder and kill. With the Holocaust, the Holocaust, it was like 7 million Russians like killed in. What?
They didn't hate each other. They were friendos for a while. Then it turned to shit, basically.
Well,
because
the soldiers themselves, I'm pretty sure the Russian and the German citizens did not like each other. Like I think it was more. I think there were more Russian soldiers killed in the camps, the death camps, than there were Jews.
I mean, that's not exactly correct to say Russians because Ukrainian,
Soviet
Belarusian
Empire
people,
members. You're right. Yeah, that is true. And I guess right now that distinction does matter because Putin's trying to obfuscate that. So yeah.
It mattered before as well. They just like to use that as a propaganda tool, basically. So you only say Russian when it's like convenient. For example, if you want to say Ukrainian collaborators with Nazis, you will speak about Ukrainians.
Sure.
Those Ukrainians, right? And if you speak about the glorious Red Army heroes, you casually forget to mention that 7 million of them were Ukrainians.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. But it is worse. But also, there's another funny statistic. Do you know how many artillery shells were used by United States in Gulf War?
No clue. 100,000?
60,000?
Oh, okay,
60,000, yeah. And you use 34,000 artillery shells in invasion of Iraq in 2003.
Okay.
So 33, sorry, numbers in English, 34,000 artillery shells you used in Iraq, United States, and 60,000 artillery shells you used in Gulf War. Do you want to know how many Russians used in Ukraine? Artillery shells. Try to guess.
50,000?
17 million.
Okay. Jesus.
Yes. That's just me trying to fucking paint the situation, okay? In comparison. So yeah, same thing like with guided bombs. For example, USA and UK together. I don't know how to separate them because the statistic doesn't separate. But UK and US together during Iraq war used 19,000 guided bombs dropped on Iraq. Russia dropped 51,000.
Not good.
That, yeah, you can say not good. Not good applies.
Not good.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, by all statistics, ours and other people's, that's the last thing I'm going to say, 97% of targets were civilian, 3% were military. Excuse me, sir. Like why isn't this... Oh, I give up. Anyway. That was my little frustration rant. Because those stats are like murderous, okay?
Yeah.
And and just feels a little bit off, feels a little bit not nice.
Well,
yeah.
I'm depressed, but I wish I could say more, offer more, but I have to run and go do this event, and we can chat any other time you like.
Yes.
Be careful.
Bye-bye.
Good luck and stay safe. Oh, and good job on the fundraiser thing you did for the children.
Yes. Thank you so much. Yes, that was so awesome. You guys participated, and I will show everyone the video of us celebrating and all of that. It's just so good, so nice. I'm so happy about it. Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Have fun. Bye. Fuck, probably not very much fun, but fuck. Okay. I actually just hate TikTok as an app. Oh fuck, and I need my things. I just hate this. Oh. Join. Connect using audio. Am I fighting with people? Oh. Is my audio working? Hello? Wow, thanks. If my camera's on this, am I counted as like being live? Is that like a live for me? If my camera is turned on for this, does that count as me being like live? Am I like in a live or? Oh, no, that's okay. I don't know if I was expected to have it on or not, so. You'll be connected using audio only. Okay, I'm figuring this out. Hold on. Oh, hi. Okay. Oh, hi. Are we fighting about a particular thing, or is it just over everything?
Big pew pew for the day, huh? He's your guys. He's your guys' debate bread and butter. Hey, it's better than Dean and Dean and Parker, that's for sure.
Are you a big MAGA person?
Yeah. Are you a big Kamala or are you a big Democrat? I mean,
I'm a big Democrat, yeah. I would have voted for Kamala, 100%, yeah. Or I did vote for Kamala. I mean, I would have preferred Kamala right now.
you. Well, why is that? And also, I feel like you kind of are. You're probably like more in the middle. Possibly, you're not. You don't hold the same like far left ideals. For example, like you do use the R slur. I thought that was interesting. Most Democrats are deathly allergic to that word.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm an edgy gamer type person, but I mean, policy-wise, I would say that I line up pretty wholly with the Democratic Party right now, and I would say that especially given how the past several months of Trump's governance has gone, I think in basically every conceivable way, I would have probably wanted a Democrat in office over the.
Well, that would mean you'd vote be a Trump supporter now because it's gone quite well. It's only in the Democratic. It's only in the Democrats' head that he's doing bad.
What domain would you like to explore on
in
that?
the Middle East, Iran, Israel.
Well, so for Iran, like that
Russia,
was
Ukraine.
Well, sure. I mean, well, I'm curious. So he said that the war in Russia and Ukraine would be over on day one, and that was a complete utter failure. Do you acknowledge that?
He was being hyperbolic. He was doing what it took to get him elected, and he got elected, and he did the job. Like anybody that actually believed that, it must have been actually a Democrat. You know what I mean?
So he said that the war was going to be over on day one for Ukraine, Russia. That was a complete utter failure. Do you acknowledge that?
That was just a malarkey, man. If you didn't see right through that, then you're just silly. Like you don't know Trump, right? And I think you do. And I don't actually think you thought he actually meant that.
Okay, if Trump was serious about the war being over on day one, that was a complete utter failure, right? Do you acknowledge that?
Well, he didn't mean it like that. So yeah, sure though. I don't care. I mean, I guess have they been unaliving each other lately? I haven't even heard of Ukraine and Russia.
They've absolutely been continually bombing it. Trump himself has complained sometimes about it being bombed. I think he even truthed out that he was upset that he felt like Putin was playing him, which is laughable, given that's exactly what Putin does. But
I don't think you know that. I think you're just making shit up.
That you don't believe that Trump truthed out that he was upset because he felt like Putin was playing him?
No, I don't. That's ridiculous too. I mean, if you could try to prove that, that's fine. But no, I'm saying like they're still.
Wait, I'm just to be clear. You don't think that Trump truthed out that he felt like Putin was playing him? Is that what you're saying? You contesting that?
Yeah, show me the truth. I didn't see the truth. Show me. I'm sure it doesn't say exactly what you say, and I'm sure I'll be able to poke holes in it. Just like all the other logic that you guys have, all your other debates. Like there's not one debate that you have that's logical and sound.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you just sent for the left because they lack, intelligent people with common sense.
Okay. I'll wait till somebody links me his truths, because for some reason you can't Google search
someone send them the truth. Yeah,
truths or whatever on.
Just use the AI.
Sir, we're not any closer to like an actual deal or a peaceful resolution to Ukraine, Russia.
How do you know that?
Right?
Yeah, how do you know that?
We don't, which means nothing. So
how much?
There's no reason.
Are we hemorrhaging money? Are people upset? Why aren't we sending them money? I mean, obviously, something.
I'm not asking about money. I'm asking about a peaceful resolution to the problem. We're not any closer to that actually coming about, right?
Well, how do you know that?
Well, it doesn't seem like it. They're still fighting. Nobody's publicly talking about a peace agreement unless a peace agreement.
There you go. It's what you feel, what it seems like. So you're just kind of basing this off your emotions.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Hold on. Is there a peace agreement right now between Russia and Ukraine?
Is there a peace agreement? No, not that I know
of.
Then
there's not one. So there's not one.
That doesn't mean they're bombing each other. That doesn't mean they're not closer to a peace deal.
We haven't seen any evidence. There's no evidence of them being closer to a peace deal, is there?
You would have to make that. You would have to prove your claim. You stated a positive claim. You'd have to back that up. But when I ask you, you're like, well, it doesn't seem like it. Like there's no actual deal.
Sorry, when I say it doesn't seem like it, what I'm saying is that there's no evidence of them being any closer to a peaceful resolution.
It doesn't seem like we've seen it in the news lately. It doesn't seem like I've seen people getting bombed. I haven't seen drones taking out troops. I mean, it doesn't seem. It does seem like they're actually getting closer to a peace deal. And maybe
that's just incorrect. They're still fighting. They're still attacking each other. There's nothing.
How do you know that?
No indicate.
Right. How do you
Because
know
we can
that?
Google, we can literally look up
Go
articles of
ahead,
attacks
Google it.
on.
Show me. Yeah, you made a claim. Now back it up. Yeah, you know how this Google things work. You still aren't able
So
to show
I
me the
just
first
Googled
two social
Russia
things.
attack Ukraine, and I see in Politico.eu, Russia
Ooh.
kills 17, injures scores in one of its deadliest attacks on Ukraine. Amid its summer offensive in Ukraine, Moscow hit industrial center Dnipro a day after slamming Kyiv with missiles.
Wait, are you
So
saying their
seems
deadliest attack was unalive 17 people? You got to use
it says
TikTok for any language too. Can I see the
it says
source? And what's the date on that source? Can you like blow it up? Where do they get the information? What's the actual source though? Like I don't want to hear like you know.
So okay, so really quick,
an
does this
opinion
guy,
piece.
even if we do show you the source, you don't seem like you give a fuck about the source?
no, he's going to reject it no matter what.
Yeah, because
but-
you're just telling me an opinion piece, what they think of the source, what they believe the source to be.
Well,
Or
this isn't an op-ed. This isn't an opinion piece. This is reporting done by Politico that seems to be relying on local authority. I can't read Ukrainian for what they're sourcing on this, so I can't.
Also, this
Oh,
guy,
shit.
I mean,
Crazy.
he doesn't seem like he wants to even engage in honest debate. So if you want me to move on to someone, like you can always tell me, hey, this guy's dumb. Move on. Like I don't.
Oh,
That's
wow.
okay. I mean, it's
That's
good.
tough.
I think it's good to demonstrate. Like this is the endless debating with megas, the constant obfuscating, the inability to
I haven't
recognize reality.
obfuscated. I've just asked you to prove two of your claims. You haven't been able to prove either. Like, what are you talking about?
Well,
if anything,
so
you're losing this debate.
I literally just sourced you a political article. You can go read it. I guess you don't believe me.
Yeah,
it's not really.
it's hot garbage.
Nobody serious contends that these two countries are still at war. So I can't even
No,
believe
you
that's a
just
contention.
told me. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, you can go. You can just Google the article I just said, or Mercedes can link it to you. You can tell me if you believe it or not, or if you think it's literally just a lie.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's a lie. I just think it's an opinion piece based off of some source that you say isn't like Ukrainian, so you can't
It's not
decipher.
an opinion piece. It's reporting. What do you mean?
If
It's not an
Politico
op-ed.
reported right now that Trump was the best president, everybody should vote for him, what would you say about that? Would you believe them?
That's an opinion. Trump is the
That's a
best president
hypothetical.
ever.
No, it's a hypothetical to test your logic.
What are you asking me?
I'm asking you, if Politico posted right now that Trump was the best president, everybody go and support him, blah, 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 blah. Would you just take that hook, line, and sinker?
I would believe that that's an opinion piece.
Or well, let's say they said he brokered peace between the Middle East, Ukraine, Russia, and peace is on the horizon, and he brought gas prices down $50, and he saved a bunch of like 500 children.
Sure, if they're reporting that, I imagine that there's probably a peace agreement or something that they've signed. I imagine that if gas prices come down, they're reporting honestly on the gas prices. Yeah, that would be a report by Politico.
And okay, so you're just going to take that hook, line, and sinker?
I don't know what you mean when you say hook, line, and sinker. I imagine they're reporting that. I would doubt they would just be totally fabricating numbers on their site. So I would probably believe the reporting on that. Yeah. I mean, if I'm skeptical of it, then I could dig through the underlying sources and see if I.
Why do you
agree or
say
disagree with
probably
them.
though? Right? Why do you say probably?
Because I'm generally going to believe what's posted in a place like, especially like Politico, like AP, Reuters. I'm generally going to believe factually reported things. People aren't generally going to make up, just like totally wholesale fabricate. Because I'm reading it. What do you mean? How else would you know?
Okay, but you're saying generally, as in like it's not always the case.
It's not inconceivable that somebody could make a mistake or report something incorrectly. That happens. But
Yeah,
just short of me
exactly.
flying to Ukraine and personally visiting Zelensky and then personally asking for visual proof so that I can see a document signed, at the end of the day, I'm always relying on somebody reporting something, no?
Yeah, and what you rely on is not so great. I mean, that's all I'm getting at. You would
Who
kind
do
of
you
have to
rely on
agree.
for reporting about Ukraine and Russia? Who do you rely on for your reporting for that?
I just rely on my intuition, basically.
So nothing. Your feelings.
I
You
mean,
just
I
earlier
watch-
said that
well, I
feelings
watch-
are bad. Intuition is your feelings,
I
right?
wa-
So you rely on your
hang
feelings
on.
for it?
Hang on. I because I have a higher rationale of conscious, I can use deductive reasoning, and of course, I'm watching the news. I'm watching everything you're watching. We all see the same
Wait.
thing.
What does deductive
right?
reasoning mean?
Deductive reasoning is you can go A plus B equals C, and you don't have to
Okay,
use
and
a
what are-
source, or you do use
You
a
don't
source.
use a source?
but you-
What is A and B?
No, I'm saying you can use deductive reasoning to extrapolate what you believe to be true from that source, or from that opinion piece, or from whatever you're
I think
seeing.
that's induction or abduction, not deduction, but we don't have to philosophy jerk off. But at the end of the day,
Sure,
you have to
sure.
find a news source, right? So you're reading a news source, and I'm reading a news source. So you believing a news source is better than me believing a news source? What news sources do you think are more trustworthy than the news sources that I'm relying on, and why?
I never said what I believe is better than what you believe. I'm
Okay,
not the
then how
one.
are you
I'm not the
formulating
one
your
sitting here
opinions? What do
making
you?
claims. Dude. This is an internal critique about your logic and your claims.
You're not. You
That's
haven't.
it.
This is not an internal critique of my logic. My logic is
Yes.
fine. You're
No,
having
it's
an issue
not,
with.
because you said. Remember, I got you talking, right? You're giving me all your claims, and you're telling me what you believe to be true. This is internal critique on what you are thinking and what you believe to be true.
Yes. I generally believe things that I read from credible mainstream media outlets because they have a whole extensive network of people that are in charge of reporting stuff. Generally, the reports are highly corroborated, and 99% of the time, factual matters they report on are correct. Therefore,
What do
when I'm
you?
reading a credible, whole mainstream media source, I'm generally going to believe that whatever facts they're reporting are going to be credible facts, and then I'm going to use those credible facts to I'm going to base my opinion on whatever's going on based on the facts that are being reported by these places. Yes.
You just randomly Googled, and the first thing that came up, you believed. Right? That's what happened. Don't act like you were like looking into this before. You had no idea.
Is there
I'm
any?
not, hold on.
Google
No.
machine.
First of all, it's not that I didn't have an idea. I did have an idea. You asked me to prove it, and I did a source. I did a quick search using Google to go through news websites. I searched for
You clicked the
Ukraine
first thing you
Russia
saw.
attacks. The first thing I saw was an article from Politico.
You know what the way they get to the top of that Google search is by paying, right?
No, that's not how you get to the top of a Google search. Is by paying.
Well, that's one way if you have an SEO.
No, it's not the way. No, SEO.
Yes, it
What
is
is
the
this?
way.
What is this? 1998? Where you're hiding stuff in the header of your web page? No, you do it because it's linked for relevance. Because there's a billion different types of algorithms that crawl through websites to figure out what's relevant to a thing that you're searching for.
Yeah, all controlled by Google, which you believed hook, line, and sinker the first thing you looked and clicked, which was at the top. Am I wrong?
Okay.
You keep saying hook, line, and sinker like you're proving something. I'm believing what's written on the website Politico that has
That's what I'm
their
saying you
own
shouldn't
reporters.
be doing.
Okay.
This is the problem
Okay,
with
then
Democrats.
give me an alternative. Give me an alternative news source that I should believe instead of Politico.
La Chica, are you? Did you vote?
I don't know. You'd have to do a little bit more research.
I don't know. So you have nothing. You have nothing. So you
I
lost your
tried to
own
say
internal
something,
critique. You have nothing.
but they're not allowing me to because I'm a woman, so it's
No,
fine.
that's not what's going on. They're finishing a debate. I'm just asking, are you MAGA?
I am indifferent. Let's just say. I'm
Are
Hispanic.
you also intoxicated?
What?
Never mind. Anyway, well, it was nice chatting with you,
Who
Dustin.
said
I
that?
appreciate
Go
that.
ahead. Show your face.
Okay, La Chica, did you vote for MAGA?
No.
Okay.
And again, me being me, you need to understand that I grew up in this country. I literally went above and beyond. I literally have supported everything and anything. Don't. Like, y'all are arguing over little things that do not fucking.
I think La Chica is smashed, so we're gonna be moving to the next career. Sorry.
La Chica based queen. If I was getting drunk and going on live spaces, that just seems like a grand old time. So
That's it.
I
That's
approve.
it. We have someone with 1 million followers, so they said they found God. I gave up fame to find God. That sounds great, man. You should let's take you out. Hi. Did you vote for MAGA?
I think that politics is a way for the individuals at the top, the billionaires, to continue dividing the people. I think that you're all pawns in a game of political destruction, instead of recognizing that we have the ability to work together with our honesty, our experiences, to rationally come together and continue progressively evolving.
Why, if billionaires at the top are all seeking to control society, then why do things like wars happen that are really bad for the stock market?
Well, I think that wars happen because we are unintentionally enabling them. We fail to recognize that we are the government.
Yeah, but why would the billionaires make wars happen if it's bad for their portfolios?
I don't know what you mean by their portfolios. I don't really think they care about their portfolios. I think that whoever's at the top, what they care about is resources, more control, and they're not very intelligent.
Yeah, like any evidence at all that this is like a true thing?
Oh yeah, the evidence is going to be it's self-evident when you look at literally any kind of problem. Literally point to anything. It's going to stem
You can't.
from.
The evidence can't be that it's self-evident. I would just have to assume everything you're saying is true then, and I.
Okay, so when I'm saying that people at the top are going to benefit off of division, this is just going to be synthetically true because the more divided we are, the more that they get to control us rather than us controlling ourselves.
Wouldn't it be
wouldn't
better? Wouldn't you
need
be able to
them.
control a society that's more unified rather than a society that's more divided?
No, the society would be controlling themselves. We wouldn't rely on things like money. We could have like barter systems.
But why is a barter system better than money?
Well, when we're analyzing money is going to, it's not actually analyzing like our skill set, right? It's just another form of manipulation. So like, let's say that you had the skill to fix my sink and I don't know how to fix my sink, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we work together as a community and you are willing to go and help people with their sink because our unity is all that we need.
Okay, let's say that my skill was fixing like complex problems with your plumbing, but it takes me like 2 days to do that project. What am I supposed to eat while I'm working on your plumbing? How do I get food if I am only able to
Well,
do
if we're
that
working,
skill?
well, the more organized that we are, then the more like the farmers would want to be farmed. Like we all have an intrinsic desire, right?
Sure.
Right. So the intrinsic desire is going to be reflected within a social model if we're safe enough to reflect that. So the farmers want to farm, and through their farming, they get to
Wait,
provide
why would
doing what they
farmers
want
want
to
to farm?
do. It's their intrinsic desire. We just went over this.
No, you asked if we have intrinsic desire. I think we do. I think for like
Right.
things that are pleasurable and fun, but I don't think it's
Yeah.
fun to farm. I don't think about intrinsic desire to work.
Then you wouldn't be a farmer, right? I think that there are people like my father-in-law. It loves farming.
Okay,
He's a
so
farmer.
Wait, if your father-in-law wasn't getting paid for it, do you think he would farm for free?
Yeah, I grew
Well,
up.
I think he loves farming. Yeah, if there wasn't a societal need for like money, yeah, he would still want to farm. He loves farming. Yeah.
Do you think people feel
He
that way
lo-
about? Or sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying
You
I
know,
grew up
like
farming. That's all I've ever done, and I literally just did it because it's what put food on the table. And then like when I continue farming in the future, it's to make money. I don't know if you've ever been in the fields, but I just don't think that's because I have an intrinsic desire to be out there.
Yeah, I don't think we
yeah,
could
and
fill every single job in society with an intrinsic desire to do a particular job. I don't know if we have enough people that want to be heart surgeons or want to be farmers or want to be tailors or craftsmen or whatever.
yeah. I mean, I think that this does exist when there's a need. We're talented, evolved enough, sophisticated enough to fill these slots, and I think that you're seeing this, right? Like you experience that these discussions just create more division. They create more turmoil.
Well, to be clear,
They,
we don't see that anywhere. There's never been any evidence in all of human history. The only evidence that people will work is usually in exchange for something. That's why even your alternative
we
to
would.
money was another type of currency or
Well,
transaction,
we
which was
would.
bartering.
What we would be getting is the fulfillment of our social, like if it's true that we are social creatures, then our intrinsic desire is to be able to achieve together socially without manipulation. So like think of it like this. Do you agree that me and you are speaking a different language right now while operating under the same alphabet?
Depending on how you want to define the words, sure.
Well, yeah, everything is just going to be based on how we're defining the words, right?
Well, I mean, but what you just said was reductively meaningless. I mean, like, we're speaking the same language if the language is English, but if you mean we have a
No,
different concept of how
that's
the
an
world would work.
alphabet.
English is not an alphabet. The alphabet is whatever I don't know what it's called, it's characters or whatever. English is the language we're speaking.
Yeah, so we have, okay, so we don't have like an English alphabet?
There is an English alphabet, but English is the language that we're speaking. The
Right. No,
script
the
is like
language,
Latin or whatever. I don't know, whatever.
the language that we're expressing is operating under a specific alphabet that is conveying personal truth that we find meaningful. That's how we communicate.
This is Jordan.
All right, you know, regardless of all of this, you know, the point of this live is obviously to talk about politics. You don't want to talk about politics, but if I can bring it to something that does relate to it, you yourself said you don't play the game that is politics. So are you saying that you didn't vote in this last election?
Oh, no. I vote for the
Okay, then.
people.
And who did you
I
vote for in the last election that represented the people?
I vote for us. I vote for communicating with people to help them understand their privatized personal language system, not to tell them that they're wrong or to destroy them or to be a linguistic terrorist, but to show that me and you can say different words or think that something could be beneficial. But if both of our words are truly good, then we can meet somewhere in the middle. That's what I vote for. That's what I believe.
Okay, I understand that, but isn't there one administration that is trying to take away those words that you can say to others versus another one that promotes actual free speech? Wouldn't you want to vote for the party that does do that? I mean, I think if you're not gonna vote, then why are you? I mean, the conversation's not going to really go anywhere because it's going to go in circles with this.
That was Jordan Peterson's long lost son. So we're gonna go on to Door.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean that guy. I don't know.
Me? Are you talking about me?
Yeah, Trump's #1 guy. 17.
Proof nuke. Yeah, I'd like to talk about immigration. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I advocate for a complete, basically moratorium on immigration. I believe we should take almost the most restrictive stance as possible. I don't think immigration is beneficial to society or the country, or at least our country. And I'd like to defend that proposition.
Yeah, I mean, immigration is clearly beneficial in a number of ways. It just matters what you care about the most, I guess. What are the things you're trying to protect by restricting immigration?
Well, what do you mean by, well, you say it's beneficial in a number of ways. We can go over the number of ways you think it's beneficial, and then we can go from there.
I mean, labor is literally one of your most important inputs for an economy. It increases the supply of labor. It increases the ability for businesses to operate. It increases the amount, or decreases the cost of goods and services in society, so people can buy more stuff. It
Would
increases
you
demand
agree
for
that an
services.
increase in the supply of cheap labor would also bring down wages? Would you agree with that?
Yes, increase in supply of labor puts a downward pressure on wages. Would you agree that an infinite upward pressure on wages is bad?
An infinite, not necessarily, no.
You think you can have an infinite upwards pressure on wages, and that could be a good thing?
For the most part, yeah. I mean, that's
Would
why.
you be supportive if Biden wanted to
when
do?
you say
If somebody
like
wanted to have like
infinite,
$100 minimum wage, would you think it'd be a good idea?
I mean, that wouldn't be a good idea, no. But when you say an infinite upward pressure on wages, that's generally why we want like low unemployment, is because it causes the labor market to be tighter, and thus wages are going up. More people are employed, more people are spending. Generally, we want labor to have somewhat of a larger, relationship, bargaining power, et cetera, over capital.
Yeah, but when unemployment gets too low, that's not good. We want unemployment to be a little higher. Like if unemployment was 2% or 3%, like it was for a while, that's not good. That there's too much upward pressure.
Why is
on
that
wages
not
and
good? When we had unemployment at 3.5%, the Fed still failed to meet its like target inflation rate. So apparently, like your made up Goldilocks land of like unemployment rate really wasn't that.
Why would unemployment being that low defeat the purpose of the Federal Reserve?
I didn't say that. I said the Fed failed to meet its target inflation rate. We didn't see like a wage price spiral when we had that much low unemployment.
Well, I mean, I don't understand what the point of this is. Like the Federal Reserve enacted monetary policy to try to. Well, it's not so much I understand it. Is that you're trying to say that because the system didn't collapse in 6 months when unemployment was low, that defeated the entire theory of like how unemployment and inflation have a relationship with each other.
This is a blunder. This is a blunder on your part. So this is a blunder. I said that the Fed failed to meet its target inflation rate when you brought up we don't want unemployment to be that low. Okay, so generally when you say unemployment, we don't want unemployment to be a certain level. You're talking about like how there could be a wage price spiral when unemployment gets too low. And then you brought up, it was at 3%, somewhat that was bad. When we were at like 3.5%, the Fed failed to meet its target inflation rate. Target inflation is around 3%, usually 2 to 3%. During that time period, it was around 1.9%. I'm saying there wasn't that large increase at the price level when unemployment was that low. I advocate for full employment. And
unemployment being that low was a thing for a long time. And when unemployment was that low, the cost of labor in the lower parts of the American labor like quintiles was growing quite rapidly. I think in the
and it didn't translate to a higher CPI.
Well, it did. I mean, these things take time, right? The markets are relatively fluid. They will adapt. It's not like they adjust immediately. Is that your impression that that all prices will change immediately and they are instantaneously
No,
reflecting every
I'm
single market
saying they
condition?
said there's been a targeted unemployment rate for a long time now, and every time we go below that, there has been no large increase of the price level. This like made up like natural rate of unemployment's relationship to inflation. I don't really see that. There's almost like a very small to insignificant correlation between prices and unemployment.
So then why do you think every single central bank in the world tries to keep unemployment around like 4.5 to 5.5%? Do you think everybody is wrong on that?
Oh, 100%. Well, not everyone's wrong. We have economists who understand how the things work. They're just not in charge of the Federal Reserve. Like Larry Summers said that like he could not explain why monetary policy failed to recover like the 2008 recession. The way that we do monetary policy is like really, I would say it's not that good.
Is there any economy in the world that runs at full employment or that has run at full employment and been beneficial to that?
There's been any economy. I mean, I would say maybe there's been places that had like a job guarantee that abolished like involuntary unemployment. Yeah, probably.
Wait, I asked, is there any economy that's ever ran at full employment? When you say full employment, do you mean like 0% unemployment or like 0.5% unemployed? What do you mean by that? You mean like literally every single applicable person is employed, right?
No, I said no. Full employment doesn't necessarily mean that like every single person that could operate in the labor market has a job. It just usually generally means that like the people who want a job have a job, and so like involuntary unemployment basically isn't a thing.
Okay, so like your U3, what we usually use is like the unemployment number. That would be at about 0%.
Would it be about? I mean, maybe. I don't see a problem with that.
Is there okay? And then so then my question is there any economy in the world that operates with a less than 1% unemployment?
I don't know. Probably not.
Okay, so how are you supposed to evaluate
this question?
Well, the relevance is you're positing that there's some ideal way to run the economy, and that's done contradictory to every single economy in the world, and we can't even source a single economy that has ever done something like this. And all
that's not what happened in this train of dialogue. You said that we don't want unemployment to be too low because it will cause a wage price spiral. And you said when we get to around 3% unemployment, like we did during Trump's first administration, that was bad. And then when I told you that the price level did not even get that high, the Fed's failed to meet its target inflation rate. When unemployment was that low, we didn't see a large increase in inflation. I'm saying that generally when there's low unemployment, like we've seen, and when we have like this somewhat targeted unemployment rate, usually we don't see this large increase of inflation like you posited we would.
I didn't say, first of all, inflation I think is usually a lagging indicator to like price increases or cost increase of labor, but there's a whole bunch of other things that could blunt that effect. I'm just trying to figure out, is your qualifier that like if unemployment goes to 3%, if we don't see within 1 month like a spike
it's
in
a full
CPI,
year, it's a full fiscal year.
Okay, but like there was inflation. I mean, like what is the counterfactual? Like how do we measure what the inflation?
Wait. So when we had like a long period of around 3.5% unemployment, that fiscal year we also had the CPI at around, I believe, like 1.92%, something around that, right?
For what year was this?
I believe 2019.
Okay,
like
generally talking the post-COVID time then?
No. That was right before COVID, I believe. Like
okay,
either way, there's not that large. There's almost hardly any correlation between like unemployment and like prices.
Okay, just talk me through the theory of how this could possibly be the case. If you
agree that you need to posit why it would be the case.
Sure, I can very easily do that. If unemployment gets too low, we agree that would put an upward pressure on labor, right? That if there's fewer people seeking jobs, that firms would have to offer more money. I think we would agree, or I would say, that cost of labor is a huge cost of doing business, and that as your cost of labor increases, you would have to charge more money in the final product in order to return a profit to the end. Okay, how would you make extra money?
Oh, yeah, because when people are making more money, they're also spending more money. So as people are spending more money at businesses, you're usually going to see the profit margin go up as people are spending more. This is just
but if you're spending more money, that means if you're spending more money, that means that the prices went up.
That the prices went up?
What are they spending more money on if the prices aren't going up?
No. If people have more in their buying more things because they have a larger income.
Yeah, but the cost of manufacturing those things is increasing if you're paying more money for labor. Labor is a huge component of the cost of manufacturing.
This is simply, this is just wage, this is just like wage profit. This is just like wage profit stuff, right? If people are
hold on,
making,
wait, hold on, stop. That sentence doesn't mean anything. If I'm a manager at a restaurant and I am sending food out to customers and I've got to pay my employees a certain hourly wage, if that hourly wage increases, I'm gonna have to increase the cost of the stuff.
why is it that's not necessarily true at all. Almost every time there's a minimum wage hike, you don't see that large increases of cost of goods.
We're not talking about empirical. You wanted to do theoretical, and I'm saying
we can do both. There's no
let's do the theory. If I have to pay more money to my employees,
okay, you can run away from the empirics.
I'm not running away from anything. If I have to pay more money to my employees, why wouldn't that increase it would be, hold on, well, let's do this once at a time. If I have to pay more money to my employees, you agree that would decrease my profit margin, right?
Well, it matters why the wages are going up, right? So if there's an increase of wages, there's a couple things that could be happening. Productivity could be going up. And there could just be a general increase of wealth into the economy. If people are making more money, they're also more likely to be spending
we're not
that
talking
money.
about any of that. We're talking about a restricted supply of labor, not an increase in labor productivity. We're talking about a restricted supply of labor such that I have to offer more money to hire the same employee to do what another employee would have done for cheaper.
I understand that.
So if I'm paying more money to an employee per hour to do the same work that they would have done before, that means that my profit is decreasing per item sold.
That's not okay. So there's two things that could be happening. Okay, just because there's an increase of the profit, like the not the profit, the production process, because this whole initial conversation is about there's an echo. There's an echo.
Yeah, where's it coming from? Is it coming from me?
I don't know where it's coming from. I just know I can hear myself talk.
It might be more.
This initial conversation was about the cost of goods. Okay, so if wages are going up and the cost of labor is going up, okay, that is true. That's going to cause the production process to go up, right? Obviously.
No, wait. This should be wait. I don't know where we're going all the way. This is a very simple question. If it costs me, let's say that I sell a cheeseburger for $10, and it costs me $8 in labor and $1 in burger parts, so $9 to make the burger, and then I sell it for $10. If my labor goes up to $9 and the burger parts are still $1. Now it costs me $10 to sell the burger for $10. Isn't that reducing my profit?
No, that does not necessarily reduce your profit because there's multiple things that could mediate that increase of cost of labor, such as there could be an increase of productivity, right? So now people are making more burgers, right?
No.
So now they're selling more burgers.
We're not increasing productivity because
that's what happens when you increase wages.
No, that's not what happens when you increase
wages.
It is.
Okay.
No, you're talking about increasing wages by restricting the supply of labor. If you restrict the supply of labor, what you're saying is that the acquisition of labor is going to cost more money because the supply of labor is going to go down, right? So the demand for that labor is going to be higher, so the cost of that labor is going to increase. You're not talking about an increase in productivity. We're merely talking about a restriction of the supply. So if we're restricting the supply...
When people get paid more money, their productivity goes up because they have a larger incentive to work because now they're getting paid more money. You understand how that
firms just naturally? No, I don't. Why wouldn't firms just naturally just pay people more money?
You don't think there's an incentive for firms to pay more money as if there is, like, you know, of course, like equal competition in the labor market and things of that nature, just like
if all things else being equal, then why wouldn't they do it right now?
Because there's like there's monopsony power and there's like unequal relationship to capital to labor. But like generally, right? Do you not agree that like firms have an incentive to increase wages? Like you don't agree with that?
No, I think firms have an incentive. Labor is a cost of doing business. I think you're going to pay the least you can for labor. You pay the least you can for all of your inputs, your cost inputs, of course.
It's just not really true, right? Because there's a reason why as productivity goes up, wages also goes up, right? It's because as you pay people more and as people are producing more things, they get compensated more for that labor.
No, the reason is because more productive labor is generally lower supplied, right? There's usually a lower supply of more. No, you think there's a higher supply or a lower supply?
That's not why more productive people get paid more money, dude, because people can be working in the same firm doing the same job and be more productive and they'll get a raise in their pay.
But in general, more productive labor is more scarce than less productive labor.
That's true, but that doesn't contradict anything I said.
No, but I'm explaining why people pay more money for more productive labor. People don't become more productive because you pay them more. You pay them more because they are more productive. You pay them more because there's a higher demand
Both of
for
those
higher
cases
productivity
could be
labor.
true.
Which
Both
is,
of those things could be true. You see how both of those things
if
can
they
be
could
the
be
case?
true, then my question would be, why don't firms right now just spontaneously offer more money to their employees to make
Because
them
there's
more
an
productive?
unequal relationship to capital to labor. That's
Doesn't
why
matter if there's an unequal relationship. You're telling me
Yes,
that there's
it-
an incentive.
yes, it
You're saying that
does.
if the firm itself offers more money to the employee, isn't it a higher productive employee? Isn't that good for the firm?
So you're telling me you're telling me right now that firms do not have an incentive to increase wages? You don't think that happens? You don't think there's been a nominal year over year increase in real wages? You don't think that happens? You don't think that's happening?
They can increase wages, but do you acknowledge that a firm wants to pay the least possible because labor is a cost of doing business?
Sure.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. So a firm's goal is to get the least amount of money possible, or is to pay the least amount of possible to get the most work possible. Right?
No. The firm's goal is not to pay the amount pay the least amount of money possible. It's to make the most amount of money possible. That's why.
Yes, and making money is profit.
That's
which
why
is the difference between your cost and your.
That's why Ford, that's why everyone's knows Ford for decreasing the work hours and things of that nature, because if you treat your workers well, they'll be more productive. The goal of a firm is to make the most money as possible. It's not necessarily to decrease the amount of cost of everything as possible. Those firms don't do very well.
I mean, there's gonna be a limit, of course, because there's gonna be hopefully other firms competing with you for paying employees a certain wage. But in general, do you agree that employees are trying to get the most money possible for their labor?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't the contrapositive of that be true? If employees are trying to get the most money for their labor, then shouldn't firms be trying to offer the least amount of money for the labor?
No, that doesn't necessarily follow, right? Because, employees, their salary is reliant on their labor. Okay, they're reliant on the business. Okay, the business is not their profit margin is not necessarily reliant on their employees. Do you see how that follows?
Okay,
No.
we're gonna let RC have a go at it because people in the comments.
Okay, it was nice talking to you, Destiny. I hope you like your relationship with your son fixes because you blocked him
Thanks,
on Twitter.
bud. Don't worry. I hope my relationship with your mom continues to be great.
Yeah, real good, funny, Owen. How
it is.
What a note to end on. Yeah, I think zooming in, we should take LGBT out of schools. Zooming out, it's immoral.
Like gay kids should be kicked out of school, or what does that mean?
No, stop teaching the LGBT agenda to children in public schools.
What is the LGBT agenda?
Talking about these adult sexuality. Don't tell children that. Let the
Just
parents
use-
tell them that if they want.
RC,
don't
just
tell-
use language that won't get the live ban. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
What did I
know-
say? What did I say that I can't say?
Smexuality. I know it makes it sound like a bunch of immature 5-year-olds. I get it. It sucks, but
Yeah.
it is what it is.
The sexuality of adults don't need to be taught to children. If the parents want to teach them that leave it to the parents, but not teachers.
You don't think it would be relevant for some author, artist, leaders background that they might have an alternate orientation?
It's not their moral obligation to tell children that are not their kids that. No.
It's not about a moral obligation. It's about teaching the facts of history.
Well, it's immoral though. These relationships are immoral, and they're trying to they're desensitizing it and making it seem like it is normal and fine, and it's not. So we have a clash.
So what about if premarital relationships? Should all of those be avoided as well? If people aren't married, should they not report that people had kids with somebody? Or
I'm talking about children in public school.
yes, and I'm talking about, should you teach children if a leader or two people had a kid who weren't married yet?
No, don't tell. What classroom is that at all appropriate to tell children that are not your kids about romantic relationships of adults?
History class?
History class, they need to talk about adults' romantic relationships to children?
Well, if you're the people that live in the...
Because that's perverted and gross, that's why.
That can be your opinion, but not everybody shares the same opinion as you about that, right?
But we're taxpayers, and most taxpayers' parents don't want their children learning this perverted worldview. So
Then
why don't you
can't
just
they
leave it to the
can't
parents?
Can't they just vote on that then for their school district, and then they can figure out what they want to teach in their schools?
Yeah, they can do that, but I'm telling you my position. So why should children learn about adults' sexualities from someone that's not their parent in public school? Why is that even appropriate?
Because school is a place where you go to educate people, and hopefully where people can get educated. And sometimes people's
What is a child learning that a grown man puts his wiener in another dude's butt education? That's disgusting. It's perversion.
I mean, I think if you're fixated on the actual sexual act or whatever the act itself, yeah, that would be kind of weird. I don't think you need to go over that. But I think that learning about a person's orientation might be relevant to the struggles or whatever that person faced in life, and understanding that might give you some insight or understanding into it depends on what you're studying in history, I guess, right?
Well, I mean, he can. I think he's fine to come back as long as he censors those words.
He won't. That guy is. From what the chat says, he's notorious for saying anything he can to get a live taken down. But
He will.
huh?
He'll respect the rules. Just tell him what he can and can't say.
But I can't like if he is every single time he says something, I can't just be like, okay, you can't say this. Okay, you can't say this. Okay, you can't. I mean, by the time we get to all 150 words that he blurts out, that would be common sense not to say. The live.
Yeah, I was just saying if you bring him back to count.
Oh, you go ahead and you do your thing.
Oh man, I don't even know what to argue with Destiny about. I was
Stuff.
You're just nearby.
When it comes to bombing, can I say bombing? When it comes to attacking Iran, I would say that this is a direct result of like tearing up the JCPOA and not having any other type of deal in place. And that Trump's hostility towards like tearing up the JCPOA and not having any other type of deal in place. And that Trump's hostility towards Iran didn't seem to serve any positive purpose for anything.
Okay. Do you think that like Israel strikes on Iran were justified?
Yeah, probably. I guess. Yeah.
Okay. So your only contention is going to be mostly like leaving the agreement.
I think that's a huge part. Yeah, I think that we're at where we're at right now because of Trump's reckless approach to the Middle East. Yes.
Okay, and so if there was like let's say Trump like entered office and there was no agreement and it wasn't that he left the agreement, would you say then that the strike was just or unjust?
I mean, I think the strike can be just or unjust regardless of whether there's agreement in place or not, right? Well, I mean, you wouldn't want to violate an agreement, but I mean, I understand why both sides are doing what they were doing, but I don't think that I think that Trump's recklessness drove us to the point where we had to strike Iran, or Israel felt like they had to strike Iran.
Okay, perfect. So, but you think that, like, with it, absent an agreement, that the strike was justified? You felt we had to do it, basically.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't have like I don't know that I would have like a super strong position on like staying in or leaving the agreement. I think that it's very difficult to police nuclear programs in the first place externally without using force to prevent nuclearization. Like we tried to do with Israel, obviously that didn't work. They were actively developing nuclear weapons as we monitored their facilities. I'm not saying that Israel shouldn't have nuclear weapons. I think they probably should. But we have tried to police nuclear programs in the past and it hasn't worked, even with inspections. So I think that being in an agreement that we think will prevent Iran from having nukes, I don't think would prevent them from having nukes in the first place. I also think that...
Yeah, but at the very least, if we had an agreement and they were violating the agreement, you could build like an international coalition and you'd have way more like moral and legal and international authority.
Yeah, but I think by that point, it'd probably be too late, right? Like if they're...
You could literally do the exact same thing you're doing now, but if they were in violation of the agreement, you'd have more international authority to do what you were doing.
Yeah, but if they already have nukes by the time you've built your case in your international coalition, it just seems largely ineffective. I think that
You don't
most
have to build. Wait,
international
wait. You don't have to
government
build
actions
your
are ineffective.
case. The case would be built as they were in violation of the JCPOA.
Right, but to
right?
take action, right? Like you're saying, to take action, you need to like build an international coalition and go through like international channels, right? At this point, by the time you manage to get all the international politicians on board with whatever you want to do, it's too late. Iran already has a bomb. So I think that I don't know.
No, I
think
don't know.
most
Wait, hold on. I don't know why you keep saying
governing
this. No,
actions
you
are
don't have to do any of that. You could say we have a JCPOA. It's not, they're not following it, and now we're going to go in. If somebody wants to join us, we can do this on an incredibly expedited timeline. There's no rule that says we would have to wait months and months to.
So what's the difference between doing it with or without the agreement?
Well, because
What's the
without
point?
the agreement, Iran has little incentive to actually follow any kind of structure to refrain from going after nuclear weapons. Donald Trump laid on all the sanctions and started attacking the country as much as possible, like economically. So, of course, from Iran's perspective, I think them pursuing weapons was reasonable. It makes sense why they're doing it.
I think they always have an incentive to pursue nuclear weapons, regardless, because Israel has nuclear weapons. So, like,
I think they did it before because Obama was able to release funds to them that have been locked up. Like you could put them on a path towards economic stability. Like you would want to incentivize them or massage them in a way where, look, there's a good reason not to pursue nuclear weapons because you get these benefits. But then Trump took all of that off the table when he left the JCPOA.
Right. I don't think that it's a good idea to prop Iran up in the first place, right? So if you use force to prevent them from having nukes without propping them up, I think that's probably the most ideal option as opposed to like giving Iran money. Because
do we want Iran to be a failed state?
Wait. Again, we were doing the same thing with Israel. We were giving them money and weapons and they developed.
Israel's not a failed state. That's not even remotely related. I'm saying what should the goal be for Iran?
Iran's not a failed state right now either.
Sure, but do you want them to be a failed state or what is the goal for Iran?
No, we don't want them to have nuclear weapons. We also don't want to prop them up, though. They're our enemy.
Okay, so then the goal is to...
We know they're hostile, right? So giving them money probably isn't the option. We don't want them to have nukes. We should use force to prevent them from having nukes. We also shouldn't prop them up with money. It doesn't make any sense. And,
it's not
just
about propping them up with money. It's about just not sanctioning them.
Because we give them money and weapons doesn't mean that they're going to not develop a bomb, right? Again, we did this exact same thing with Israel. Now I'm more sympathetic to Israel because they're not hostile maniacs, but we gave weapons and money to Israel and told them they can't develop a bomb and did inspections in their facilities, and they still developed a bomb regardless.
I don't know what the tie to Israel has to do with this. I'm looking at for Iran. Okay, I agree. We don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons, so I feel like we should pursue the path that makes the most sense to make it so they don't get nuclear weapons. And it seems like some level of economic cooperation was good there. But then
the point is that we had a denuclearization or a nuclear proliferation agreement with Israel as well, and they did it anyway. We did all the things with Israel that you're saying we should have done with Iran, or that we did do with Iran, and it didn't work.
It was a different time. It was a different time.
So what?
It was a different set of conditions around the planet. It was a different set of things going on that enabled Israel jointly with South Africa to do the research and to do the testing and everything to procure nuclear weapons. But this was done in the 70s or late 60s, early 70s.
Now there's more
but
access to information about how to develop a bomb. Like Iran.
Sure, but I'm just saying that just because Israel developed a nuclear weapon back then doesn't mean that everybody will take the same process. Like I think things have probably meaningfully changed around the world. And if we think it's inevitable that they're going to secure a nuclear weapon, then what? So do we just keep bombing them every time they go for it, or?
I suppose so. I mean, tell me this: what conditions are different now?
Wait, but you understand that we didn't just like send Iran like a bunch of billions of dollars. Like you know that we're just unlocking sanctions, and they actually don't have direct access to that money.
Why should we unlock sanctions to our enemy?
Because sanction is a punishment, no?
But yeah, that's true.
Not just sanctions aren't just punishments.
Wait, but the money. Wait, do you understand how they get access to that money? Because the way that they get access to that money is tracked. Like we track what they do with that money. Well, we don't. The United States.
I'm sure. So like. If Iran gave us money, we're tracking the money. Like I doubt it, right? Like we really probably have no idea.
I can look at the organization that tracks it.
And again, just because you have inspections or you're tracking whatever doesn't mean anything. Because again, we did this exact same thing with Israel, where we policed their nuclear facilities. They were producing energy. We told them don't produce a bomb, and they did it anyway. We gave them money, we gave them resources, and we said we'll give you all this stuff. Don't produce a bomb. We're going to do inspections. They did it anyway. So I want to ask Stephen, what conditions he thinks are different today that would...
The conditions are that we really don't want Iran to get a nuclear weapon. I think we were a little bit more indifferent to the South Africa-Israel nuclear projects.
Okay,
it was the Soviet Union time, and people were getting nuclear weapons, and I think we kind of like weren't as concerned with it.
Okay, so the argument is just that like you think we basically like just let Israel get a bomb even though we were inspecting their facilities. Do you think it was like
I think
obvious?
basically, I mean, we knew they were testing it, right? There, I don't know what the name of the island is or whatever, south of South Africa, but like we saw the nuclear testing happening. But I think we were just kind of like indifferent-ish to it because it was us versus the Soviets. It was the Cold War. Like we didn't have the strongest opposition in the world to Israel getting a bomb. Like, do you think we had the same opposition to Israel getting a bomb back then as we do to Iran getting a bomb now?
No, I don't. No, you're right. I think that we probably pretty much let them get a bomb. But like, regardless, I still think that like whether or not we do inspections in their facilities or whatever, I still think that that doesn't stop them from getting a bomb. Because like in reality, we don't have people on the like we don't have like an intelligence apparatus that is capable of like monitoring everything that Iran is doing, especially if they're doing it underground. Like we have
Well, the
no
only
way.
thing we needed access to, I think, was their nuclear facilities where they're doing all of the uranium enrichment, right? It's not like you can hide that.
Sure you can. I mean, sure you can. You could just build a facility in a different place. Like I don't think that
They're
it would be
huge
difficult.
facilities that require a ton of energy. You can't hide 1,000 centrifuges, right?
I think their current facility is pretty hidden. We know where it is because we're doing inspections on it. But I don't think
Well,
that
if we say we know where it is, I feel like that's the opposite of it being.
I still don't think it would be difficult for Iran to hide the development of a nuclear bomb, regardless of whether it was the same level of.
If we believe that, then shouldn't we be
Function.
like bombing them like into another administration right now? Then, if we think they could hide and possibly secretly go for a nuclear bomb right now,
What was the question?
you make it sound like there's like an inevitability right now then that they're going after nukes and that they're going to get a nuclear bomb, and so shouldn't we just like bomb them
Sure. I think that we should like basically obliterate their capability of having a bomb for sure. Yeah.
Okay, I guess I feel like
Right
I would
now,
hope that there would be a better way to do things, that like you could use like the carrot instead of the stick, and I feel like the Obama path on that was better than the bomb stuff that's going on right now.
Do you think that it would make sense to like use the carrot instead of the stick on North Korea?
I
think when
right
you have,
now
like,
probably not, but they already have nuclear weapons and they're a
Sure,
little
yeah.
bit
Let's
supported by
say,
China. So
I think that when you have like an erratic totalitarian dictatorship that is religiously fundamental and like has vendettas against you and your ally that runs so deep that they're burning your flag in their alleged parliament, which isn't actually a parliament, I don't think that you can use the carrot. I think that you have to.
I mean, Americans literally burn their own flags right now on the street, so I don't know how relevant that is. I think that all
random,
of the evidence
like,
has shown
boneheads.
over the past couple of years, a couple decades, even, Iran is definitely not an erratic state. Like they're pretty rational actors. They don't do like insanely crazy unhinged stuff. Like it seems like for the most part they act a way you would expect a rational, reasonable state to act.
What do you mean they don't do like random unhinged stuff? They're the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the entire world. They fund Hamas that carried out the October 7th terrorist attack. What do you mean they don't do erratic stuff?
Yeah, but if they're operating via proxies, right? They're doing it because they want to maintain some sense of legitimacy as a country, and that type of plausible deniability or plausible extension shows that they're not just an insane, unhinged fundamentalist state that would, because otherwise they would just do it themselves. They wouldn't.
They
would
wouldn't.
just go and do it themselves.
They're doing it through proxies, not to maintain legitimacy. I don't think they care what like the international community really thinks of them. Evidently,
to some extent they do, right? Like everybody knows that Wagner Group was part of Russia, but like Russia still operated over Iraq, and they have that plausible deniability there. But everybody knows it.
The reason that they're doing it through proxies is because they're not capable of waging an intercontinental war. It's not because they want to maintain international legitimacy. It's because, okay, we have a group positioned here that aligns with our values. We should just give them money so they blow up Israel for us. It's cheaper, it's more effective, and you don't have to wage a cross-continental war.
Yeah, these things all sound like rational actors conducting warfare. If they were irrational, they would just try to rally up their army and go do a ground invasion of Israel, or just like constantly shoot missiles.
It's not rational. Killing over 1,000 people and funding the killing of over 1,000 people and thousands of missiles going into Israel aren't rational things because they're doing.
Wait. How is that not rational? If you hate a country, you want the people to die, and you're trying to kill them. Isn't it super rational
a
to fund
country and
proxy
wanting all
groups?
their people to die is not rational.
How is it irrational? You can't hate a country
it's irrational to hate a country and want every person in that country to die. The people who were killed in October 7th largely weren't military targets.
It sounds like you're using rational and irrational in place of like thing I agree with and thing I disagree with, or thing I like and thing that I don't.
No, it's
like.
erratic.
Like you could be. It's not erratic at all. It was very intentional and targeted.
What is rationality, Destiny?
Rationality is in there is some outcome that you hope to effect, and you want to maximize. In this case, of the state, like your own survival.
So just having an outcome and acting strategically on that outcome is rational. So like if I buy a gun and go shoot up a school, that's a rational action.
Bro,
if your goal is to just
I forgot
in a video game, Minecraft.
In a video game.
If like if your goal is to remove children from class as much as possible, then yeah, that would be
That's crazy.
irrational.
That's crazy that you would agree that that's irrational. It's erratic and irrational.
Wait,
what do you mean
stop saying erratic because you're throwing that in there. What
Well,
is the
that's
difference between
what do I
rational
mean
and
rational?
irrational
I'm
to
just
you?
operating off of Stephen's definition. He said that rational acting is any time that you seek to achieve something and
And go
carry
about
out.
the appropriate measure. Yeah. So like, for instance, if I really wanted my girlfriend to love me, and then I text her and call her 5 million times because I feel like she's not returning my calls quick enough, I would say that person is being irrational. That's not very irrational because you're literally not going to effect the
Sure,
outcome.
sure.
That you want.
So then I'm just like using like when I say irrational, I'm not speaking in terms of like it's what's the best way to put this? I'm not saying rational or irrational in terms of I have a goal and I know how to logically carry out that goal.
Are you saying something like against like your first order interests or something like that? Like
Sure, probably,
okay.
or like
I mean, that might be a weird. I think that's kind of idiosyncratic.
yeah, no, it makes. I mean, what Destiny's saying makes sense. That is like probably a legitimate definition of rational, but unlike not in the colloquial sense. Like when most people say, like this person is, a school schmooter was being irrational, or it's irrational to schmoot up a school, right? I think most people would like consider that irrational, but they're not talking about it in the sense of this person had a goal and logically acted.
I mean, if we can use different words if we want, I guess. But it's important when we're talking about a state because rationality and irrationality, I think, are important because they help you predict the actions of the player, right? And Iran, for all intents and purposes, is a rational actor, and they give a forewarning before they attack sites. They did it with the base in Qatar that they bombed.
Yeah.
They did it after we killed Soleimani. So this is a rational actor, and the way that you would treat them would be a lot different than you would treat. I would argue somebody like ISIS. ISIL, I don't know what I can say on here. I would argue that that was an irrational actor. These people were actually insanely fundamentally driven, such that like if I had to choose between those people having a nuclear, I don't know if I can say that, weapon versus like Iran, I would choose Iran a million times over. Because Iran is a more rational, self-interested actor that isn't going to do things that would immediately cause it to self-destruct. Whereas if the other people in the desert had a nuclear weapon, I think they might self-detonate it in a
we're acting rational. I think it does come from self-interest, which I guess under your definition would be rational. I think the reason they do it is because in the Middle East, well, actually two reasons: A, posturing, and B, in the Middle East, it's like very obvious if somebody attacks you, like you have to respond or you're viewed as weak. And if you fail to act and you fail to respond, you risk being overthrown by your own people because you're weak. Now, Iran is probably less susceptible to that risk because they're a more stable country than others. But
I mean, that's almost the same as like what we're doing. That at least the first condition is almost the same exact like reason that we go and bomb Middle Eastern countries. Is because like we can't be seen as weak. We have to be the strongest military in the world. Like
exactly, yeah. Well, yeah. Also because like look at 9/11 for example. If Al Qaeda was to like blow up the two biggest towers in the United States and murder 3,000 people and we did nothing, that would just tell other fundamentalist groups like, go ahead, it's fair game, nothing will happen to you. Which is again the same reason why Israel had to retaliate after 10/7 or whatever.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess my only point is that if we agree that Iran acts with rationality, that they don't want to collapse as a regime and they want to get something done, that if you use the carrot, that they might be more incentivized by economic activity and the growth of their economy, and the people might like that more, and the leadership would be more stable, rather than just constantly bombing them and expecting something magical to change. I guess that's how I feel like it'd be a better way to lead, but that's my perspective on it.
yeah, aren't you a libertarian? Like, do you not hold to like the gentlest means principles?
Oh, how did you know that?
I mean,
I don't hold. So I'm like, I'm like a minarchist in terms of like government action on its people, but I think that it's very difficult to maintain libertarian values when you talk about geopolitics and foreign policy. Like most libertarians, I think would probably not want any war, right? But unfortunately, war is a fundamental fact of reality, and it happens, and it's the world we live in. So it's like very difficult to hold libertarian principles on the international stage as it relates to war and foreign policy.
I mean, I still don't think that like there's been a reason given why we should use that type of approach versus the other type of approach. Like, especially if you're typically a libertarian, like I'm not sure why you wouldn't apply that type of gentlest means principle here. Like that.
Yeah, because these aren't like the act. So like generally when I'm talking about like libertarian theory and like capitalism and how I think the government should govern its people, I'm going to be again talking about how the government should govern its people. These are defensive actions. They're not how the government should govern its own people. The only way this would apply is like let's say there was a one world government, which I don't support, right? Then you could, if two regions go to war with each other, two states within this world government go to war with each other, you could apply like libertarian principles to prosecute each of them in some way, but that would still probably result in war. So in terms of like war and international conflict and foreign policy, it's really impossible to apply libertarian principles, I think.
Right, but what would okay, but I mean, look, you're giving me the reason why you would apply it in the United States specifically for our people. And then you're saying, okay, well, we should be able to like apply a different principle outside of this for some reason, because I feel like there will be war afterwards. I'm not sure.
And it really is. I mean, it does basically like boil down to libertarian principles, honestly. Like, I guess more so with like Israel, but not this specific thing. We're kind of defending our friend a little bit here. And also, obviously, we don't want Iran to develop a nuclear weapon that's capable of striking the United States, because as of right now, they're not capable of striking the United States. But we know that they want to kill the United States because they openly chant death to America. So I don't know. We are.
I mean, tons of countries. Like, if you go there, you can find some right wing extremist group that's going to say like "death to America," like that.
Right, but it's not a right wing extremist group. It's their government.
Well, some of their government officials are saying that, yes, but
yeah,
there's not evidence.
They're actually like chanting it in massive halls with their politicians.
Okay, look, if there's not evidence though that has resulted in some like full out war, or
it's like a threat.
If there's not evidence that that's going to be the case here, I don't understand why you would take the more aggressive approach.
So like in terms of like non-aggression principle. Look you in the face and say, I'm going to pull out a gun in 10 seconds and shoot you. I think that you should be able to pull out a gun and shoot me first, because I've now threatened aggression towards you.
I think, yeah, Mercedes.
I don't I'm it's okay. Their brain is working fine. It's okay. Leo Bain, would you like to give us a go?
Yeah, let's go.
Perfect.
So I mean, I'm kind of with the guy on like Iran screaming death to America.
Hold on. You're sure enough real strong here. Do we want to go? Because I think the audience is like done with the war topic. Do we want to get? What is your other
war topic? Also, I have to leave because it's past 9 o'clock for me. Okay. I can do this again tomorrow if you want, though. But
perfect. Yeah.
Thanks for having me on. I love you. I love you, Cam. Is he gone?
You're the absolute best, dude. Go, Dad.
Where did he go?
Who?
Oh well. Cam, that was the guy that was here before, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, Cam Higby?
Yeah. Wait, you guys know him, right? Or I assume you do?
Yeah, I thought you've talked to him before. No?
Yeah, that's why I said I love him. I said I love you, Cam.
Oh, girl. Okay. Never mind. No comment.
Wow. Okay. All right. I love you guys. I'll see you guys later. Peace out. Bye.
Later.
Bye.
Bro cannot figure out how to
That
leave.
was way more confusing than it should have been. Okay.
Dude.
I hate using my phone. I just hate phone apps, okay? I will figure this out, though. Connections. Love lace. Hold on. Ugh. Lovelace, Enigma, Sewing, Suits, Vending, Hawking, Dressing, McQueen, Goliath, Protein, Pinball, Damages, Cheese, Bojack, Matlock, and Lettuce. These are shows, right? Lovelace, Suits, Bojack, and one of these is also a show. McQueen, is that a show? Oh, Matlock, that's a TV show, right? Not even one. I have no idea. Stephen Hawking, Steve McQueen, Steve Protein. Cheese, lettuce, dressing, and vending machine, the Enigma machine, pinball machine, sewing machine. Okay. Protein damages, cheese, lettuce, Goliath. Dressing, lettuce, cheese. These have to be like things that go on like a sandwich? Components of a salad. Oh, okay. Whatever. Goliath? Is that a TV show? I don't know. These have to already guess this. Oh my god. And it wasn't even one off, right? I actually have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. One away. I'm shooting in the dark so much. Legal dramas. Damages, Goliath, Matlock, and Sue. I actually don't even know what Matlock is about, so I would have never gotten this. Ending with playing cards. Jack, King, Ace, and Queen. Oh my god. All right, have fun, be careful. We're going to cappuccino, 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 my doing. Catch you guys next. Stream right now, don't die.